Chapter 784. Female Literature. However, at this time, Fang Yueshan shook his head. Ha ha ha, well, Brother Su Yan, this time you dared to take the risk to save me. I have already recognized you as a brother. Unless you really dislike me, I will be at your beck and call in the future. A venerable being at his beck and call, becoming his younger brother, Su Yan felt helpless in his heart. However, since this was his own choice, Su Yan naturally would not force him, so he said, "Since you think so highly of me, I will not refuse." He said to King Tai's leader, "Leader, please take care of the shadow creatures here. Now that the gate has been opened, I am afraid this place will not be a safe place." They chatted for a while. Then Su Yan and Fang Yueshan finally left directly. At this time, Li Siming looked at Su Yan, who was leaving, and said directly, "Su Yan is really a dragon among men." He said this from the bottom of his heart. King Tai was one of the top 10 sections. Although their ranking was not good due to some reasons, there were still a lot of talents in the sect, and geniuses came out in large numbers. However, when Li Siming thought about it carefully, there was not a single person in the entire sect who could be compared to Su Yan. After all, Su Yan defeated a dragon realm expert with 9 dragons. Guangcheng nodded and said, "He is indeed a real top figure, but it's a pity. It's a pity that he carries too much fate. I only hope that he can survive." Haha, the gate to the shadow world has appeared. And the child of destiny has also appeared. Is the prophecy of chaos really going to come true? These last words were hidden in his heart and did not say out loud. When in Fang Yueshan's Sea of Consciousness, Fang Wuhui said that Su Yan was the child of destiny, and this leader actually had the same understanding. However, Su Yan had already left. While the double-winged divine tiger was grieving, Su Yan's body continued to move forward. At this moment his heart was somewhat heavy. Although he had managed to escape death this time, his strength had increased once again. But at this time he also learned some things. Most importantly, the child of destiny was entangled by many different destinies, becoming a chess piece in the game of many experts. Before today, he had already vaguely had this feeling in his heart. However, it wasn't until now that Fang Wuhui had pointed it out that he finally understood the situation. Indeed, it was as if he was just a chess piece. He had obtained the heart of the great demonic dragon, the phalanx of the great heavenly demon lord, and the inheritance of the Buddha sect. In addition, he also had a demon god's heart. Was everything just a coincidence? No, it shouldn't be a coincidence. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in this world? In that case, it was very likely that all of this was arranged by someone behind the scenes. It was just that he didn't know who the person behind this was. Destiny was something too mysterious for Su Yan. At this moment, Fang Yueshan suddenly asked, "What are you thinking about?" He could tell that Su Yan had a lot on his mind at this moment, so he asked directly. At this moment, Su Yan sighed and said, "I'm thinking about destiny." "Destiny?" He looked at Su Yan with a puzzled expression. Su Yan said, "Yes, fate. I'm thinking, why did I come to this world and why did I walk step by step to where I am today? Is this the arrangement of the heavens, or the arrangement of others?" The original him had died of a heart attack in the original world. Everything about him should have come to an end with his death. However, destiny wasn't like that. He was resurrected and returned to this world. However, he really couldn't understand why this was the case. Of course, Fang Yueshan didn't understand what he was saying, but he chuckled and said, "What's the point of thinking about destiny? You can't figure it out no matter how hard you try. You're just looking for trouble. How could anyone know why they were born in this world? If you wanted to ask, perhaps you should ask the Creator. But did such a thing really exist in this world? How did this fish get to where it is today? That's even more ridiculous. Look at me, I'm walking back and forth step by step because I'm bored. I want to take a walk, that's all. According to what you're saying, the so-called paragon is bored and wants to see me take a few steps, so he arranged this?" At this moment, Fang Yueshan's thought of living a bad life was better than dying a good death was displayed to the extreme. That's why it's important to live a good life. When it's time to die, it's better to be quick. What's the point of thinking so much? The reason you're here today is because you want to leave. Think about it, the world is so big and there are so many people. If the Creator really wants to arrange things one by one, whether they're going to walk left or right, whether they're going to drown or burn to death, then wouldn't he be a pain in the ass? Su Yan looked at Fang Yueshan. although this guy's words were very rough. However, Su Yan had no choice but to admit that these words were very reasonable. He shook his head then said, "What you're saying is nonsense, but I have to admit it makes a lot of sense." Fang Yueshan immediately said, "Of course, I used to be a great captain, leading a group of brothers on the sea. Forget it, it's all in the past, I'll be your little brother from now on, ha ha ha." Su Yan couldn't help but admire his mental fortitude. This guy seems to be on par with a godlike existence like Meng Yang. The double-winged celestial tiger flew very quickly, and in 10 days they crossed several continents and returned to Singapore. Singapore was the base of the Tai Hang sword faction. For Su Yan, the entire Kyushu continent was a foreign land, but this was the first place he set foot in, and he felt a little bit of a sense of belonging to the Tai Hang sword faction. "Where are we going now, boss?" The double-winged celestial tiger had already left, and the two of them walked. Fang Yueshan had now begun to call Su Yan boss. Su Yan was very uncomfortable with this kind of gangster-like title, but Fang Yueshan liked it very much, so Su Yan couldn't do anything about it. After all, his little brother was a venerable, and if the two of them fought, Su Yan was probably not his match. But there was one advantage to being with this guy, and that was that he could forget a lot of troubles. Su Yan finally arrived at the mountain gate of the Tai Hang sword faction. "This is the Tai Hang sword faction. Next we'll need to stay in the Tai Hang sword faction for a while, and then I'll go on a long trip." Now that he had understood these things, Su Yan had to get busy with his own matters. The demonic sect's plan to capture the demon son was getting closer and closer, and now there was only about a month left. There was also the trip to the star-shifting sea, and he had to find Chu Linger. These two things were things that he could never forget. However, the most important thing right now was still the demon's plan. This damned limitless demon sect actually wanted to sacrifice Lu Lan to the demon. This was something he couldn't allow no matter what. Since they dared to treat Lu Lan like that, Su Yan would definitely take revenge. This time it was just the beginning. In this battle, the limitless demon sect had suffered heavy losses. 6 venerables had died, and among them were 4 origin venerables. Even the vice sect master had been directly dealt with. However, the vice sect master was powerful, and he had left unscathed in the end. At the same time, Su Yan's name had spread throughout the demonic sect. Su Yan had now entered the demonic sect's wanted list. However, Su Yan didn't care about this. Right now, he didn't care about anyone below the venerable realm. He was even confident that he could kill a 9-dragon realm expert. Even if a venerable realm expert came, he had enough methods to deal with them. If the opponent wasn't too strong, he could even kill them directly. Su Yan had just arrived at the mountain entrance when someone immediately recognized him. After all, Su Yan had fought Wang Baichuan to a draw. Back then, Sect Master Zhang Zhe had personally stopped the battle between the two of them. Furthermore, Su Yan's name had become very extraordinary recently. This caused him to have many admirers in the sect. Senior brother Su Yan is back. Today, someone from the Xue family was on duty. The Xue family was very proud of Su Yan. After all, Su Yan had admitted that he was a part of the Xue family. This was the decision of the Xue family ancestor. "Senior brother Su Yan, I'm Xuejiu from the Xue family. It's great that you're back safely. The family head said that when you came back, you should go see him immediately." Su Yan raised his eyebrows. The current family head of the Xue family was naturally Xue Xingchuan. He didn't expect Xue Xingchuan to have made arrangements in advance. However, it was good. The battle at sea last time allowed him to see Xue Xingchuan's terrifying strength. Even the Dao Master Vice Sect Master couldn't gain an advantage in front of him. After this guy was released from the restraints of the evil sword Cold Jade, his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. It was terrifying. It just so happened that Su Yan had a lot of questions to ask him. After all, only someone like him could answer his questions. Su Yan quickly stepped into the Xue family's ancestral hall. The current family head of the Xue family was cultivating in the ancestral hall. There was nothing special about his cultivation. He just sat there quietly. It was like an old monk in meditation. As soon as Su Yan stepped into the hall, he felt a sense of peace in his heart. At this moment, Fang Yueshan was waiting outside. After all, this was the Xue family's ancestral hall. Without permission, even the sect leader Zhang Zhe would not easily enter. Chapter 785. Female literature. Su Yan saw that the memorial tablet of the Shui family's ancestor had been added to the memorial hall of the Shui family's ancestral shrine. After all, this ancestor had taken good care of him, so Su Yan directly burned an incense stick. Shui Xingchuan did not speak during the entire process. It was only when Su Yan put away the incense stick that he said, "Last time, I was in a hurry and didn't realize that you had already begun to search for your true self. Not bad at all." Searching for one's true self was a path that every expert would definitely walk on. But generally speaking, this would only begin when one's cultivation reached a certain level. And every person who could find their true self would go very far if they did not die prematurely. And at this time, Su Yan had already taken this step at such a young age. So Shui Xingchuan was naturally very surprised. One had to know that many people only started to take this step after reaching the Venerable Realm. And some extremely special geniuses were only at the 9 Dragons realm. Shui Xingchuan was so talented, but he only started to search for his true self when he was at the 8 Dragons realm. But now Su Yan had already stepped on this path. Su Yan was even more outstanding than he was back then. And among the younger generation of the current generation, neither Feng Yuhai nor Wang Baichuan had been able to take this step. When Su Yan first came to the Taihang sword faction, he was actually behind Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan. But now he had caught up and walked directly in front of them. At your level, there are very few people among the younger generation of the 9 provinces who can match you. Perhaps the 2 sons of demons of the limitless demon sect can fight you. Shui Xingchuan continued. Sons of demons? Su Yan had come into contact with sons of demons before. Back in the secret realm, Hua Yunfei was one of the 3 sons of demons of the demon sect. At that time, he directly conspired to obtain the demon god's body, which could be said to be extremely bold. But in the end he still fell, but Su Yan had to admit that he was strong. In every generation of the devil sect, there will be 3 sons of devils. Then these 3 sons of devils will directly compete for the position of crown prince. I know you've seen Hua Yunfei, and even his death is more or less related to you. However, you have to know that he really is the weakest of the 3 demon sons. Shui Xingchuan had already stood up. As far as I know, this generation's son of demon Hua Yunfei, Shengguansheng, and Murong Wudi are all extremely powerful people. However, comparatively speaking, Hua Yunfei is slightly weaker. It is also because of this that he took the risk to devour the demon god's body. Su Yan's expression did not change, but at this time, he thought of a person in his mind. That was Shengguansheng. Back then, this guy stepped into the Su family in the 5 counties and took away his sister Su Tian. After Su Yan came to the 9 regions, he naturally went to inquire about his whereabouts. However, this person was too mysterious, and he did not know where to find any news about him. However, back then, Shengguansheng and Su Yan said that they would wait for him during the Devil Sex plan. Then, perhaps in a month they would be able to meet. At that time, he and Shengguansheng had fought, and the 2 of them were tied. However, now that he thought about it, Shengguansheng did not seem to have done much. If there was a life and death battle at that time, the one who would die would definitely be him. As for Murong Wudi, he had never heard of him. However, from Shui Xingchuan's tone, this person was clearly ranked above Shengguansheng. Senior, why did you let people wait for me at the mountain gate this time? Su Yan asked. Shui Xingchuan smiled bitterly and then said, Su Yan, I am very grateful that you took care of my son back then. But now my Shui family needs you to do something. Su Yan was somewhat confused. Shui Xingchuan's change of topic was too unnatural. He should not be a person with such a temperament. At this time a loud voice was heard, Su Yan. It's big brother Xuecheng. This loud voice was naturally none other than Xuecheng. Back then it was Xuecheng who brought him into the Taihang sword faction, so his friendship with Xuecheng was not shallow. Haha, good, you brat really did not die. This is very good. It could be seen that this big brother was very excited at this time. However, Xuecheng's enthusiasm made Su Yan a little scared. He didn't know why Xuecheng was looking for him. At this time Xuecheng said directly, Su Yan, it's good that you are here. Otherwise my daughter would have been married off. His daughter was Shui Xinhua. Su Yan was inexplicably confused. His mind was suddenly a little confused. At this time Xuecheng had already pulled him out of the ancestral hall. There's no time. Listen to me as we walk. Xuecheng had always been so impetuous, but this made Su Yan feel a little helpless. At this time Xue Xingchuan said, Su Yan, you don't know, but the sect master has already agreed. In a few days he will let you marry Wu Ya. Ck his grandmother, this is my daughter, and he actually agreed to it directly. Xuecheng's temper had already risen. At this time Su Yan more or less understood what was going on. He still remembered that back then, the Xue family's ancestor had already promised sword-casting peaks Haichuan to betroth Xue Xinhua to Wu Ya. The Xue family's ancestor had also said that if Su Yan could gain something from the ruins, the Xue family's ancestor would consider canceling the engagement. Otherwise, he would have to borrow Haichuan's help to forge a sword for him, and then comprehend a new realm. After a series of events back then, Su Yan had somewhat forgotten about this matter, because at that time the Xue family's ancestor had died in the world of extreme ice. This matter shouldn't have been brought up. However, not long ago, Haichuan had brought up this matter again to Zhang Zhe, and he had the marriage contract that the Xue family's ancestor had promised. In the end, Zhang Zhe had still agreed to this matter. Even if Xue Xingchuan wanted to object, he didn't seem to have a good reason. After all, Haichuan's status was completely different. In the Taihang sword faction, other than the three great clans in Zhang Zhe, his status was aloof. From a certain perspective, even the rulers of the three great clans might not be as important as him. This was because he was a swordsmith, and an ultimate swordsmith who had the potential to forge a divine sword. To the Taihang sword faction, this kind of person was simply a clown. Now that he had the marriage contract in hand, and the Xue family's ancestor had unexpectedly died, Zhang Zhe could only make the decision for him. Xue Xingchuan had almost fought with Haichuan back then, but because of Zhang Zhe's intervention they didn't fight. In the end, Xuecheng directly said that the Xue family's ancestor had already betrothed Xue Xinhua to Su Yan. This matter wasn't without reason after all. The Xue family's ancestor had indeed made such a decision in order to win over Su Yan. Thus, this matter was related to Su Yan. Zhang Zhe directly said that if Su Yan didn't return within 10 days, then Xue Xinhua would have to marry Wu Ya. If Su Yan returned within 10 days, then he would have to fight with Wu Ya, and the winner would marry Xue Xinhua. Although this matter was a little serious, it was still the faction leader's decision. Thus, in these few days, the Xue family had been frantically searching for Su Yan. It was also because of this that when the Xue family's disciples saw Su Yan, he was so affectionate, as if he had seen his own father. After all, Xuecheng had given a huge reward to anyone who could provide him with Su Yan's whereabouts. At this moment Su Yan was speechless. He didn't think that he would end up in such a situation. Originally, he wanted to rest in the Taihang sword faction for a few days before setting off for Panzhou. However, this matter was related to Xue Xinhua's lifelong happiness. No matter what, he couldn't stand by and do nothing. Brother Xue, don't worry, I won't stand by and do nothing. Su Yan pulled Xuecheng back. If he didn't stop Xuecheng, he felt that this old thing might directly drag him to Sword Forging Peak to fight with Wu Ya. Xuecheng said, Nonsense, my daughter has her heart set on you. If you dare not fight with that bastard Wu Ya, this old man will fight it out with you first. Ha ha ha, boss, this old man is clearly determined to stick to you. Ha ha. At this moment, Fang Yueshan suddenly laughed, and he laughed very loudly. Xuecheng immediately glared at him. F***ck, this old man is talking to Su Yan, and as a little brother you actually dare to interrupt. This is outrageous. He was a hot-tempered person. If he could solve things with his hands, he definitely wouldn't want to use his mouth. Although this was Su Yan's little brother, he still decided to let him know his dignity. Naturally, he knew that he couldn't beat Su Yan, but couldn't he teach a lesson to a little brother? After all, after Xue Xingchuan returned, he had given him many peaks. His current strength had increased by a lot. However, at this moment, the aura of a venerable one flashed in Fang Yueshan's body. Before Xuecheng could make a move, he took a few steps back. Then, his eyes widened as he looked at Fang Yueshan in disbelief. Su Yan shook his head helplessly, then said, Brother Xue, let me introduce you. This is my brother Fang Yueshan. He's now a venerable one. Su Yan understood Xue Xingchuan's temper. Of course, he didn't have any ill intentions, but he shouldn't think about showing off. Otherwise, he would be the one at a disadvantage. Chapter 786. Female Literature. Supremacy. A supremacy actually addressed Su Yan as boss. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan only felt that his brain was not enough to process the situation. What exactly was going on? He looked at Su Yan as if he had seen a ghost. All right, big brother Xue. Help me settle down Feng Yueshan first. As for me, I'll go and see Xinhua now. Su Yan knew that since this had happened, Xue Xinhua would definitely be in the worst mood right now. It would have been fine if he had not returned, but since he had returned, he should go and see her. She was also very helpless towards Xue Xinhua. Su Yan naturally knew of her feelings towards him. However, Su Yan did not want to shoulder too much anymore. He had not even repaid all the love debts he had. If he added Xue Xinhua to the list, it would be too much of a sin. Therefore, Su Yan did not want to get involved in these matters at this moment. However, there were many times when things were out of one's control. Just like now. At this moment he would definitely not sit by and do nothing. He did indeed hope that Xue Xinhua could find a good home, but this Guisu was definitely not boundless. This person was too extreme. Of course, the most important thing was that Xue Xinhua seemed to dislike him very much. Moreover, no matter what, Xue Xinhua should be willing. This method of forcing a marriage was really too much. Ever since she had returned from Divine Devil Island, Xue Xinhua had been cultivating in seclusion. If there was no need, she would not walk around outside. For example, this time, even if the matter concerned her lifelong happiness, she was still so calm and indifferent. This was the main reason why Xue Cheng was so anxious. His dear daughter did not seem to be in the right situation. However, among so many people, there was one person who was closer to Xue Xinhua. Even now, when Xue Xinhua was practically in seclusion, she would still visit her frequently. This person was Feng Yueyu. In the past, Feng Yueyu disliked Xue Xinhua very much. Although the two of them couldn't be described as mortal enemies, there wasn't much difference between them. But since then, the relationship between the two of them had become very good, as if they were real sisters. This made everyone feel surprised. However, there was a saying that girls were fickle. It was a matter between girls to be close to each other, so it wasn't a big deal. After a few days, everyone had gotten used to this. Su Yan arrived in front of Xue Xinhua's courtyard. As soon as he stepped into her courtyard, he felt a sense of relief. Another year's spring had arrived. Those beautiful flowers were in full bloom, full of vitality. Su Yan suddenly realized that he had been in too much of a hurry recently. Unknowingly, he had overlooked so many things. He called out softly, "Junior sister Xin, I'm Su Yan. Are you there?" Of course she was inside. If Su Yan released his divine will, he would be able to find her in a short time. However, this was a girl's courtyard. It wasn't good for him to do so. After he called out, the courtyard was silent. There was no movement. "Xinhua, I'm Su Yan. I'm coming in," Su Yan said again. "Come in then. Why are you so loud? Are you afraid that others won't know?" At this moment, an extremely beautiful voice was heard. The person who could speak like this naturally wasn't Xue Xinhua, but Feng Yueyu. Su Yan smiled bitterly. "Senior sister Feng, why are you here?" Ever since Feng Yueyu's attitude towards him changed on Divine Devil Island, Su Yan was speechless. After all, Feng Yueyu was much bolder than Xue Xinhua. She dared to say anything. Her desire to attack was too strong. What made him even more speechless was that this woman seemed to have teamed up with Xue Xinhua. It was said that 3 women made a show. However, 2 women were already very impressive. At this moment, Feng Yueyu had already walked in front of him. Then she smiled and said to him, "Junior brother Su Yan, we haven't seen each other for so many days. Senior sister misses you very much. Don't you have anything to say to me?" At this moment, she had already leaned forward like a little bird. At this moment, Su Yan naturally couldn't say anything. Other than smiling bitterly, he could only lean back gently. His every move naturally couldn't escape Feng Yueyu's eyes. Feng Yueyu said directly, "Humph, you heartless thing. Forget it. Sis Xinhua is waiting for you inside. You have to comfort her properly. She thought that you didn't want to come. Then she's going to get married." Su Yan immediately broke out in cold sweat. He really couldn't stand Feng Yueyu. At this moment, Su Yan directly entered Xue Xinhua's room. At this moment, Xue Xinhua had just finished her cultivation. She was waiting for Su Yan's arrival. If it wasn't for Feng Yueyu stopping her, she would have come out. Many times, forgetting was the most powerless word. The more she wanted to forget, the more she missed him. She suppressed her emotions with great difficulty. Then she looked at Su Yan and said, "Big brother Su Yan, you're here." She actually needed to muster up the courage to say these few words. She really missed Su Yan too much. Feng Yueyu told her to be as calm as possible and not express her thoughts. She had already tried her best. But when she spoke, her voice couldn't help but tremble. Her eyes were still filled with endless gentleness. This was a woman as gentle as water. Su Yan sighed in his heart. "Yes, I'm here. Xinhua, I heard that you've been working hard in seclusion recently." Su Yan didn't know how to start the conversation. Finally, he found a topic to talk about. Xinhua said, "I could only be a burden the last time on the Demon Island. I don't want to be a burden to you in the future. Naturally, I have to work harder in my cultivation." Su Yan said, "It's not a problem to work hard in your cultivation. After all, this world isn't peaceful. Even in the Taihang sword faction, there are still waves. Your own strength is the foundation of everything. But don't force yourself too much." After saying this, Su Yan went silent for a moment. Then he said again, "Xinhua, don't worry. If you don't like it, then no one can force you. Don't worry. Since you're not happy to marry Wu Ya, then I won't let anyone force you." At this moment, Xinhua said, "Big brother Su Yan, actually, you should know that I don't want to marry Wu Ya. But you won't marry me either. Since that's the case, let me handle some things myself." Her tone was so firm and calm. This calm sentence actually made Su Yan's heart waver. At this moment, he really didn't know how to face this woman. Finally, he sighed and said, "Don't let your imagination run wild. Don't worry, I won't let anyone force you. I'll go out first." He and Xinhua would only be more awkward if they stayed together. Therefore, he didn't dare to stay any longer and could only leave. At this moment, a ray of light descended from the sky. This light was so intoxicating that it made people's hearts yearn for it. Su Yan's eyes had a trace of helplessness and melancholy. He could kill his enemies without hesitation, but in the face of this kind of love, he could only feel melancholy. One had to know that in this world, the hardest thing to let down was the grace of a beauty. Even heroes have a weakness for the charms of a beauty. However, since Xinhua was fine, he felt much more at ease. Now he should go and do some things. Just as he said earlier, if Xinhua wasn't willing, then he wouldn't allow this to happen. According to Chang, there were still a few days before the date set by sect leader Zhang Zhe. However, Su Yan wasn't prepared to wait any longer. After all, he still had a big battle in the near future. It was a battle that he didn't know if he could survive. Since that was the case, he would bring this matter forward. After leaving Xinhua's room, he saw Feng Yueyu looking at him with a smile. She walked in front of Su Yan and said to Su Yan, "You're really a heartless man. Sister Xinhua is hanging on to you like this. Even I feel the same way. You're just going to leave like this?" Su Yan said, "Senior Sister Feng, you shouldn't joke with me like this. With Senior Sister Feng's qualifications, who knows how many young geniuses would flock to you like a flock of ducks. Why do you need to do this?" In Su Yan's impression, Feng Yueyu was a shrewish and somewhat mischievous woman. Therefore, at this time he didn't think that Feng Yueyu was serious. Feng Yueyu only smiled and didn't explain. Then she asked directly, "Then what are you going to do next? How are you going to deal with Sister Xinhua's matter?" Su Yan said, "Now I'm going to Sword Forging Peak." At this moment, Feng Yueyu's eyes flashed with brilliance. She was a woman who liked excitement, and she also understood the meaning in Su Yan's words. Therefore, she was even more interested at this time. "Ha ha ha, Su Yan, do you know what I like about you the most? I like that you're so responsible. You're not like some cowardly guy who can only ask the seniors of the sect for help." Su Yan felt helpless again. At this moment, Feng Yueyu suddenly thought of something, so she said, Actually, I'm usually very gentle." Su Yan was sweating in his heart. "You're already calling yourself an old lady. Where did the gentleness come from?" However, Su Yan deeply understood a principle, which was to not reason with a woman, even if you were really reasonable. Although this sentence was very awkward, it was very reasonable. After leaving Xinhua's courtyard, Feng Yueyu rushed in. Xue Xinhua was feeling melancholy when she saw Feng Yuyu rushing in. Chapter 787. Female Literature. Senior sister Feng, has big brother Su Yan left? Feng Yuyu said. Yes, of course he has left. She looked at Xue Xinhua with a smile. She could see that Xue Xinhua's eyes were filled with disappointment. Then she said, You little girl, you're really hopeless. Su Yan has gone to sword forging peak now. Hearing this, Xue Xinhua raised her head and said, Why is big brother Su Yan going to sword forging peak? Feng Yuyu said, What else can he do? Of course he's going to be jealous. No, he's going there for your engagement. At this moment, Xue Xinhua's eyes were filled with joy. But then she revealed a look of worry. Sword forging peak was the key point of the sect, and there were many experts on it. She knew that Su Yan was very powerful, but no matter how powerful he was, could he be compared to Great Elder Hai Chuan of Sword Forging Peak? Great Elder Hai Chuan's cultivation was extremely terrifying and unfathomable. If he really angered that person and he directly attacked, Su Yan's life would be in danger. No, I have to go and take a look. She was naturally happy that Su Yan had stood up for her, but she definitely could not let Su Yan take the risk for her. Why couldn't big brother Su Yan wait a few more days? Su Yan was very fast. He had been to Sword Forging Peak once, so he was very familiar with this place. When he arrived at Sword Forging Peak, he saw that the other people on Sword Forging Peak were constantly busy. Sword forging required the ability to penetrate a stone with dripping water. A true sword forging master usually did not care about other things, and would definitely not be affected by any distracting thoughts. The further one went into Sword Forging Peak, the hotter and more terrifying the temperature of the flames became. Su Yan didn't know how this other environment was formed. When he first stepped into this place, he was filled with curiosity. Su Yan's footsteps finally landed. At this time, someone from Sword Forging Peak came down. Which elder's disciple are you? Don't you know that Sword Forging Peak has been closed for the past few days? Hurry up and leave. Sword Forging Peak had a very special status within the Taihang sword faction. The disciples here did not need to be wary of other disciples. Even the disciples of the three great clans did not dare to offend them, because if the disciples of the three great clans wanted a good sword, they would have to come here. The people of Sword Forging Peak were usually very united. If you offended one of them, you would offend everyone. Of course, the people of Sword Forging Peak would not easily provoke others. However, Sword Forging Peak had been sealed off for the past few days. Ordinary people did not dare to barge in. Unless the big shots in the sect came, they wouldn't buy it at all. At this time, the two disciples had already recognized Su Yan. However, they were doing this on purpose. They wanted to disgust Su Yan. This was because they knew very well that their eldest senior brother had an unpleasant relationship with Su Yan. To Sword Forging Peak, Wu Ye was their idol. This was because their eldest senior brother could forge famous swords by himself. The divine sword was the most powerful existence in this world. In the entire Jojo continent, only the 10 great divine swords were known. Even their peak master, Grand Elder Hai Chuan, could not forge a divine sword. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to forge a divine sword. As for the divine sword, it was already the most powerful blade below the divine sword. Back then, Peak Master Hai Chuan had directly forged a divine sword from a piece of meteorite metal brought back by Xuecheng. This sword had ended up in Xue Xinhua's hands. In the entire Sword Forging Peak, no one except Hai Chuan could forge a divine sword. Under such circumstances, the divine sword was the sharpest weapon. It was already extremely difficult to forge a divine sword. In the entire Sword Forging Peak, the number of people who could forge a divine sword was definitely not more than 10. Moreover, the divine sword forged by eldest senior brother Wu Ye was the pinnacle of divine swords. All the disciples of Sword Forging Peak regarded eldest senior brother as their goal. For a sword forging master, the most honorable thing was not how profound his cultivation was, but how powerful the sword he forged was. Wu Ye was their idol. However, Su Yan and their eldest senior brother had a conflict. Especially recently, the sect master had made the decision to let Su Yan and Wu Ye directly duel. This made them hate Su Yan even more. At this time, Su Yan's appearance was definitely not the right time. They looked at Su Yan with malice in their eyes. Su Yan looked at these two disciples. He could naturally see the malice in their eyes. Of course he did not point it out. He only said very politely, "Junior brothers, I'm here to see senior brother Wu Ya. Please help me pass on the message." Su Yan's words were definitely very polite. No matter what, he was at least one of the 10 Taixing swords. Moreover, he was the head of the swords. Even if he was the head of the swords, he was still the head of the swords. This was personally sown by Zhang Zhe. In the Taihang Swords faction, the 10 Taixing swords had an extremely special status. Even ordinary elders could not compare to them. Therefore, since Su Yan was here, these disciples should not stop him. However, the people of Sword Forging Peak had always been arrogant. Moreover, Su Yan was their enemy. A disciple at the front said, "You can leave. Senior brother Wu Ya won't see you. He's currently in seclusion forging a sword. If you want to beg senior brother Wu Ya for mercy, then I think you should forget about it." This disciple's words were already very overboard. However, Su Yan did not expect the other disciple to speak even more overboard. He said directly, "Su Yan, so what if you are the head of the 10 Taixing swords? I'm not afraid to tell you that senior brother's cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. A few days ago, even Wang Baichuan was defeated by senior brother's sword. Hehe, if you are really afraid, I think senior brother will allow you to beg for mercy. However, I'm afraid you will have to kneel all the way from Sword Forging Peak." Haha. Ah. This disciple was laughing proudly. However, before he could finish speaking, he was kicked out by Su Yan. Su Yan said directly, "Humph, I also know that I am the head of the 10 Taixing swords. Then, you should know the consequences of insulting the head of the 10 Taixing swords. Even if I kill you, what can Sword Forging Peak do?" This kind of small fry was nothing in front of Su Yan. If it was under normal circumstances, Su Yan would not even bother to make a move. However, Su Yan knew that sometimes these wild dogs were the most annoying. If you did not give them a good beating, then they would take a mile after taking an inch. They might even think that you were easy to bully and bite you every time they saw you. Su Yan did not have the heart to waste time on these things. Therefore, he immediately made a move. Su Yan's power directly suppressed the bodies of these 2 disciples. At this moment, they could not even move or speak. At this moment, Su Yan did not care about these things. He directly said, "Wu Ya, I am Su Yan. I am waiting for you at the foot of Sword Forging Peak. If you have the guts, then come out. Of course, if you don't, then I will directly kill these 2 people who dared to offend the head of the 10 Taixing swords." At this moment, Su Yan was actually so impolite. His aura was so strong that it was as if there were 2 words written on his forehead: domineering. This time, he did not have the slightest intention of restraining himself. At this moment, his voice directly spread. In just a moment, almost the entire Taihang sword faction could hear Su Yan's voice. In the distance, Xue Xinyue and Feng Yueyu were walking towards this place. When they heard this voice, Xue Xinyue's expression immediately changed. Oh no, why did Big Brother Su Yan do this? He is definitely going to become enemies with Supreme Elder Hai Chuan. After all, she was not as brave as Feng Yueyu. Her first reaction was to worry for Su Yan. However, Feng Yueyu said, "Silly sister, Su Yan always has his own plans. Since he is willing to stand out and compete with Sword Forging Peak for your matter, you should be happy. I feel that this kind of Su Yan is the one I like." Xue Xinyue suddenly said, "But senior sister, have you ever thought that Big Brother Su Yan is not doing this because he likes me?" She felt bitter in her heart. At that time, Su Yan had clearly told Xue Xinyue his thoughts. He treated her as his younger sister. Su Yan was only doing this for his younger sister, not to compete with Wu Ya for her. Feng Yueyu said, "Little Yu do you know why I hated you so much in the past and always went against you?" Xue Xinyue didn't expect Feng Yueyu to suddenly bring this up. But then again, she really wanted to know because when they were young they were very close. However, as they slowly grew up, Feng Yueyu actually started to go against her. This was something she would never have thought of. At this moment, Feng Yueyu said, "It's because I don't like your personality. You are too weak and sentimental. I feel that why do people have to put shackles on their thoughts when they live in this world? If you like something, then do it. If you want something, then fight for it. Isn't this a very simple matter? Moreover, haven't you heard that there is no such thing as a pure friendship between a man and a woman in this world? Sibling love is just a lie. Listen to me, follow me. We will go and pick him up together. Feng Yueyu was truly a bold and fierce person. She could actually say such words. If it was Xue Xinyue, she would never say such words. Chapter 788. Female Literature. However, for the sake of Su Yan, her thoughts were being influenced by Feng Yueyu. At this moment, she was slowly accepting Feng Yueyu's methods. Finally, she nodded resolutely and said, "Senior sister, I understand. I won't be afraid anymore." At this moment, her gaze became resolute. Thus, the two women continued onward. At this moment, Su Yan stood at the foot of the mountain, waiting for Wu Ye's arrival. He had interacted with Wu Ye before and naturally knew his personality. He was very extreme and impulsive. Perhaps he was a very good swordsmith, but in many aspects he was lacking. Su Yan was certain that after his provocation, Wu Ye would definitely come down. Time passed quietly. In just a short while, many people had appeared around Su Yan. Most of the people here were from Sword Forging Peak, and immediately rushed over when they heard the news. After all, the people from Sword Forging Peak were very united, so when they saw Su Yan they were abnormally angry. This was because their two senior brothers were wailing on the ground below Su Yan's feet. Under such circumstances they naturally could not tolerate it. As a result, more and more people were wailing below Su Yan's feet. In the end, no one dared to go up and ask for a rebuff. Then, the people from the other factions also directly arrived. They were all here to watch the show. After hearing Su Yan's voice, they naturally could not sit still and all rushed over. After all, it was human nature to watch a show no matter which world it was in. Elsewhere, Feng Yuhai sheathed his sword once more. He had heard Su Yan's voice. At this moment, he could only bitterly smile because he could hear that Su Yan's realm had increased by a lot again. It was really hard for him to imagine that Su Yan was like a monster. Every time, his strength would be able to obtain a huge increase. Back then, his realm and strength were actually above Su Yan's. However, at that time, neither he nor Wang Baichuan had displayed their true realm. This was because he and Wang Baichuan had started a special kind of cultivation at the same time. Even if Wang Baichuan directly used the eerie state, he could not use the sealed part of his power. However, as time passed, his and Wang Baichuan's cultivation gradually came to an end. His strength had become more and more powerful, but even under such circumstances, Su Yan's strength still caught up with him. By the time of the last battle on the sea, Su Yan had already left them behind. In particular, the appearance of ghost-faced Su Yan made them feel even more terrified. After returning, Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai did not tell anyone about this matter. However, they suddenly realized that Su Yan had already left a shadow in their hearts. Su Yan in ghost-face state was too terrifying. He had killed 2 venerables in a row. How terrifying was that? Those were venerables. Every venerables had been tempered by laws, and were fundamentally different from powerhouses in the dragon realm. However, at that time Su Yan had directly killed him in front of the 2 of them. Such a person was really terrifying. Therefore, after returning from the battle on the sea, he and Wang Baichuan began to cultivate in seclusion at almost the same time. Today their strength had increased again, and their realms had also made new breakthroughs. However, at this time they realized that Su Yan's strength had increased again. At this time Feng Yuhai continued, "Since Su Yan has returned, it is only natural for him to challenge Wu Ye." He was very interested in this matter. After all, he knew some of the entanglements in this matter. What was more interesting was that Wu Ye's strength had also increased greatly. Previously, he had directly challenged Wang Baichuan and defeated Wang Baichuan. That was a real defeat. Although it was a very difficult victory, he had still won in the end. Wu Ye's talent was not bad. Could even be said that he was extremely talented. In the Taihang sword faction he was definitely a top figure. Otherwise, he would not have been able to enter the Taihang 10 swords. However, before that day, no one would have believed that he had defeated Wang Baichuan. However, it had happened just like that. Wu Ye had directly defeated Wang Baichuan in front of so many people. At that moment, his name had spread throughout the entire Taihang sword faction. Of course, Feng Yuhai had never fought with him before. After all, he was only the eternal number 2. For ordinary people, if they defeated the number 1, they naturally did not need to pay attention to the number 2. Feng Yuhai did not know whether this was a good thing or not. Although he had never fought with Wu Ye before, He could see that Wu Ye was really very powerful at this time based on his fight with Wang Baichuan. Although he couldn't imagine how Wu Ye did it, this time he was really powerful to an inconceivable extent. He was so powerful that even Wang Baichuan had been defeated by him. Feng Yuhai did not have absolute confidence in defeating him. Feng Yuhai did not know how Wu Ye had done it, but he had directly reached this level at this time. However, at this time Su Yan appeared. Moreover, he directly challenged Wu Ye in such a manner. Naturally, Feng Yuhai was very interested. Haha, I just don't know if Wang Baichuan will go and watch this battle. After saying that, he directly left the Feng family and went to Swordforging Peak. Shui Baichuan was still cultivating in the ancestral land. His battle prowess was already very terrifying. In the last battle, he had directly suppressed Yen Xiao, one of the vice-sect leaders of the Limitless Demon Sect. Although Yen Xiao was able to escape in the end, his battle prowess was already evident. There was no doubt that Shui Xingchuan's strength had surpassed the great ancestor of the Shui family. His appearance had also eased the situation of the Shui family. After all, unlike the great ancestor of the Shui family, he was still very young and had great potential. After he took over the Shui family and became the head of the Shui family, neither the Wang family nor the Feng family dared to easily provoke the Shui family. At this time, he was still cultivating in seclusion in the ancestral land. Now no one knew his current realm. Maybe he had already taken that step and become a Dao Lord, or maybe he had not yet. At this time he also heard Su Yan's voice. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly and then he said, "Haha, good boy. You really have a temper like mine. This is good. Let me see the strength of that old man Hai Chuan." Where there was the underworld, there would be conflicts. Now that he was in charge of the Shui family, he naturally had his own ideas. For so many years, Swordforging Peak status had been extraordinary. Everyone thought that it was because of the special status of the swordsmith. However, he knew very well that the most fundamental reason for Swordforging Peak's extraordinary status was because of Great Elder Hai Chuan. Because of Great Elder Hai Chuan's existence, when others treated the disciples of Swordforging Peak, they were naturally restrained. This also made Swordforging Peak's status even more extraordinary. Perhaps many people thought that this was very normal, but the real higher-ups and the real experts all had their own ideas and plans. They could see that this old man seemed to be very restless. He had his own plans. If Swordforging Peak continued to develop like this, how different would it be from the three major families? As a group, their status was extraordinary, and no one dared to provoke them. They were the fourth most powerful faction in the Taihang sword faction. And because of sword forging, they would be even more special than the three major families. This old man's ambition was not small. However, whether it was Shui Xingchuan, the Wang family's patriarch, or the Feng family's patriarch, they were all unwilling to see such a scene. Although Swordforging Peak was very special now, they were still not independent. At the very least, Swordforging Peak was currently serving the entire Taihang sword faction. They were still forging swords for the three major families. However, once they truly became the fourth major family, there would probably be a reshuffle within the Taihang sword faction. At that time, whether they were willing or not, the current situation would be directly broken. Resources would be redistributed, and the territory of power would probably be directly distributed. This was something that they did not want to see no matter what. Of course, this was also something that sect leader Zhang Zhe did not want to see. For Zhang Zhe, in such a precarious time, the stability of the sect was the most important. The appearance of the fourth major family would definitely cause unrest in the Taihang sword faction. Even if it could be resolved peacefully in the end, it would definitely hurt their vitality. Therefore, the root of all this was Supreme Elder Hai Chuan. Headmaster Zhang Zhe had arranged the competition between Su Yan and Wu Ye. He most likely had his own intentions. Although he didn't know what exactly his intentions were, he didn't know. However, he had always been a scheming person. Shui Xingchuan was naturally not bad either. He also needed to know Hai Chuan's strength. As for whether or not he could really see Hai Chuan's strength, that would depend on Su Yan. At the foot of Swordforging Peak, Su Yan's figure stood straight. At this moment, no one dared to come within 100 meters of him. It was as if the place he was standing in was a forbidden area. Just as everyone began to feel anxious, an angry and deep voice was suddenly transmitted directly to them. "Su Yan, how dare you? The voice sounded, and then directly rushed towards Su Yan. At this moment Su Yan raised his eyebrows. He knew that Wu Ye was here. At the peak of sword forging peak, a figure directly jumped down. His speed was extremely fast and it was simply terrifying. At this moment, everyone could feel his anger. At this moment Wu Ye's eyes seemed to be burning with flames. Chapter 789. Female Literature. Although they had already guessed that Wu Ye would be very angry, they didn't expect him to directly attack without even saying a word of nonsense. At this moment Su Yan smiled coldly. He looked at Wu Ye and said, "Wu Ye, you actually attack directly? Why, you don't even want the lives of your junior brothers." If he attacked like this with such power, even the aftermath would be enough to take the lives of these junior brothers. Previously they did not realize it, but when Su Yan said this, they immediately realized this point. However, at this moment Wu Ye was completely unrestrained. Not only did his aura not weaken, but it became even stronger. Su Yan die. This was his will at this moment. Su Yan smiled again. Then he leaped lightly and rushed directly into the sky. Then he flew out with a whip kick, and the powerful force exploded at this moment. The powerful force exploded and immediately collided with Wu Ye's power. However, at this moment he had already leaped into the sky. The collision of the two forces was in the air, so for those on the ground the aftermath was naturally much lower. Although there were still a few people who were injured, their lives were not in danger. At this moment many people had different thoughts. They were originally very dissatisfied with Su Yan's arrogance, especially the people from Sword Forging Peak. However, they never thought that their eldest senior brother would be so heartless. The battle between him and Su Yan this time was already very terrifying. Just by looking at how the aftermath of their confrontation in the sky could still injure people, one could see how terrifying this power was. Then what if this confrontation happened on the ground? Wouldn't that be even more dangerous? They respected and loved their eldest senior brother so much, but their eldest senior brother was actually so indifferent to their lives. Even Su Yan, who was a stranger, chose to drag the battle to the sky at the last moment. After the two of them clashed, they both retreated. Although Su Yan had heard from the disciples of the Sword Forging Peak that Wu Ye had defeated Wang Baichuan, he did not believe it because he had not seen it with his own eyes. However, at that moment he personally sensed that power. His expression immediately changed. That was because boundless power was really too strong. Even the current him felt a little numb after the first clash. He didn't know boundless very well, but he believed that if it was a normal cultivation, it was absolutely impossible for a person's strength to rise to such a level in such a short time. He steadied himself and turned his gaze to boundless. At this time he activated his divine will, as if he wanted to see through boundless. Looking at boundless, he felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. At this moment Wu Ye spoke. "Su Yan, you actually dare to appear in front of me?" Wu Ye's voice was always low, and he didn't like to talk. However, at this time, his voice was more sinister than before. It was not low but sinister. This was a completely different concept. Su Yan said, "Why wouldn't I dare to appear in front of you? Haha, now that I'm here, what do you want? The sect leader arranged for us to fight, but I'm in a hurry, so I came early." Wu Ye said, "Su Yan, it's good that you're here. I'll definitely defeat you, definitely. Xinyue is mine. I'll prove to her that I, Wu Ye, am the most powerful person. You, Su Yan, are nothing in front of me." His hatred was so strong. At this time Su Yan was more and more certain that there was something strange about Wu Ye. Wu Ye was indeed an extreme person. Back then he confessed to Xue Xinyue, but was rejected by Xue Xinyue. And Xue Xinyue was so close to him, and her heart belonged to him, so he hated her because of love. This was easy to understand, but his current state was still too surprising. It seemed that Wu Ye's body had merged with the devil. At this time Su Yan said, "Do you think I came here to compete with you for Xinyue? Do you think you can get Xinyue if you win, and I can get Xinyue if I win? Haha, you idiot, I came here today to beat you up, that's all." Su Yan's words were so arrogant, but everyone knew that not long ago, Wu Ye had defeated Wang Baichuan. Back then, Su Yan had barely fought Wang Baichuan to a draw. Those powerful people knew that Zhang Zhe had personally taken action back then because he didn't want Wang Baichuan to interrupt his cultivation. Su Yan had disappeared from the Taihang sword faction for too long, so except for a few people, Their impression of Su Yan was still stuck at that grand competition. In their impression, Su Yan was indeed very strong, but it seemed too naive to think that he could defeat Wu Ya with such strength. Of course, there were also some real experts who had already noticed that something was wrong. The previous attack had already explained everything. Su Yan had actually taken on Wu Ya's angry attack, and he was still able to talk and laugh at the moment. At this moment, Feng Yuhai had already walked over. He had seen the previous scene directly. Then he sighed in his heart and said, Wu Ya is really unlucky to have met Su Yan. They haven't even fought, and Su Yan has already shaken his position in the hearts of the disciples of Sword Forging Peak. Su Yan's previous words, which seemed to be mocking, were actually a nail in the hearts of many disciples of Sword Forging Peak. However, Wu Ya obviously didn't care about this. He didn't want to care at all, and he didn't care about it. At this moment, after hearing Su Yan's words, he became even more furious. He didn't speak anymore, and his entire body disappeared from the spot. Then he directly charged towards Su Yan. A thick light directly appeared. It was a pitch-black sledgehammer. This sledgehammer was definitely not ordinary. It contained an extremely terrifying aura. An ordinary famed sword or even a top-notch famed sword could not be compared to this sledgehammer. Even a sacred sword would find it difficult to block this sledgehammer's attack if it couldn't unleash the true power of the sacred sword. Moreover, at this moment Wu Ya's power was simply terrifying. Even Su Yan's freakish body trembled, so there was no need to say anything else. The combination of the two was simply flawless. It was no wonder that even Wang Baichuan was defeated by him. Such a person was simply a freak. Go to hell. Above his hammer, a terrifying light shadow appeared. This light shadow suddenly bombarded, and the violent power directly went berserk, as if it was going to sweep everything away. The spectators were already a little far away from them, but at this moment they still felt the almost oppressive power. At this moment, Su Yan's expression became solemn. What a terrifying power! His heart skipped a beat, and then he channeled his spiritual qi. The spiritual qi of the Regal Sword Codex was directly activated, and then merged with every muscle in his body. He did not take out the Scorching Sun Sword. At this moment, he actually wanted to rely on his strength to directly receive this sledgehammer. Feng Yuhai's face directly twitched, and then he subconsciously said, How exactly does this Wu Ya cultivate? Although I know that this guy has been forging iron and swords every day, and his power must be extraordinary, this kind of power is too beyond common sense. Moreover, this power seems to be even stronger than when he fought with Wang Baichuan back then. However, Su Yan actually wants to use the most direct confrontation. I'm really looking forward to it. Back then, Wang Baichuan had received Wu Ya's sledgehammer head-on. At that time, Wang Baichuan paid a great price for his actions, and after that blow he was directly injured. After that, although he tried to play to his advantage and fight in a cold state, he was eventually defeated after a bitter battle because he was already injured from the first blow. Wang Baichuan was naturally not someone who would underestimate his opponent. At the very beginning, since he chose to take this sledgehammer head-on, it meant that he had enough confidence. However, after the sledgehammer he was directly injured, which meant that when the sledgehammer came into contact with Wang Baichuan, his power instantly increased. This sudden burst of power almost crushed Wang Baichuan. At this moment Su Yan had made such a choice. So what would this battle be like? Feng Yuhai was looking forward to it. Would Su Yan repeat Wang Baichuan's tragedy? Or, under everyone's expectant eyes and gloating eyes, Su Yan's fist finally directly bombarded Wu Ya's sledgehammer. At the place where the two collided, a layer of shock wave directly appeared. The shock wave directly rolled up a cloud of dust, and then spread to the surroundings with an extremely terrifying momentum. He caught it. At this moment they were all surprised. Su Yan actually took advantage of this blow. He was not sent flying, but he caught the blow. Back then Wang Baichuan could not block this blow, but Su Yan actually blocked it with his bare hands. It was not until this moment that they finally realized a problem. It seemed that they had not seen Su Yan for a while. During this period of time, Su Yan's strength had directly increased to such a level. However, was this period of time really that long? It did not seem to be. However, this guy had actually reached such a level. Was he still human? He was a freak. At this moment, everyone's hearts were trembling. Chapter 790. Female Literature. At this moment, Su Yan lifted his head and looked at Wu Ya. He was so close to Wu Ya at this moment. His divine consciousness could clearly sense Wu Ya. Sensing Wu Ya's breathing, Su Yan's frown deepened. Of course, the previous attack was indeed terrifying. Su Yan had already channeled his power, but he still felt a huge impact. Let's not talk about him for now. But this Boundless had indeed undergone a change. The current him was like a completely different person. The reason why this was so was because of his aura. Everyone had their own unique aura. Of course, this was not the aura of a person, but the aura of one's soul. This kind of power was very unique. Generally speaking, as long as a person's soul was not destroyed, his aura would not change. This was the record of the Stupa sect. The Stupa sect was really powerful during that era. They were even more terrifying than King Tai 3,000 years ago. If not for the great calamity that befell the Stupa sect in order to protect this world, they would probably still be at the peak of their power. It was a pity that everything in this world was predestined. Even a powerful sect like the Stupa sect had to face a calamity in the end. However, Su Yan had obtained many things from the Stupa sect's inheritance. Among them were things related to the aura of the soul. In the beginning, Su Yan did not pay much attention to it, but now he grasped the crux of the matter. This guy's aura of the soul still belonged to him, but compared to before, it was a little different. This aura of the soul was very foreign to Su Yan, but he could feel an incomparably scorching power within it. At this moment, Su Yan was sure that something was wrong with this guy. Of course, Su Yan could not say this to everyone right now because he did not have any evidence at all. Many things still needed to be kept secret at his level. For example, he was the successor of the Stupa sect. The inheritance of the Stupa sect was too tempting. After all, it was a powerful force in the ancient times. If news of this spread, Su Yan would immediately become the target of public criticism. Not only would the Taihang sword faction not protect him, they would even directly attack him. Although Su Yan's strength wasn't bad, he was self-aware. Compared to those truly powerful experts, he was still too far away. For example, if Xue Xingquan really did attack him at this time, then he would undoubtedly die. Even if he let Ghoul Su Yan appear, it would still be the same. However, Su Yan didn't need to let everyone know about Wu Ye's current situation. In fact, Su Yan wasn't interested in Wu Ye's situation or whether he would live or die in the end. What he needed to do now was to give him a good beating, just as he had said earlier. Of course, he wasn't doing this just to vent his anger. Instead, he was doing it for Xue Xingyue. Although Su Yan was a member of the Taihang sword faction's Xue clan, he clearly knew that he wouldn't stay in this place forever. Soon it would be time for him to part ways with the Taihang sword faction. This was because although the Taihang sword faction had already fought with the Limitless Demon sect, it could be said that they were taking revenge for the Limitless Demon sect's ambush on the Taihang sword faction in the ruins. However, it wasn't time for the two sects to start a real war yet. Su Yan was indeed a genius. His future was very bright. However, if he died before he could mature, then he would be nothing. No one would go against the Limitless Demon sect for a dead person. Su Yan knew this clearly. Therefore, in this war between him and the Limitless Demon sect, he didn't take the Taihang sword faction into his calculations. It was inevitable that he would leave. If he left, he wouldn't be able to continue killing Xue Xingyue. When that happened, if Wu Ye still had any thoughts about Xue Xingyue, Su Yan wouldn't be able to find out. Therefore, for the sake of Xue Xingyue's future, he chose the most direct method. Of course, he didn't want to kill Wu Ye directly. He wasn't that crazy. After all, this was the Taihang sword faction, and they were on sword forging peak. He was willing to bet that as long as he had the slightest intention to kill, Grand Elder Haichuan would immediately know. Relatively speaking, the feeling that this Supreme Elder gave Su Yan could only be described as mysterious. He seemed to be able to see through everything in this world. Nothing could escape his eyes. Therefore, Su Yan thought of a method. It was the stupidest but the best method. He was going to beat Wu Ye up. He was going to beat Wu Ye up. He was going to make Wu Ye lose his drive and confidence. He was going to make himself Wu Ye's nightmare forever. Only in this way would Wu Ye think of him whenever he had thoughts about Xue Xingyue. It had to be said that Su Yan's method was really violent. However, from a certain point of view, it was the best method. It was precisely because of this that Su Yan chose the most violent method. He didn't use his own sword Dao at all. If he defeated Wu Ye with his sword, although it would make Wu Ye feel pain, it wouldn't leave a shadow in his heart. If he wanted to completely destroy someone, he had to defeat him in the area that he was best at. Furthermore, he had to defeat him in a crushing manner. This was Su Yan's idea. This moment he was indeed doing this. At this moment Wu Ye was simply filled with endless anger. If he were a giant beast, he would definitely be roaring crazily at this moment. The two of them didn't separate after the bombardment, but at this moment, he was incomparably furious. Su Yan actually caught his attack. More importantly, Su Yan didn't use his sacred sword. Instead, he caught his heavy hammer with his bare hands. Not long ago, he used his heavy hammer to defeat Wang Baichuan. The Taiheng swordmaster finally lost in front of him. At that moment Wu Ye was filled with pride. Ever since he stood out in the Taiheng sword faction, people remembered him as a swordsmithing genius. He was the goal and idol of many swordsmiths in Swordsmithing Peak. All the young disciples were extremely respectful towards him. However, they never knew that this wasn't what Wu Ye wanted. What was the use of being a swordsmithing genius? So what if he could forge a famous sword? People would always remember him as an expert who could defeat his enemies, not a blacksmith who only knew how to forge weapons. However, unknowingly he had fallen into a passive state. He had begun to accept and even adapt to the compliments and worship. However, he really didn't want to be like this. As a result, he gradually fell silent with this unwillingness. He even began to feel that he was born to forge swords and had forgotten his original dream. However, one day the dream he weaved for himself was shattered. That day he finally forged a famous sword. It was the most perfect famous sword he had ever forged. Although it couldn't compare to a sacred sword, it already had a weak spirituality. Moreover, it was incomparably sharp and could easily cut through the enemy's weapons. What was even more rare was that under his meticulous design, the famous sword was still very beautiful. Therefore, he named this famous sword Mu Yu and gave it to the woman he loved the most. However, that was the beginning of his dream being shattered. Xue Xinyue actually rejected his gift in front of everyone. That was also rejecting him. This filled him with incomparable pain. Then the thought that he had buried appeared in his mind, his heart, and the depths of his soul. Unfortunately, many things didn't change according to his will. No matter how hard he tried to cultivate, he couldn't make himself stronger. It was as if he had reached a bottleneck. This made him feel incomparable pain. During that time he stopped forging swords and gave up on himself every day. During that time, the Wu Ye that everyone was familiar with had disappeared. It was at that time when he was in despair that hope suddenly appeared. A voice appeared in the depths of his soul. Then, under its guidance, his strength began to increase. Not long ago, he reached the Seven Dragons realm. Then, after coming out of seclusion, he went straight to challenge Wang Baichuan. This was because Wang Baichuan was publicly recognized as the strongest person in the Taiheng sword faction. As long as he defeated him, it was equivalent to defeating all the young people in the Taiheng sword faction. As for Su Yan, it was only by luck that he was able to fight Wang Baichuan to a draw. At that time everyone believed that if Zhangze didn't intervene and let the two of them fight, the final winner would definitely be Wang Baichuan. Since he could even defeat Wang Baichuan, what was Su Yan to him? And it was also after he defeated Wang Baichuan that another thing that made him happy happened. His master actually directly proposed an engagement to the sect leader, asking Xue Xinyue to marry him. What made him even happier was that the headmaster had actually agreed to it. Although the headmaster's final decision was for him to fight Su Yan, he had absolute confidence that he would be able to crush Su Yan. He wanted to kill Su Yan in front of everyone. He wanted everyone to know that Su Yan was nothing in front of him. Last time, he was only able to become the Taiheng swordsman by luck. Under his invincible hammer, Su Yan's body would be smashed to pieces. Accidentally killing someone in a battle was nothing. At that moment he felt that the entire world was taking care of him. All the good things were taking care of him. Since that day, he had been waiting for Su Yan's arrival. His heart was filled with excitement and passion. What was even rarer was that ever since he received guidance from that mysterious voice, his strength had actually become more and more powerful. His strength was constantly increasing. Chapter 791. Female Literature. Finally, Su Yan's voice came from the foot of Sword Forging Peak. Although it wasn't the day that Sect Master Zhang Zhe had set, since Su Yan had arrived, it was enough. His mood was so hot, and at the same time the killing intent in his heart was so strong. Therefore, he directly swooped down from the peak. He wanted to kill Su Yan in the first instant regardless of everything. As long as he killed Su Yan, everything else didn't matter. Junior brother's life? So what? What did it have to do with him? However, at this time he didn't realize that he was completely different from before. In the past, although he was a more reclusive person, he was still very kind and amiable to his senior brothers. If a junior brother asked him for advice, he would never be stingy and would directly impart what he knew to them. However, at this time he actually ignored his junior brother's life. As the saying goes, those closely involved can't see clearly. He didn't realize that he had quietly changed. Just like that, Su Yan's palm dragged his heavy hammer. As for Wu Ye, he was actually unable to press down his heavy hammer. At this moment, veins had already appeared on his forehead. Perhaps it was because he had used up all his strength, or perhaps it was because he was too angry, but at this moment he began to tremble. No, impossible. How did you become so strong? This is impossible. At this moment he was constantly roaring in his heart. He was simply unwilling to believe the truth in front of him. Just as he was in disbelief, Su Yan's voice was directly transmitted over. Wu Ye, is this your greatest strength? It doesn't seem to be much. Are you that powerless? Haha, you want to kill me, but you only have this little strength. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Su Yan's words were so heartless that they ruthlessly tore his heart apart. In fact, at this moment he wasn't as relaxed as he looked on the surface. Wu Ye's strength was indeed terrifying. If it wasn't for the fact that he had already fused spirit qi into every single muscle in his body, and if it wasn't for the fact that his body had been tempered by the lightning tribulation and become incomparably terrifying, he would have been in a terrible state. If it wasn't for the demonic dragon's blood in his body, even if he could withstand this attack, he would have been seriously injured. At this moment, he raised his head and looked into the other party's eyes. Everyone was stunned. They had seen the battle between Wu Ye and Wang Baichuan. During the battle, Wang Baichuan had been sent flying by this heavy hammer. Even with the protection of the holy sword, Wang Baichuan was still bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Even if Su Yan blocked the heavy hammer with the holy sword, they already felt that it was inconceivable. But now, Su Yan actually blocked the heavy hammer with both hands. Of course, they could tell that when Su Yan was saying these words, he was already struggling a little. But that was all there was to it. Compared to Wang Baichuan, who was directly sent flying, he was much better. What's going on? Could it be that Wu Ye's strength suddenly became weak? They really couldn't understand why such a situation would happen at this time. Impossible. Go to hell. Wu Ye roared. At this moment, in the deepest part of his eyes, a faint red light flashed. Even Su Yan didn't notice this red light. At this moment, his strength suddenly became stronger. Su Yan's expression changed, and he immediately let go of his hand. At this moment, he had already felt the change in this power. It was impossible that Wu Ye didn't use all of his strength before, but at this moment, his strength became stronger again. Under such a sudden situation, Su Yan didn't dare to resist this power head-on, so he directly pulled away. Seeing this situation, everyone felt a little better. If Su Yan directly defeated Wu Ye as soon as he came, that would be strange. But now the rhythm was slightly more correct. Su Yan's divine thought was locked on Wu Ye. He suddenly realized that boundless strength had indeed become stronger, but his soul aura seemed to have undergone some changes. Although this change was very slight, Su Yan still felt it. The soul aura that belonged to him became a little thinner, and that unknown aura became a little stronger. Something is strange, there must be something strange. At this moment, Su Yan took a deep breath. Since he had already decided to directly crush his opponent, he didn't want to use the scorching sun sword. At this moment, his heart trembled slightly, and his blood directly flowed. His muscles didn't obviously expand, but the density of his muscles had become much stronger. His aura also increased a lot at this moment. He looked at Wu Ye and then directly said, "What, Wu Ye, you're finally willing to show your true strength? Then come at me. Let me see how powerful you are when you unleash your full strength." Su Yan provoked Wu Ye again. Everyone was speechless at Su Yan's provocation. Was he crazy? He just wanted to completely enrage Wu Ya. The most unacceptable thing was that he didn't intend to use his sacred sword at all. At this moment, Feng Yuhai was watching the battle from afar. He thought to himself, he's become stronger again. He's become stronger again. Feng Yuhai was also a genius. Although his name had always been behind Wang Baichuan, no one would look down on him, not even Wang Baichuan. However, such a person could only smile bitterly at this moment. At this time, Su Yan had become even more powerful. However, how long had it been? A few days? A round trip would probably only take half a month. What exactly had Su Yan experienced? He shook his head gently, completely convinced by Su Yan in his heart. At this moment he suddenly saw a figure. This person was floating in midair, watching the battle between Su Yan and Wu Ya from a hidden corner. Previously, Feng Yuhai had felt that this person was very unfamiliar. However, he finally recognized him now. This person was none other than Feng Yueshan, who had been taken away by Rosen that day. Feng Yuhai frowned. How is this possible? How is this possible? At that time this fellow was clearly weak and pitiful. But now his aura has become so strong. Feng Yuhai was not sure whether Feng Yueshan had reached the venerable realm or not, but he was sure that Feng Yueshan's aura was already above his. He could not truly sense Feng Yueshan's aura at all. At this moment, Feng Yueshan turned his head and nodded at Feng Yuhai with a smile. Feng Yueshan was a very open-minded person. He didn't feel angry because Feng Yuhai had left him in the lurch. This was because he knew that this was a very normal thing to do. Wu Ya's heavy hammer kept spinning before it suddenly fell from the sky. At this moment, a jet-black whirlwind appeared directly. The jet-black whirlwind immediately swept towards Su Yan. As long as one's cultivation was slightly stronger, they could feel the terrifying aura from this whirlwind. This power was frightening. Perhaps only a venerable realm expert could resist it. This was what many people thought. However, Su Yan didn't have any intention of dodging at all. In fact, his raging flame sword still hadn't appeared. Is this fella crazy? If that's the case, he'll be directly crushed. He'll definitely die under this attack. This fella actually dares to be so arrogant. He actually dares to ignore eldest senior brother's attack. He'll definitely die. Someone from Swordcasting Peak said. Although Wu Ya's previous indifference was chilling, as the battle continued, these people's attention was quickly diverted. After all, Wu Ya's position in their hearts was very stable. As for everything that had happened before, it was just a seed. This seed wouldn't germinate immediately at this time, and it might never germinate. The current Wu Ya was still their idol and legend. Swordcasting Peak had never produced a true top powerhouse. Other than Great Elder Hai Chuan, it was already very rare for Wu Ya to become one of the 10 Taixing swords. After all, the people from Swordcasting Peak had completely devoted their minds to swordcasting. After a long time they had already adapted to this reality. However, when Wu Ya suddenly erupted and defeated Wang Baichuan, they still felt proud and elated. At this time they naturally hoped that Wu Ya could win the battle between Wu Ya and Su Yan. The black whirlwind finally arrived in front of Su Yan's body. Su Yan took a deep breath and adjusted the spiritual qi in his body to the best level. He said directly, "Is it really that powerful? Is that all you've got?" As he spoke, he suddenly pushed his hands forward. As his palms came into contact, the violent power directly exploded at this time. Just like that, he directly blocked in front of the black whirlwind. Soon, the black whirlwind directly swallowed him. At this moment, Xue Xinue, who had arrived at this place, was burning with anxiety. The others were also attracted by this. They wanted to know if Su Yan was really going to be killed like this. At this moment, Feng Yueshan was very relaxed. He yawned lazily and muttered to himself, "Looks like Su Yan wants to trample on someone. He actually wants to use such a method to defeat someone." At this moment his realm was completely different. Since his realm was different, his vision was naturally different as well. The things he could see were naturally much more than others. Su Yan had fought with Feng Wuhui before, and he was best at his sword path. Back then, the battle happened in his sea of consciousness, so he was very familiar with that battle. Su Yan's sword was definitely incomparably terrifying. At that time, Su Yan consecutively attacked with his sword. In the end, he even performed the Imperial Demon Slayer slash, and finally forced the powerful soul of Feng Wuhui to retreat. This was Su Yan's strongest point. He believed that if Su Yan took out his holy sword and then fought with his sword path, then at this time, Wu Ye might have lost or even died. However, at this time, Su Yan did not use his sword path but brute force. There was only one purpose for doing this, and that was to trample on others. For so many years he had been fooling around, so he was naturally very familiar with all of this. He was not worried about Su Yan's safety at all because he knew that Su Yan would definitely be the final victor. Just as he was deep in thought, the whirlwind suddenly changed. At this time, the terrifying black whirlwind was directly torn apart, and then split into two halves. Su Yan actually tore this black whirlwind apart. At this time, he was directly facing this terrifying power and moving forward. How is this possible? Those who had previously mocked Su Yan for overestimating himself or hated him for being too conceited were now speechless. They felt that they must have gone crazy at this time. Could it be that Su Yan has already become a venerable? It seemed that this was the only explanation. At this time, Su Yan of course did not care about the shock of the crowd. At this moment, although he seemed to be infinitely glorious, he was very dangerous at this time. His spiritual power formed a stream of air and directly resisted the whirlwind. Then, he directly charged forward against this stream of air. However, if his power was slightly weaker, then this whirlwind would mercilessly bombard his body. Wu Ye, you're too weak. At this moment, Su Yan's speed suddenly increased, and the black whirlwind was directly torn apart. At this time, Su Yan's body had already appeared in front of Wu Ye. He raised his fist and then fiercely punched down. Boundless only felt a flash of light, followed by a fiery pain. His entire body was sent flying backwards. Until now, he still did not understand how Su Yan could be so powerful. His body did not stop, but Su Yan's body came to his side again. He was not willing to give up. He directly waved his heavy hammer and then fiercely smashed it down. At this time, Su Yan's ferocity was surging. The blood in his body became even more hot. He directly punched down. His fist directly collided with the heavy hammer. Clang! At this time, unexpectedly, the sound of metal colliding was heard. At this time, Wu Ye was directly hit and sent flying again. In the following time, Wu Ye was completely turned into a sandbag. Su Yan's power was too strong. Under Su Yan's crazy bombardment, Wu Ye was simply unable to resist. No, go to hell! This was Wu Ye's angry and unwilling shout. Such a mournful shout at this time was so desolate at this time. A voice suddenly sounded. Stop! After these 4 words fell, Su Yan's body directly froze in the air. Chapter 792. Female Literature. Stop it! These 4 words were extremely simple and plain. However, Su Yan's body actually froze on the spot after these 4 words were spoken. It was as if there was a huge invisible hand that had pinched him. What's going on? What's wrong with Su Yan? Su Yan was the only one who had heard the previous words, because they had been directed at Su Yan. Therefore, many people were confused when they saw Su Yan's body suddenly freeze in the air. At this moment, Boundless raised his head. His eyes flashed with a ferocious light. A crazy killing intent was constantly surging. At this moment, he immediately understood that his chance had come. At this point, he was so crazy that he no longer cared about whether it was fair or not. His mind was filled with thoughts of killing Su Yan. At this moment, his body suddenly flashed and directly rushed in front of Su Yan. He also didn't use his heavy hammer, because his heavy hammer had already been destroyed by Su Yan. At this moment, his fists were his weapons. At this moment, he suddenly blasted out a punch and directly hit Su Yan's chest. Su Yan's expression immediately changed. Even though Su Yan's defense was amazing, Boundless was definitely not a weakling. On the contrary, his strength was terrifyingly strong. At this moment, Su Yan had to bear the brunt of this attack, which was naturally very painful. Haichuan, this is a fair duel between Boundless and me. How dare you interfere like this? Su Yan endured the pain and shouted angrily. This was a fair duel, and Haichuan should not have interfered. But now he had secretly made a move. Soon Su Yan discovered something. Supreme Elder Haichuan was far more shameless than he had imagined. Not only did this old man secretly confine his own power, but he also directly isolated the surrounding sounds. At this moment, Boundless grinned maliciously. Then he launched another attack. At this moment, Su Yan had become a live target. At this moment, many of the onlookers at the foot of the mountain had already discovered that something was wrong. Previously, Su Yan had clearly taken the absolute initiative. Boundless was already an arrow at the end of its flight and was constantly being ravaged by Su Yan. However, at this moment, Su Yan's body strangely froze, and Boundless made a move. Su Yan did not even have the strength to fight back. At this moment, someone from Sword Forging Peak immediately said, "Ha ha ha, I knew it. Big Senior Brother was just letting this kid win. Big Senior Brother is a man who even defeated Wang Baichuan. How could he lose to Su Yan?" Following his words, many people from Sword Forging Peak began to agree with him. At this moment, the shadow over their hearts had begun to dissipate. However, other than those from Sword Forging Peak, many people realized that something was wrong. They were not blind. Previously, Su Yan suddenly froze in the air. That was too strange. It was so sudden that no one was prepared for it. Furthermore, at this time, Boundless was unceasingly attacking, but Su Yan actually could not even defend. At this moment, Fang Yueshan looked at the two people fighting in the sky and said softly, "How shameless." He actually disregarded his status and launched a sneak attack. Should I make a move against this old man? At this moment, Fang Yueshan had already thought of making a move. However, he had been hesitating. After all, this was the Taihang sword faction. Although he was Su Yan's friend and, in his own words, Su Yan's follower, he was still an outsider. Furthermore, he was no match for the old man who was attacking from behind. If he made a move forcefully, not only would he not be able to help Su Yan, but he would also bring trouble to himself. That would not be worth the loss. Therefore, the wisest choice now was to wait. Wait for the other powerhouses to make a move. In a short period of time, Su Yan had been punched 13 times in a row. Every punch seemed to have hit his vitals. At this moment, Boundless had already become incomparably hearty. There was nothing more delightful than this. It was a pleasure to be able to bombard an enemy like this. His entire being seemed to be burning like a raging flame. No, this old man is treating me like this. If this drags on, I will die. I have to think of a way to get out of this. Su Yan's mind was constantly thinking of a solution. That old man Haichuan was too much. How could he trick him like this? If this continued, he would most likely die. At this moment, the other powerhouses of the Taihang sword faction had no intention of making a move. Su Yan would not place his hopes on others, because it was completely useless. In this world, the only person he could trust was himself. Old man, since you are so shameless, don't blame me for this. Su Yan could not directly transform into Ghostface because the cost of doing so would be too great. Therefore, the only thing he could do now was to summon his monster. Oriole, show yourself. At this moment, it was more appropriate to summon the double-winged Sky Tiger. However, the double-winged Sky Tiger was still unknown. It would be a very good trump card. And the Oriole had already appeared in the last battle. When Su Yan was punched 7 times in a row, a huge shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, a golden light directly hit where Boundless and Su Yan were. At this moment, someone naturally noticed this light. What is that? Someone immediately exclaimed. Su Yan and Boundless were in the middle of a battle. If they were suddenly attacked by this light, both of them might die. At this moment, a light directly appeared in front of the Oriole. This light directly blocked the Oriole's front. Obviously, it was to prevent the Oriole from moving forward. However, the Oriole's strength was extremely strong. How could it be so simple to block it? Under the Oriole's wings, an extremely terrifying whirlwind immediately erupted. The whirlwind violently began to tear this light apart. The power of the two directly went berserk. At this moment, the binding on Su Yan's body finally lessened a little. At this moment, he directly used all his strength. At this moment, Boundless was charging towards Su Yan. Su Yan directly laughed sinisterly. You are courting death. Previously, he had been attacked by Boundless like this and he was already angry. Moreover, in order to resist the binding power from Haichuan, his 3 hearts had long been beating to the extreme. Under the stimulation of this power, his strength at this moment was naturally incomparably strong. At this moment he suddenly threw a punch at Boundless. Boundless obviously did not expect such an unforeseen event to happen. Before he could react, he was directly sent flying by the punch. Su Yan ignored him and directly met up with Acheron. Then he directly shouted angrily, "Boundless, you old bastard! Your disciple can't beat me, and you dare to secretly kill him?" Previously, Su Yan's voice was sealed by this old bastard. However, the Oriole's appearance directly broke this seal. Su Yan directly shouted angrily. His voice had already spread throughout the Taihang sword faction. At this moment, the disciples looked at each other. Wasn't Su Yan and Boundless fighting just now? However, more people immediately reacted to the situation. What? It was Supreme Elder Haichuan who secretly attacked? No wonder it was so strange just now. These people were not fools. Naturally, they could naturally see that at the very beginning, Su Yan directly gained the upper hand with absolute strength. Boundless' weapon was directly knocked out of his hand. However, in an instant the situation was reversed, and Su Yan actually couldn't even resist. It turned out that someone had secretly attacked him. If that was not the case, why would he be like this? Humph Jr., you're courting death. Don't think that you can be so presumptuous in my sword forging peak just because you have a demonic beast. My sword forging peak just happens to be lacking a demonic beast guarding the mountain. I'll let you take over then. As he spoke, a figure directly appeared in the air. The appearance of this person immediately caused an uproar. Supreme Elder Haichuan had appeared. In this case, what Su Yan had said before was actually true. While Su Yan was fighting with someone, Supreme Elder Haichuan had attacked. This was cheating. However, at this moment no one said anything. Although they felt that it was unfair, they would not offend the Supreme Elder for Su Yan. It was actually not difficult to make a choice. Su Yan looked at the Supreme Elder. There was no anger in his eyes. Instead, there was only calmness. At the moment, the aura of his entire body was surging. Evidently, the simultaneous beating of his 3 hearts had already caused him to reach a critical point. If at this time he was still unable to directly control this power, then it was very likely that Ghostface Su Yan would appear again. Humph, stay here, the Supreme Elder said bluntly. At the moment, he immediately attacked with the swordlight. The blazing swordlight moved unhindered as a terrifying power rose continuously. This was a veteran legendary powerhouse. He had not made a move in a long time, so no one knew exactly what level he was at. When the Shui family's patriarch had still been alive, everyone had thought that he was the strongest powerhouse besides Sect Master Zhang Zhe. However, later on, the Shui family's patriarch had realized that this was definitely not the case. At the very least, Supreme Elder Haichuan was slightly stronger than him. That was why he had agreed to the marriage at the very last moment. He had hoped to find a backer for the Shui family after his death. Of course, he knew that after his death, the Shui family's decline was inevitable. However, he still hoped that the Shui family's decline would be slower. At the very least, he would still be able to leave some hope for the Shui family. Later on, Shui Xingchuan had actually appeared from the small world of extreme ice. Chapter 793. Female Literature. His appearance made the Shui family ancestor realize that the Shui family would not decline just like that. Back then, the relationship between the Shui family ancestor and Shui Xingchuan was very complicated. If one had to talk about it, the Shui family ancestor was the main culprit behind Shui Xingchuan's disappearance. However, in the end, the Shui family ancestor completely realized that his choice back then was wrong. In order to make Shui Xingchuan stronger, he sacrificed the last of his life so that Shui Xingchuan's power would increase again, and he would be able to see the future. After Shui Xingchuan returned to the Shui family, he took control of the family. He was already very strong, and he also received a final gift from the Shui family ancestor. Although he had not reached the level of a Dao sovereign, it was obvious that his strength had surpassed his master. This caused the Shui family not to decline, but to become even more prosperous. The disciples of the Shui family all felt proud and elated. However, Shui Xingchuan was not relaxed. This was because the Shui family ancestor had told him before he died. Be careful of Haichuan. Supreme Elder Haichuan was too famous in the Taihang sword faction. When Shui Xingchuan was still a child, this Supreme Elder was already in charge of sword forging peak. Back then, Shui Xingchuan's first famous sword was even made by this elder. His strength was undoubtedly terrifying. It was just that this person's style of doing things was too low-key. He had almost completely hidden himself in sword forging peak. For so many years he had not made a move. Many people knew that he was very strong, but they did not know how strong he was. After so many years, not to mention the ordinary disciples, even the elders in the sect only remembered him as the elder of sword forging peak, the most outstanding swordsmith in the Taihang sword faction. They had forgotten that he was also a very powerful venerable. However, this time this powerhouse actually made his move at this moment. However, no matter what, his move was not very honorable. This was supposed to be a fair duel. This was a matter between Su Yan and Wu Ya, but now that he had made a move, this duel became extremely unfair. Now they finally understood why Su Yan was acting so strangely. At that time he was clearly roaring something, but his voice could not be transmitted out. It turned out that Supreme Elder Hai Chuan had not only made a move, but he had also blocked Su Yan's voice. It sounded unbelievable, but given the means of a mighty venerable one, it was naturally possible for him to do that. However, this was supposed to be a fair duel. However, no matter what, they would not bring it up at this time. Because that person was Supreme Elder Hai Chuan. Hai Chuan's status in the Taihang sword faction. He was almost unreachable. Even the sect master was extremely courteous to this Supreme Elder. At that moment, Supreme Elder Hai Chuan's attack was even more terrifying. He directly raised his hand, and countless sword chi accompanied him. At this time the violent power directly turned into a terrifying whirlwind, and then directly rushed towards Huang Ke and Su Yan. This power was already extremely terrifying. When that powerful power directly pressed down at this moment, even the Oriole felt an enormous pressure at this moment. At this time his wings flapped repeatedly, and his body began to move at lightning speed. Obviously, the Oriole was not confident that he could withstand this attack, so he could only escape. But at this moment Supreme Elder Hai Chuan sneered and said, "Escape? What a joke. Unless you've become a sacred beast, you won't be able to escape in front of me. Little monster, how dare you cause trouble in my sword forging peak? I said that I'll make you my mountain guardian beast, so you won't be able to escape." His power surged again, and the intense sword chi directly soared into the sky. The whirlwind directly separated at this time. First it split into two and then it split again. In just an instant the whirlwind had swept in all directions, blocking the Oriole's path. At this moment the Oriole had no choice but to stop in its tracks. At this moment his huge eyes were full of seriousness. At this time Su Yan directly transmitted his thoughts to the Oriole's mind. That old man wants us to be turtles in a jar, and then take us down directly. Huang Quan, transfer your monster power to me. I'll cut a path out. After hearing Su Yan's words, the Oriole did not hesitate. Because of the contract, the Oriole and Su Yan could transfer their power directly. Of course, this was extremely dangerous for Su Yan. After all, his current strength was too far away from the Oriole's. When the Oriole's power was instilled, he would suffer an extremely terrifying pressure. If his body could not withstand this pressure, he would immediately die. Moreover, it would be an extremely miserable death. However, since Su Yan dared to say this, he must have his own confidence. The Oriole also had absolute confidence in its master. At this time his monster power surged and was immediately instilled into Su Yan's body. The moment the power arrived, Su Yan immediately felt an enormous pressure. Even if it was him, it would not be so easy for him to bear the enormous pressure. If his body had not been tempered countless times and become extremely tough, even he would not have had any confidence. However, even with that being the case, the intense pain still caused him to tremble non-stop. He immediately knew that his body had reached its limit. If he was careless, he would probably be seriously injured. However, he had no choice at this time. The old bastard Hai Chuan's power was too strong. At this moment, he felt Supreme Elder Hai Chuan's murderous intent. If he was really hit by this attack, he might die. The old dog was greedy for the Oriole. Generally speaking, if the owner of the monster pet died, the monster pet would most likely die as well. However, nothing was absolute in this world. The Supreme Elder had lived for so long, so perhaps he had a way to break this rule. Therefore, he could only take a risk. Even though he was in great pain after receiving the infusion of demonic energy, He felt extremely powerful at the moment. He even felt that he wasn't any weaker than ghostly face Su Yan right now. One sword to decide heaven and earth. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly roared and all of his strength gushed out. Although the feeling of gathering power in his body was really good, he knew very well that he absolutely could not linger on this feeling. Otherwise, he would very likely be stuffed to death by this power. After all, Ghostface's state was the result of his 3 hearts directly rioting to the extreme. At that moment, his body had undergone a temporary and powerful evolution, allowing him to control such a terrifying power. However, he was not able to do so at the moment. Therefore, at this moment, he did not hesitate to integrate all his power into his sword. At this moment, the Berserk sword directly went berserk. The terrifying power turned into endless light, and the terrifying power rolled out at this moment. The intense light was so terrifying at this moment. This sword was the most terrifying sword strike Su Yan had ever unleashed. The blazing sword radiance shot forward. At this time, the Oriole also rushed forward without hesitation. He believed in his master, so he didn't hesitate in the slightest at this time. His speed and power had already reached the extreme. In an instant, the sword radiance unleashed by Su Yan and Supreme Elder Hai Chuan's sword aura storm collided. If the power of these two collided directly, Su Yan would not have any chance of winning. However, Su Yan was using this opportunity to break through. In order to prevent the Oriole from escaping, Supreme Elder Hai Chuan transformed his power into many terrifying storms. Then he used this opportunity to trap Su Yan and the Oriole. Originally, it would have been very difficult for the Oriole to break through his power. However, at this moment, Su Yan actually borrowed the Oriole's power and forcibly transformed it into a single point. As a result, the sword aura whirlwind was directly broken. The Oriole suddenly rushed out of the sword aura whirlwind's encirclement and looked down coldly. He had forcibly used the Oriole's power in the previous attack, which had been very strenuous for him. Being stared at by Su Yan in such a manner, the Supreme Elder's anger rose even more. "How dare you be disrespectful to me, kid?" His angry roar echoed throughout the sky as he directly soared into the sky. Su Yan immediately felt an enormous pressure. This time it was completely different from the previous one. Previously, it was a beam of sword aura that rushed over. But this time it was his own body that was directly pressuring. That formless pressure was completely different from the one from before. At this moment, Su Yan had no confidence at all. Even so, he would not back down. He would not back down at any time. Just as he was about to go all out, a beam of sword aura suddenly surged up. This beam of sword aura was extremely domineering, and filled with a terrifying aura that pressed forward courageously. Su Yan was very familiar with this beam of sword aura, because the owner of this beam of sword aura was none other than Xue Xingchuan. Xue Xingchuan had actually woken up at this moment. "Supreme Elder Hai Chuan, this is just a competition between juniors. Even if you're itching for a fight, you shouldn't joke around with a junior. Why don't you let me play with you instead?" His rough voice resounded throughout the entire area. "Supreme Elder Hai Chuan, this is just a competition between juniors." As soon as Xue Xingchuan appeared, he directly faced Hai Chuan. Moreover, his previous words were already very rude. After all, his tone was clearly reprimanding. Chapter 794. Female Literature. After Xue Xingchuan's return, he showed his strength. Whether it was the Feng family or the Wang family, he did not compromise or retreat. It was also because of his toughness that the Xue family's disciples had become more aggressive during this period of time. However, even so, during this period of time, Xue Xingchuan had never had any conflicts with this person from Sword Forging Peak. Even when the Sword Casting Peak's Grand Elder brought up this old matter and asked Wu Ye to marry Xue Xinhua, this person did not say anything else and just kept silent. At that time, Xue Cheng even quarreled with his brother. However, today Xue Cheng finally spoke. Moreover, he spoke like this as soon as he spoke, which was simply disrespectful to the Grand Elder. Hai Chuan was so angry that he laughed. His gaze fell on Xue Xingchuan. Although they were both his juniors, Xue Xingchuan was completely different from Su Yan. Su Yan had unlimited potential, but in the end he still had not grown up. As far as he was concerned, Su Yan was still not strong enough. However, Xue Xingchuan was different. Xue Xingchuan had completely grown up. His strength was extremely terrifying. In the entire Taihang sword faction, How many people dared to say that they could defeat him? More importantly, Xue Xingchuan was still very young. He still had unlimited potential. If possible, Hai Chuan would rather offend the ancestors of the Wang family and the Feng family, or even the headmaster, than offend Xue Xingchuan. However, Xue Xingchuan was too arrogant. As soon as he spoke, Hai Chuan was forced to fall out with him. Xue Xingchuan, I'd like to see how capable you are to dare to interfere in my affairs. His anger could be imagined. Being reprimanded by Xue Xingchuan in public, he was already unable to restrain his anger. However, Xue Xingchuan did not care at all. He only said, Supreme Elder, this was originally a fair battle between Su Yan and your disciple. Not only did you interfere, but you also acted in such a despicable manner. This junior is truly unable to accept this. This junior's temper is well known, so I ask you to be more tolerant. However, as this junior has said, if you want to fight, I can accompany you. He was so unyielding that he didn't even take half a step back. At this moment, Su Yan was standing on top of the aureole. He had not expected Xue Xingchuan to directly attack. However, at this time, Xue Xingchuan's intervention was a good thing for him. If Xue Xingchuan did not act at this time, then he would be in big trouble. Once 2 of the 3 hearts were fully activated, or if he borrowed power from the Godslayer sword, he would have to pay a huge price. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan's voice rang out once more. The duel between the disciples of the Sublime Flow Sword faction should be fair and square. Before one side concedes, this duel is sacred and absolutely no one is allowed to interfere. Therefore, Su Yan, before the outcome of this duel is decided, you should not shrink back. Xue Xingchuan's attitude was actually so unyielding. Although he said that Su Yan should not cower, everyone knew that if the Supreme Elder had not interfered, Su Yan would have been the stronger person. The one who should cower was definitely not Su Yan but Wu Ya. Su Yan naturally understood Xue Xingchuan's meaning. He nodded and said, I understand. Su Yan had never been a magnanimous person. Since the other party had gone overboard and wanted to force him to his death, he would definitely not be courteous. In fact, there was still a bit of friendship between him and the Supreme Elder. Back then, Su Yan helped the Supreme Elder with the bellows, and in the end, the Supreme Elder was able to forge a basic holy sword. In the end, the Supreme Elder gave the holy sword to Su Yan. At that time, Su Yan thought that it would be a good karma. He did not expect it to turn out like this. However, this was all in the past, and Su Yan would not have any thoughts about it. If Supreme Elder Hai Chuan had treated him with kindness, then he would naturally return the favor. But now this old man wanted his life, so he could not be blamed for being impolite. Moreover, he also wanted to verify some things at this time. When he faced Wu Ya, he only felt that it was very strange, but after Hai Chuan appeared, Su Yan had a guess. He wanted to know if his guess was correct. Su Yan took a few breaths. Then he left the back of the sparrow and floated in front of Wu Ya. His eyes were very calm, without any anger or other emotions. He only said calmly, Now let us begin the second round. At this moment, Hai Chuan's aura became even more powerful. He naturally knew that Xue Xingchuan was forcing him. It was very clear that Wu Ya was no match for Su Yan, but he still spoke, allowing the battle between Su Yan and Wu Ya to continue. At this point, Wu Ya naturally could not admit defeat, and he would not allow Wu Ya to admit defeat. The battle between him and Xue Xingchuan seemed to be unavoidable. Xue Xingchuan, you're very good. At this moment, he waved his arm and sword chi swept out. Following the surge of his will, the sword chi in the area actually rose up directly. The violent sword chi boiled into the air. At this moment, sword forging peak seemed to have been set ablaze. Xue Xingchuan began to retreat. This light retreat took him dozens of meters away, and then his body suddenly froze. At the same time, he raised his sword. Unlike Hai Chuan's sword chi, his sword was very straightforward, as if it was the most basic sword move without any complexity. However, the Great Tao was simple. When he slashed out with his sword, a mark appeared in the sky for no reason. The existence of this mark was too dazzling, as if the sky had been torn apart. The sword chi of the two merged. A terrifying aura rippled, forming a rain of swords at this moment. Everyone was extremely shocked when they saw the scene in front of them. His sword was actually so powerful. Su Yan glanced at the battle between the two experts. After that, he turned to Wu Ya and said, "Their battle has already started. In that case, let's not drag it on any longer. Don't worry, I won't borrow the strength of the Oriole. This time no one can interfere. We will definitely be able to proceed fairly." At this moment, Su Yan's body suddenly disappeared, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of Wu Ya. At this moment, Wu Ya suddenly roared. At this moment, he was actually somewhat similar to a wild beast. He did not care about anything and directly punched forward. At this moment, a glint flashed across Su Yan's eyes. Then, he directly transmitted his power. The violent power suddenly descended at this time, and the terrifying power turned into endless light at this time. This was like a wild beast going berserk after being violated. This kind of power was naturally very terrifying, and it was also abnormally dangerous. If one was not careful, it was very likely that one would be directly injured by the wild beast or even killed. Therefore, only a good hunter would know that an injured wild beast was the most dangerous existence. However, at this moment Su Yan did not care because he had enough confidence. At this moment, his power directly converged to one point at this moment. Then he directly punched out. Just like at the beginning, Su Yan still chose the most primitive and most violent way, which was to fight head-on. Their way of fighting was no longer the swordsman's shadow, but a duel between two power cultivators. After one punch, Wu Ya was directly sent flying. At this moment, when facing Hai Chuan, Su Yan had already activated his most powerful power, and he almost could not control his body. At this moment, because Shuexing Chuan directly blocked Hai Chuan, the pressure on him was greatly reduced, so his power had already returned to the range of his control. However, in this state he was undoubtedly incomparably terrifying. Whether it was power or speed, he was faster than before and much faster. After one punch, Su Yan's body flashed again. He directly went to the top of the sky, and then directly pressed his hand on Wu Ya's head, and just like that, violently smashed him to the ground. Compared to the battle between Hai Chuan and Shuexing Chuan, Su Yan and Wu Ya's battle was undoubtedly unremarkable. After all, their actions could not be compared to those of the other two. However, there were still many people who paid attention to Su Yan. At this moment they saw what Su Yan did, and their hearts trembled. If Su Yan's attack were to land, Wu Ya would definitely be in a miserable state. This kind of power was really too terrifying. "Su Yan, is he going to kill Wu Ya?" This moment finally someone said. At this moment, Hai Chuan directly noticed this situation, and his eyes were filled with boundless anger. At this moment he did not care about Shuexing Chuan, and was about to attack Su Yan. However, at this moment Shuexing Chuan said, "Senior Hai Chuan, this is between the two of them, let them settle it." Shuexing Chuan chose to stop him. At this moment, Shuexing Chuan directly displayed his cultivation, and the vast power almost made everyone feel terrified. Even Hai Chuan's eyelids kept twitching at this moment. The patriarch of the Wang family and the patriarch of the Feng family, who were watching the battle from the side, also twitched their eyelids. This madman has already stepped into the realm of Tao Master. If this was really the case, then the situation was very bad. Of course, at this moment they were also thinking about whether they should intervene to stop Su Yan. Chapter 795. Female Literature. After all, as long as they could save Wu Ya, it would be equivalent to giving sword crafting peak some face. This small face might be very convenient for them in the future. However, they had to take Shuexing Chuan into consideration when they attacked. At this moment, the biggest difference between them and Shuexing Chuan was reflected. They were already old, but Shuexing Chuan was still very young. This seemingly insignificant point was in fact of utmost importance. Because they were older, they would naturally want to win in a stable manner. This way of thinking was not wrong, but most of the time they would be stuck in their old ways and block their path of advancement. However, Shuexing Chuan was different. He was now in the prime of his life, and more importantly, his cultivation was already very strong. He could still continue to improve. Just as they were hesitating, Shuexing Chuan's power burst out again. His entire body turned into a terrifying bolt of lightning, and a huge pressure pressed down on Hai Chuan. At this moment, although Shuexing Chuan had a disdainful smile on his face, his heart was extremely heavy. At this moment, although he seemed to have the upper hand, Hai Chuan was a veteran expert. If he could be defeated so easily, then the Shui clan's great ancestor would not be so serious and warn him before his death. Old man, are you still not going to show me your true strength? He said softly in his heart. At this moment, Hai Chuan was full of anger. In all the years he had been in the Taihang sword faction, he had never been forced to do anything like this. Shuexingchuan, you little brat, you've gone too far. Since that's the case, then give me your life. At this moment, his entire body went berserk, and a ray of light burned out of his body. The light condensed into the shape of a terrifying, ferocious beast. The beast looked like a tiger, but it was not a tiger, but it had an extremely strong aura. It was like the king of beasts in the human world. At this moment, the Oriole let out an uneasy cry. Obviously, this aura made him very cautious. The Beast King's sword. Shuexingchuan's face turned cold. Obviously, he had recognized the origin of this sword. The Beast King's sword was one of the most terrifying sword techniques in ancient times. This Beast King's sword took the King of Beasts as its sword intent. However, it was not easy to cultivate this sword. He had to hunt down a powerful Beast King and then fuse it into his body. Only then could the Beast King's sword's power continue to increase. However, the Beast King's sword was a forbidden technique in ancient times. This was because once one cultivated this sword, one's body would change. Back then, the most famous Beast King Dizun had cultivated this sword. At that time, as soon as he used his sword technique, 10,000 beasts would gallop. It was incomparably terrifying. However, it was also because of this that he became neither human nor ghost. Behind their backs, others would call them beastmen. This was very similar to Su Yan's method of using the blood essence of monsters to cultivate, but there was an essential difference. No wonder you worked so hard when you saw the Oriole. So it was for the Beast King's sword. The Beast King's sword was indeed extraordinary. At this moment the Beast King's sword appeared. Shuexingchuan's previous attack was immediately suppressed. After the Beast King's sword broke through his power, it didn't stop and continued to rush toward him. This momentum was incomparably vast. Although it couldn't reach the legendary state of 10,000 beasts galloping, it already had some momentum. At this time Wu Ye, who had been suppressed by Su Yan in all aspects, suddenly flashed a demonic red light when he was about to fall to the ground. At this time, hair and scales appeared on his late autumn surface. It wasn't like Su Yan, who had obtained the dragon transformation talent and obtained the dragon scale armor. Instead, it was hair that grew directly from his own body. Ayo! A low roar was heard. Su Yan immediately felt a huge power. What? At this moment, even Su Yan was somewhat in disbelief. This guy was clearly powerless to struggle, but at this time he was still able to burst out with such a terrifying power. Although victory seemed to be in front of him, Su Yan didn't have the slightest bit of reluctance. His power suddenly shook, and then he directly rushed into the sky. The moment he left, a blood-red ripple spread out. This ripple also turned into a beast-shaped pattern. This move was exactly the same as Hai Chuan's. The only difference was that Hai Chuan's was more realistic, while Wu Ye's was only terrifying in appearance. That was all. At this time Su Yan directly floated in the air. At this time he already knew that he was about to face a new enemy. This enemy was completely different from the previous Wu Ye. Previously, although he was violent, he still had a human nature. Humans were powerful creatures, but they were also weak creatures. In battle, humans possessed intelligence. However, intelligence could also be a weakness. That was the weakness of character. Powerful people could continuously become more powerful because they could restrain their own weaknesses. But now, Wu Ye was indeed crazy, but he was still in the category of a human. At this time, he seemed to have become a ferocious beast. He had endless power, and at the same time he had the battle awareness of a super strong beast. Without waiting for Su Yan to prepare, he had already directly rushed towards Su Yan. At this time his speed had indeed increased a lot. Su Yan had already consciously put some distance between them. However, it only took a quarter of an hour for this guy to reach Su Yan. The Beast King's sword. In that case, Wu Ye is also like this. It's just that his soul is so strange. Could it be that he did not completely subdue the Beast King and instead suffered a backlash? This thought flashed through Su Yan's mind. If that was the case, everything seemed to make sense. But he still felt that something was wrong. Unfortunately, even at this moment, Su Yan had not grasped the crux of the matter. But at this time he was not in the mood to think about it. because what he should do now was to deal with the attack in front of him. Such a powerful attack was not inferior to his previous one. Whether it was speed or power, it could be said to be decisive. Most importantly, at this time, Wu Ye's reaction speed could be said to be abnormal. His speed was simply too fast. In the previous battle, it was Su Yan who had taken the lead. But at this time, the two people's roles had quietly changed. His reaction was simply too fast. When his attack arrived, Su Yan immediately responded, but at that moment, he had already begun to change his move. In the distance, Feng Yuhai watched the battle between Su Yan and Wu Ye with an extremely solemn expression. At this time, the two people's combat strength had directly soared. Now, he was thinking about how to deal with one of them if at this time one of them was his opponent. But he could not think of a good way to deal with it. He switched his position with Su Yan. He even felt that under Wu Ye's crazy bombardment, he might not be able to withstand it. I'm really unwilling to accept that the two of them have surpassed me just like that. Although his tone was extremely calm, his unwillingness could be imagined. Compared to Su Yan and Wu Ye, the battle between Great Elder Hai Chuan and Xue Xingchuan had become even more terrifying. Under the confrontation between the two of them, countless sword chi surged. The entire sword casting peak was filled with the sound of sword chimes. It was as if the entire sword casting peak was about to explode. These two were great figures at the venerable realm. Moreover, they might even be Dao venerables. At this time, even if the Wang family's patriarch and the Feng family's patriarch wanted to give Great Elder Hai Chuan some face, they no longer dared to make a move. This was because the strength that Xue Xingchuan displayed at this time had already exceeded their imagination. This kind of strength had probably completely surpassed the Xue family's patriarch. Although they were unwilling to admit it, the Xue family had really produced a Qilin son. Back then, although the Wang family and the Feng family were afraid of the Xue family's patriarch, they all knew that this patriarch was already at the end of his days. At that time, they only needed to continue waiting. As long as the Xue family's patriarchs will died, the strength of their two families would increase tremendously. Unfortunately, Xue Xingchuan's return had caused their plan to fail. And in this battle, Xue Xingchuan had directly displayed his strength. Brother Wang, what should we do now? At this time, the two powerful family heads were communicating with each other through telepathy. The Wang family's patriarch said, "The strength of these two people has already surpassed ours. In my opinion, it's no longer suitable for us to intervene. Let's wait and see. At the same time, we should protect those disciples." At this moment, the choice to wait and see had become such a helpless choice. At this time, a third sword chi suddenly appeared in the sky. The moment this sword chi appeared, it forcibly suppressed Xue Xingchuan's sword chi and Great Elder Hai Chuan's Beast King's sword. In the entire Taihang sword faction, there was only one person who could do this, and that was Zhang Zhe, the sect leader. At this time, Xue Xingchuan's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, the sect leader's strength is actually so terrifying. It's even more terrifying than I expected. Although he had not broken through to become a Dao venerable, his strength was already very strong. However, his combat strength was already so terrifying that even a Dao master would not have an easy time in front of him. In the past, Yan Xiao was directly suppressed by him. In fact, Great Elder Hai Chuan had not reached the level of a Dao master. However, he had cultivated the Beast King sword, so his combat strength was so terrifying. Today, Xue Xingchuan attacked with the intention of testing the strength of this great elder. He wanted to know how powerful this great elder was. This time he had a rough idea. Of course, the sect leader's attack was also expected. The only thing was that the sect leader's strength had already exceeded his estimation. Chapter 796. Female Literature. Strictly speaking, sect master Zhang Zhe was actually of the same generation as him, and the age gap between them was not that big. However, Zhang Ze's seniority was extremely high, so no one compared him to Zhang Ze. Of course, when Xue Xingchuan was young, he swore in his heart that he would surpass Zhang Ze. However, as time passed, Zhang Ze's strength became more and more terrifying. Although Xue Xingchuan's improvement was very fast, he could not catch up to Zhang Ze. Now more than 10 years had passed. Xue Xingchuan seemed to have wasted more than 10 years, but in fact these 10 years of experience were very precious to him. His battle strength had increased to an extremely terrifying level. Therefore this time, He wanted to take the opportunity to see the sect master's strength. After all, although the sect master made a move in the small world of ice last time, he was only watching from afar, so he could not clearly feel it. However, this time he clearly felt it. This sect master was truly a terrifying person. His strength was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Even if I directly become a Dao sovereign now, I'm afraid I won't be a match for him. This is really a terrifying person. He sighed sadly in his heart. This time Zhang Zhe did not come personally. After the sword intent passed, a person appeared in the sky. Sect Master's decree. The battle between Su Yan and senior brother Wu Ya will officially begin in 2 days. During these 2 days, no one is allowed to fight privately, otherwise, they will be punished according to the sect rules. This disciple of the sect master had never been famous. In the Taxing 10 swords he was only ranked 5th. If it was anyone else, the 5th sword would naturally be high enough. However, he was the sect master's disciple, and he could not even enter the top 3. This was somewhat unacceptable. Of course, at this time no one would pay much attention to him, because the most important news at this time was the battle in 2 days. At this time Xue Xingchuan laughed and said, "Alright, that's all for today. Great Elder Hai Chuan, this junior's temper is indeed a little bad today, but I really hope to be able to receive the Great Elder's guidance." Although his words were polite, anyone could tell that he was just provoking them at this moment. Grand Elder Hai Chuan didn't say much. He only said, "Sword forging peak is closed. No one is allowed to enter unless they are disciples of the peak." Then he waved his hand, and an aura appeared and swept Boundless away. Xue Xingchuan chuckled, then said to Su Yan, "Alright kid, it's time for us to show up, or else we'll be disliked by others." Xue Xingchuan immediately left. At this moment Su Yan nodded. He jumped onto the back of the sparrow and returned to the Xue family. When Su Yan first arrived, the disciples of the Xue family were extremely unfamiliar with him. At that time some of them even plotted against him. At that time Xue Xingchuan's son Xue Dong had also participated. But now this matter was simply a joke. Back then, Xue Mingyuan thought that he was strong enough. It was only because the Xue family ancestor was biased that Su Yan was allowed to enter the ancestral land. Then he directly went to stop Su Yan. There was no need to mention the consequences. Of course he was asking for trouble. After that, of course, he also thought of cultivating properly and then getting back at them for what they had done. But now, he didn't even have the right to appear in front of Su Yan. Back then, he and Su Yan weren't far apart. But now, he and Su Yan were on 2 completely different levels. When a person reaches a height that he can never reach, then this person may become his idol. Therefore, Su Yan had become the benchmark of the younger generation of the Xue family. At this moment, they were extremely impressed by the Xue family ancestor's insight. Back then, the ancestor was so powerful that he could see that Xue Mingyuan was different. Su Yan's deeds that were known by others were already enough to become a legend. And today, the scene of him fighting Boundless was an unforgettable scene in everyone's hearts. What's more, Su Yan was riding on a terrifying Oriole. Among the Xue family's disciples, there was no lack of knowledgeable people. They immediately recognized the origin of Su Yan's demonic beast. Because they understood, they were even more shocked. Su Yan was so powerful that he could subdue a powerful demonic beast that could rival a venerable one. To them, this was something that was so far away. Xue Dong became the center of attention again. Back then, due to Xue Xingchuan's disappearance, Xue Dong did not have a good life in the Xue family. He could not become a powerhouse like his father, so everyone was disappointed in him. In the end, he was also disappointed in himself. This was also the reason he stopped striving for self-improvement. Instead, he relied on pleasing others to live a better life. Fortunately, he met Su Yan. Through his contact with Su Yan, he began to work hard to become stronger. Since then, his life seemed to have been a lot more bitter, but he was much happier. Some time ago, with the return of his father, he directly became the core figure of the Xue family. And now, he had become the person that everyone wanted to be on good terms with. Everyone knew that he had a good relationship with Su Yan. If it was in the past, this kind of support would have definitely made him feel smug. But now he was not like that. This was because he knew that what this world needed in the end was his own strength. Only when he was strong could it become his capital. Instead, he relied on other people's identities to show off. That was nothing. After Su Yan returned to the Shui family, he settled the Oriole down and went straight to the Shui family's ancestral hall. This was because earlier, Shui Xingchuan sent him a message, asking him to come over to discuss something. In the ancestral hall, Shui Xingchuan directly said, "Kid, your growth and strength is really amazing. Even I find it hard to believe." Su Yan did not take his praise to heart. He just directly said, "Senior, you didn't call me here just to say these words, right?" Seeing Su Yan so directly cut to the chase, Shui Xingchuan could only helplessly smile and say, "Fine, young people these days are really impatient. But what I said just now was completely sincere. Even the sect master of the past could not compare to your growth and strength. But since you're so impatient, let's cut to the chase. I think that you should have discovered something in today's battle." His first words made Su Yan's expression freeze. Then he said, "Senior, which aspect are you referring to?" Shui Xingchuan said, "Of course it's that old thing Hai Chuan and Wu Ya. Their soul qi seems to be a little strange." Su Yan looked at Shui Xingchuan and said, "Great Elder Hai Chuan, I naturally can't sense it, but I do feel a trace of strangeness from this Wu Ya. However, I can't tell exactly what it is." Shui Xingchuan said, "Yes, I also feel the same way. However, it doesn't matter. There will come a day when the truth will be revealed as the water recedes. However, I keep feeling that something is about to happen. But today, thanks to your help, I was able to find out a lot of things." Su Yan said to himself, as expected. When Great Elder Hai Chuan had made his move, Su Yan had already had a plan in mind. He was sure that Shui Xingchuan must have noticed this place, but he did not attack. At that time, he had already guessed that Shui Xingchuan might want to use him to observe this Grand Elder. Since he had already thought of this point, then he might as well cooperate with him so that he could see the Grand Elder's background even more clearly. At this time, Su Yan said after pondering for a while, "Then Senior, what did you see?" Su Yan felt that Wu Ya was very strange, and he directly told him that this strangeness was not because of the Beast King's sword, but because of the qi of his soul. If his calculation was not wrong, then this strangeness was very likely related to the Grand Elder. Of course, he could not see the problem with the Grand Elder, but Shui Xingchuan might be able to. After all, Shui Xingchuan's cultivation was far from what the current him could compare to. His vision was also much higher than his own. Shui Xingchuan smiled bitterly and said, "Forcing this old guy to use the Beast King's sword is actually a very good thing, but I don't think it's that simple. It's just that there are still many things that I can't be sure of, so I need your help in this matter." Su Yan thought for a while and said, "My help? I'm not the Grand Elder's opponent, even if I count myself as an Oriole. It's already not bad that I could barely escape." Today's battle had clearly shown that when an expert close to the Dao Master level wanted to kill him, he really did not have a good way to do so. Of course, if he summoned the blood-winged wyvern or the double-winged sky tiger, then it would be a different story. After all, these two monsters were much stronger. After all, they were the existences of Saint Beasts. The battle strength of Saint Beasts, broadly speaking, was on the same level as a Dao Master. Of course, it might be a bit stronger. Of course, I'm not asking you to fight that old guy Hai Chuan. In fact, what you need to do is very simple," Shui Xingchuan said. Su Yan tilted his head slightly, then smiled and said, "Boundless." His opponent naturally could not be Grand Elder Hai Chuan, so it could only be one person, Hai Chuan's disciple Wu Ya. Unlike the other disciples, Wu Ya was undoubtedly very important to Hai Chuan. Chapter 797. Female Literature. "Yes, that's right, Wu Ya. Then we will see your performance in 2 days. However, you can't be careless. Don't fail miserably. The headmaster has given you 2 days. So, in these 2 days Wu Ya naturally won't be sleeping. I think you should understand what I mean," Shui Xingchuan warned. Su Yan nodded, indicating that he understood. Now that he thought about it, it wasn't just Shui Xingchuan who was afraid. Even the headmaster seemed to be interested in Hai Chuan. If Hai Chuan didn't want Wu Ya to be beaten by Su Yan again in 2 days, then he would definitely do something in these 2 days to increase Wu Ya's strength. 2 days wasn't a long time, but it wasn't a short time either. The timing was just right. The headmaster's arrangement had a deeper meaning. After leaving the ancestral hall of the Shui family, Su Yan returned to his room. The small courtyard that the ancestor of the Shui family had given him was still preserved, and it was very clean and tidy. After Su Yan entered, he refused to be disturbed and began to cultivate in seclusion. In these 2 days he also wanted to adjust his state of mind. Of course, if possible, he hoped that his strength could improve by another step. At this time, Xuedong walked into the ancestral hall. Xue Xingchuan looked at his son. Although his expression was calm, there was a rare tenderness in his eyes. "Father, why did you call me here?" Xuedong asked respectfully. At this time Xue Xingchuan said, "Donger, how is your cultivation?" Xue Xingchuan had naturally spent a lot of effort on his son's cultivation. Xuedong said, "I've reached the threshold of dragon transformation." At Xuedong's age, reaching dragon transformation was actually quite good. However, in this place with so many geniuses, this was clearly mediocre. After all, at his age, both Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai were in the dragon transformation realm, and they weren't in the one dragon realm. Even Xue Xinyue was better than him. However, there was not the slightest bit of disappointment in Xue Xingchuan's eyes, nor was there the slightest bit of criticism. He only said, "It's not bad. Donger, you have to remember that cultivation must be done step by step. You absolutely cannot be impetuous and impatient. Talent is determined by the heavens, but cultivation requires hard work. Being a little slow now is not a big deal. Many people are late bloomers." Xuedong said, "Don't worry, father. I understand. I won't be impetuous." Xue Xingchuan was very satisfied with his son's attitude. He more or less knew about the matter between Su Yan and his son, and he knew that his son's current attitude was all thanks to Su Yan's enlightenment. Thus, he felt a faint sense of gratitude towards Su Yan. "You have to take a good look at the battle between Su Yan and Wu Ye the day after tomorrow. Oh right, if something happens on that day, don't panic, understand?" Xuedong didn't understand what he meant by if something happened. However, since his father said so, he naturally understood what his father meant. Thus he said, "Father, don't worry. I know what to do." 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. This time the battle was still taking place on the Taiheng Sword Faction Sword Battle Arena. With the foreshadowing from 2 days ago, the battle this time around was particularly eye-catching. Everyone knew that today's battle would definitely be a fierce battle between 2 giants. Naturally, they were well aware of Wu Ye's strength. Defeating Wang Baichuan was already a terrifying achievement, and Su Yan's return was even more shocking. It must be known that at the beginning, Su Yan had completely suppressed Wu Ye. It wasn't until Wu Ye used a special method that the situation was reversed. Unfortunately, at that time, the sect master appeared and directly interfered with the battle, preventing it from continuing. However, this wasn't bad for them because they could clearly see every detail of the battle on the sword battle arena. At this moment, a ray of light shot up into the sky. It was a shadow, the sect master Zhang Zhe. For the Taixing sword sect, this person was the absolute soul of the sect. He didn't need to speak. All he had to do was stand there, and naturally he emitted a dignified aura. At this moment he said calmly, "All right, I think everyone knows the whole story. Since Su Yan has returned, the battle between him and Wu Ye will be set for today. Today, the 2 of them will fight on the sword battle arena. The winner will be able to determine the ownership of Xue Xinyue's engagement. This is Senior Xue's final wish." Of course, he also said that after the battle, if little Yuer is unwilling, she can cancel the engagement. The sect master's words caused many people to whisper to each other. The most important thing was that if Xue Xinyue was unwilling, she could cancel the engagement. If that was the case, then the battle on the stage with no regard for personal safety would be meaningless. The 2 of you can also give up on this battle. This is your own choice. After he finished speaking, Grand Elder Haichuan's voice rang out. How little Yuer chooses is her own business, but since it has been decided, then the battle must be fought. Of course, sect master, you also know that uncontrollable accidents during the battle are unavoidable. However, if this old man remembers correctly, at least the winner will have an advantage, right? The sect master said, "That's right. According to the Xue family's ancestor, the winner will have the opportunity to spend half a month alone with Xue Xinyue." The sect master wanted to say something, but Haichuan cut him off. "That's enough. I believe that my disciple will be able to win little Yuer's heart in half a month. Since that's the case, let the battle begin." The Grand Elder's words were unexpectedly full of confidence. It was as if Wu Ye had already become the victor. This time the new leader of the Shui family, Shui Xingchuan, didn't say anything. Su Yan stood quietly on the stage. He was really very quiet. Without a sound he had already reached the stage. Many people didn't even know how he appeared. At this moment Su Yan's eyes were as calm as flowing water. The calmness in his eyes indicated that his heart was also very calm. Shui Xingchuan looked at Su Yan. At first he was slightly surprised, but then he smiled helplessly. This kid seems to have grown a little. He didn't praise Su Yan casually a few days ago. He really did compare Su Yan with Sect Master Zhangzhe when he was young. Even he was surprised by Su Yan's progress. However, Su Yan's progress was a good thing for him. At this moment we also walked up. Unlike Su Yan's calmness, his whole body was emitting a very uncomfortable aura. He was like a terrifying monster that had just broken free from a cage. Around him, even the disciples of sword crafting peak retreated. They didn't dare to get close to this senior brother that they used to respect very much. At this moment Wu Ye didn't care about his junior brothers at all. When he reached the Grand Supreme he didn't even say a word. The moment he stood in front of Su Yan, his aura had already surged towards Su Yan. If it wasn't for the sect master's aura suppressing him, perhaps it wouldn't just be his aura that rushed over, but his entire person. No one had expected that this person would become like this. He was really a terrifying monster now. At this moment Shui Xingchuan suddenly said, "Aya Senior, your disciple seems to be in a bad mood. Is this really okay?" Shui Xingchuan's strength was already known by everyone, but they didn't expect him to have such a poisonous tongue. Hai Chuan's expression became even more gloomy. He was provoked by a junior like this, but he couldn't do anything about it. This naturally made him very unhappy. He said directly, Whether it's okay or not, we'll see after the battle." Obviously, he was very confident in this disciple of his. Then he said to the sect master, "Sect master, the two of them have arrived. Let's start, so we won't waste everyone's time." After he finished speaking, he moved and directly sat on the spectator stand. At this moment, Sect Master Zhangzhe's figure lightly touched the ground. At the same time he said directly, "In that case, let's start." Following his words, the formless qi that had existed between Su Yan and Wu Ye from the very beginning disappeared without a trace. Without the obstruction of this force, Wu Ye immediately rushed towards Su Yan. His speed was indeed fast, and it had reached an unimaginable level. In just an instant, he had already appeared in front of Su Yan. He didn't use a sword, nor did he use the giant hammer that he used last time. He simply punched towards Su Yan's face. Su Yan's eyes flickered. Then he also punched out. The two forces suddenly met. At this moment Su Yan was actually sent flying. An extremely terrifying and domineering force was wreaking havoc in his body. This made Su Yan's expression become extremely ugly. What's going on? His strength has become so strange and terrifying. Su Yan immediately became incomparably dignified. The last time they fought, Wu Ye had already displayed an extremely terrifying strength. However, Su Yan was clear that a good Grandmaster Swordsmith would definitely be very powerful. This was because only powerful strength could use the 1,000 tempering 100 skills to directly extract the impurities of the sword. For Wu Ye to be valued so highly by Hai Chuan, he must have his outstanding points. Moreover, he also cultivated the Beast King sword. However, the power that he displayed this time was almost completely different from the last time. This terrifying power was actually something that even he couldn't withstand for a while. Chapter 798. Female Literature. Fortunately, Su Yan immediately made the most correct response. He directly let himself fly backwards. At the same time, he directly activated the power in his body, and then used the power of flying backwards to dissolve the terrifying power in his body. Zzzzzzzzzzzzz. A series of friction sounds were heard. At this time, Su Yan was actually standing at the edge of the sword battle arena. At this time, everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. They simply couldn't imagine that Su Yan would be forced to this point by a single attack. However, in the last battle, Su Yan clearly had the absolute advantage, and in the end, Hai Chuan had no choice but to intervene. Why in just 2 days had Su Yan become so weak? No one could understand. At this time suddenly a voice sounded. Did Great Elder Hai Chuan use underhanded means to injure Su Yan last time? No one could understand why Su Yan looked like he couldn't even withstand a single blow this time. In that case, his conjecture wasn't impossible. After all, at that time, Su Yan was indeed imprisoned by Hai Chuan's power and couldn't move. If he hadn't directly summoned the Oriole and broken the power restriction, he might have been beaten to death by Wu Ye. At this time, all the disciples had a kind of disdain for Hai Chuan. In order to let himself win, a great elder actually did such a thing. This was really disappointing. He was actually this kind of grand supreme elder. At this time, there were even people who guessed that during the battle between Wu Ye and Wang Baichuan, this great elder also did something. What kind of person was the great elder? As long as he was willing, there were many things in the Taihang sword faction that couldn't escape his divine sense. At this time, he naturally heard the whispers of the crowd. However, at this time he didn't care in the slightest. After all, he was a person with a cultivation base. If he lowered himself to the same level as these ordinary disciples, it would be too much. Of course, it was impossible for him to swallow this resentment. Therefore, he had to find a good target to vent his anger on. And this target was naturally Xue Xingchuan and Su Yan. Now that the head teacher was present, he could not directly attack Xue Xingchuan. Therefore, he could only hope that Wu Ye could get back some interest from Su Yan. Aha, you're actually not bad. It's a pity that you appeared a bit too late. I've already poured too much into Wu Ye, so. At this moment, his fingers lightly tapped on the chair as he sank into deep thought. For a person like him, it was naturally impossible for him to lose control over such a small matter and even launch a sneak attack on a junior. Back then, he was very optimistic about Su Yan. He even gave the newly forged holy sword to Su Yan. However, Su Yan and Boundless were already on opposite sides, and he had already chosen Boundless. To him, Boundless was not just a simple disciple but also his hope. When he thought of his plan, a fire seemed to burn in his heart. He had waited too long for this day. Therefore, no matter what, he would not allow failure. This matter concerned his future. No matter who it was, if anyone dared to stop him, they would have to pay with their lives. His eyes flickered with incomparable haze. Of course, there was also an indescribable determination in them. Taihang sword faction, Taihang sword faction. After the exchange of blows between Wu Ye and Su Yan, Wu Ye's body didn't stop moving. He did not even think of giving Su Yan a chance. Therefore, he once again pounced on Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan was standing at the edge of the arena. If he was hit like this, it was very likely that he would fall. However, what he wanted was not such a victory. At this moment, the thoughts in his mind were boiling and burning. There was only one word he wanted, and that was to kill. His desire to kill was surging. At this moment, he heard Su Yan's breathing, so he immediately became excited. Su Yan, Su Yan. In the end, he directly roared these two words. He was so hoarse that he did not care about anything else. This guy had already lost his mind. At this moment, Su Yan's expression had already calmed down. In everyone's opinion, Su Yan was extremely dangerous at this moment. If this continued, it was very likely that he would be knocked out of the arena by this lunatic Wu Ye. In any case, the power of Wu Ye's previous attack had already been displayed to the audience. Why isn't he dodging? Could Su Yan really not have the strength to dodge? This thought appeared in many people's minds. At this moment, Feng Yuhai suddenly sighed. That's really fast. The reason why he sighed like this was because he knew that he couldn't do it. Ordinary people might not have been able to see it, but Feng Yuhai could clearly see that Su Yan's body had already flown into the sky while everyone was sighing nervously. However, because his speed was too fast and he had used a secret technique, his afterimage was still in place. At this moment, Wu Ye's body suddenly stopped in front of Su Yan's afterimage and flew straight into the sky. This shocked Feng Yuhai even more. After all, he had been able to see it clearly because of the phrase, onlookers see more clearly. However, Wu Ye had actually been able to react in an instant. His reaction speed was really terrifying. Of course, his battle instincts were even more frightening. However, Feng Yuhai also felt that something was strange. Wu Ye's improvement is really too fast. Yes, this kind of improvement was simply shocking. Of course, if Wu Ye had always been this strong, then it would have been fine. However, the strange thing was that although Wu Ye had not been unknown in the past, He had never displayed any extraordinary talent in terms of cultivation. However, the power that Wu Ye displayed now was simply terrifying. Both Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan were no longer his match. If it had not been for the appearance of Su Yan, there was no doubt that Wu Ye would have been the most powerful person right now. Wu Ye quickly caught up to Su Yan, who was in the sky. At the moment, he seemed to have transformed into a killing god. He immediately sneered and said, "Su Yan, you won't be able to escape." As he spoke, he had already raised his fist and smashed it fiercely at Su Yan's face. This was what he had always wanted to do the most. He wanted to smash Su Yan's face right away. He wanted to see Su Yan's pained expression. He wanted to let Su Yan know that he was the real victor. In front of him, Su Yan could only be incomparably dim. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly pushed his palms forward and directly blocked his fist. The powerful impact continued to bombard his arm. It caused his hand to tremble unceasingly. Such a huge power seemed to be on the verge of directly collapsing his body. At this moment, a fiery vortex slowly appeared. This was the terrifying light caused by the impact of the two people's power. Such a power impact could only be described with one word, and that was terrifying. Whether it was Su Yan or Wu Ye, at this moment, they were both engulfed by the fiery light. For the crowd, such a battle had already exceeded the limits of their understanding. They knew that these two people were very powerful, but they could not imagine that their combat strength had actually soared to such a level. Feng Yuhai was silent. On the other side, Wang Baichuan was also watching this battle. After the previous battle with Wu Ye, he directly went into seclusion. The reason for that was because he had actually been injured in that battle. At this moment, he had already broken out of seclusion, which meant that his injuries had already recovered. His gaze was fixed on the two people in the sky. No one knew what he was thinking at this moment. Of course, no one saw that the former Taihang swordmaster was standing there. The fiery red light finally disappeared. The two people's bodies were directly revealed. Wu Ye still looked crazy, but at this moment Su Yan had already changed. The dragon wings on his back had already appeared. At the same time, a layer of densely packed dragon scales had already appeared. Dragon scale armor. When facing Wu Ye, Su Yan finally summoned his dragon scale armor. Because he knew very well how terrifying this madman was. The appearance of the dragon scale armor caused Su Yan's aura to soar. This time he did not wait for the opponent to attack, but directly charged forward. His speed was very fast. In almost an instant, he had already arrived in front of Wu Ye. At this moment, Wu Ye laughed sinisterly and also directly charged forward. The fierce battle between the two began again. However, from the beginning of the battle until now, although Su Yan had counterattacked, he was almost always suppressed by his opponent. Wu Ye's strength seemed to be a level higher. Of course, many people did not think so, because Su Yan had yet to use his scorching sun sword. At this time, he's still not using what he's best at? This guy, what exactly is he trying to do? Feng Yuhai sighed. In such a battle, Su Yan actually did not use his best sword principle. What exactly was he trying to do? Under the dragon scale armor, Su Yan was crazily attacking. At this moment, his expression was incomparably solemn. He naturally had his own considerations. On one hand, he wanted to continue this battle to improve his physical strength once again. On the other hand, he wanted to know the situation of Wu Ye at this time. Wu Ye's strength had become even stronger than before, but that strange soul aura had also become even more terrifying. Such a change made him a little uneasy. Chapter 799. Female Literature. After his dragon scale armor appeared, his combat power increased by a lot. Even so, he was still at a disadvantage. On the other hand, Wu Ye's combat power was still increasing. His speed and power were both increasing. He was like a beast that was awakening. Die die! The violent power continued to grow in the sky. At that moment, Su Yan's power was still increasing. At that moment, Su Yan's expression changed. His heart began to beat. 3 hearts. The power of the 3 hearts fluctuated once. They were not operating separately, but operating at the same time in an extremely orderly manner. He would never forget such a rhythm. It was the same when Ghostface Su Yan appeared last time. Initially, Su Yan only wanted to train his physical body as much as possible. However, he never expected that under the stimulation of his opponent's aura, Ghostface seemed to be about to wake up. That was a classic rhythm of playing with fire. A blazing light flickered in his eyes. He knew that at that moment, he could not indulge himself. Therefore, he immediately suppressed his power. However, by doing so, his body's movements slowed down. Because of that, Wuya immediately seized the opportunity. Go to hell. This time his punch directly hit Su Yan's head. Under the huge power, Su Yan was like a cannonball, falling directly from the sky. Is Su Yan going to lose? After being hit by such a direct hit, even if he did not die, he would pay a heavy price. Moreover, that punch was not the end but the beginning. Wuya definitely wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. His body also directly descended from the sky. The last time Su Yan had treated him like this and had almost killed him. However, at that time the power of the Beast King sword burst out, which saved Wuya from danger. The current situation was so similar to that time. Woo! Accompanied by the terrifying sound of a sonic boom, he had already caught up to Su Yan. Just as he was about to punch, he was suddenly stunned. That was because he felt an extremely terrifying gaze locked onto him. At that moment he had already fallen into a state of madness. However, under the gaze of that gaze he still felt fear. For someone like him to feel fear, what kind of terrifying existence was this? How? In the end, he did not finish his sentence. That was because at this moment, Su Yan suddenly turned around and directly grabbed his head. Then he immediately flew downwards. Such an unforeseen event happened in an instant. What a terrifying aura! At that moment, Xue Xingchuan frowned. As powerful as he was, he could naturally sense that aura. Moreover, he also discovered that the source of this aura was Su Yan. However, no matter how he thought about it, he could not understand because this aura was almost completely different from Su Yan's. Of course, at that moment, there was definitely more than one person who sensed this aura. Ah! At that moment, a blood-curdling scream was heard. The sound was so painful that it was as if one's bones were being broken one by one. What kind of pain could make someone let out such a sorrowful cry? Is that Su Yan? The previous change was really too fast. Ordinary people, no, even Feng Yuhai did not really see it clearly. Therefore, at that moment they still felt that the person who was in so much pain was Su Yan. However, after the smoke and dust dispersed, Su Yan stood there quietly. Apart from gasping for breath, there was nothing wrong with him at the moment. At that moment, Wuya was howling in pain. No one would have thought that this would actually be the result. Wuya, who had previously gained an obvious advantage, actually ended up like this at the final moment. They couldn't understand what was going on. Su Yan's clothes were all shredded, and his body was revealed in the air. Previously, it was really too dangerous. Of course, this danger did not come from Wuya, but from himself. At that time, he almost thought that he could no longer control himself. In the instant that the light enveloped him, his ghost mask had already taken over half of his face. At that time, Su Yan was incomparably anxious. Moreover, he was almost unable to control himself. However, at that time, the power of Wuya's sword of the Beast King erupted, and that terrifying bestial nature actually triggered the power of Su Yan's demon blood. It was precisely because of this that the power of the demon blood directly suppressed the power of the ghost mask. At that moment, Su Yan felt a trace of familiarity in his own body. Su Yan! At that moment, someone suddenly started shouting. At that moment, it was as if the entire world started to boil. Su Yan, Su Yan! Cheers resounded throughout the Tai Hang sword faction. At that moment, Hai Chuan's expression was extremely ugly. At that time, Wuya's strength was already extremely strong. He did not think that Wuya would lose. However, at the moment when Wuya was preparing to kill Su Yan actually turned the tables and won. This was really something out of the ordinary. He could not understand, nor could he accept, that such a thing had happened. However, at that moment, regardless of whether he was willing or not, the truth was the truth. Su Yan had obtained the final victory. There's something strange about this kid. At that time, he had already felt that Su Yan was not normal, but at that time he did not take it to heart. After all, in this world it was normal to have some fortuitous encounters. However, now, how could Su Yan's aura be a simple fortuitous encounter? That was a powerful aura that even made him shudder. Of course, this power was reflected in his origin, not his current strength. If he could obtain it, his strength would definitely improve. He suddenly stood up and charged towards Su Yan. How dare you! With a furious roar, Hai Chuan's body shot forward. At that moment, Su Yan immediately felt an extremely dangerous aura coming towards him. The aura of Ghost Face, which had just been suppressed, exploded once again. At that moment, Xue Xingchuan also made his move. Grand Elder, do you want it to be the same as last time? The two people's powers clashed in the air. After a single exchange, the berserk power was immediately separated. Both of their powers were burning, as dazzling as the sun. Everyone was unable to open their eyes. At that moment, Su Yan was so small in front of these two people. Even if he directly used Ghostface's power, he would not be a match for these two people. The huge difference in cultivation level meant everything. These were not things that Su Yan's subjective will could change. At the very least, at this moment, Su Yan was no match for Grand Elder Hai Chuan. However, this was the Sublime Flow Sword sect. Moreover, it was under the watchful eyes of everyone. It would not be easy for this Supreme Elder to kill him like this. For example, Xue Xingchuan had already stepped forward. In any case, the Grand Elder and I did not have a clear winner last time. Why don't we use this opportunity to determine who is better? Xue Xingchuan did not hide his voice at all. He even deliberately spread his words to the entire Taihang sword faction. He was challenging Hai Chuan. His status was no longer the same as before. He was now the patriarch of the Xue family, the helmsman of the Xue family. In other words, his attitude directly determined the attitude of the Xue family. At this moment, what he did was equivalent to completely falling out with sword forging peak. In the Taihang sword faction, there was one thing that almost everyone needed, and that was a sword. If a sword cultivator did not have a sword, how could he be called a sword cultivator? Therefore, sword forging peak was the most important place in the Taihang sword faction. It was also because of this that no matter how domineering the Xue family, the Wang family, or the Feng family were, they would never offend sword forging peak. However, today, Xue Xingchuan dared to openly challenge Grand Elder Hai Chuan. At this moment, the great ancestors of the Wang family and Xue family sneered in their hearts. In the end, he's still too young. He actually dares to offend Hai Chuan for a junior. It should be known that in the entire 9 regions, if there was anyone who hoped to forge a divine sword, then this great elder Hai Chuan was definitely one of them. In the current continent, the number of godly swords could be counted with one's fingers. If one could obtain a godly sword, the strength of the entire faction would instantly increase. Moreover, the sword wielder's realm could also increase due to the arrival of the godly sword. However, Xue Xingchuan dared to challenge Hai Chuan at this moment. In their eyes, Xue Xingchuan was still too young. He was still the same as before. He did not know anything and only acted on impulse. The great ancestor of the Xue family wanted Wu Ya to marry Xue Xinyue in order to improve the relationship between sword forging peak and the Xue family. If Xue Xingchuan could obediently follow the great ancestor's plan, the Xue family's strength would definitely increase even faster. Originally, they wanted to think of a way to stop the alliance between the two sides. However, they did not expect that this matter did not require them to do anything at all. Xue Xingchuan actually did it himself. At this moment, Hai Chuan's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. Xue Xingchuan, could it be that you did not sense the terrifying aura coming from this child earlier? Hai Chuan directly questioned. Xue Xingchuan shook his head and said, Terrifying? TSK, Grand Elder. Is it because you're too old that your courage has shrunk? How could this aura be powerful to you? Chapter 800. Female Literature. Hai Chuan said, Xue Xingchuan, don't play dumb with me. You should know what I'm talking about. His aura is close to that of a demon, so I suspect that he's a spy from the Limitless Demon sect. At this moment, he directly transmitted his voice to the crowd. Hearing his words, many people began to whisper to each other. After all, the relationship between the Taihang sword faction and the Limitless Demon sect had never been good. Moreover, they had just fought a fierce battle recently. If Su Yan was really a spy from the Limitless Demon sect, then it was easy to imagine what would happen to him. After all, he was a supreme elder and his status was there. Since he had already spoken, many people's minds were blank. However, at this moment, Xue Xingchuan immediately laughed wildly and interrupted him. Grand Elder, I think you've become muddle-headed. The battle not long ago was a trap set by Su Yan. I almost killed Su Yan. Don't tell me that the limitless demon sect would sacrifice a vice sect leader just to cooperate with Su Yan? This sentence naturally dispelled the doubts in everyone's hearts. In that battle, the Taihang Sword faction and the Fierce Flame sect worked together and killed at least 5 venerables. This kind of result was already extremely glorious. At that time, the legend of Su Yan spread. Today, Xue Xingchuan personally confirmed it. No matter what, Su Yan had already become a hero. There was no doubt about it. Since that was the case, the rumor that Su Yan was a spy of the Limitless Demon Sect was complete nonsense. Would a spy from the Limitless Demon Sect cause the Limitless Demon Sect to lose so many venerables and almost kill their vice sect leader? If that's really the case, then why don't you give me another dozen of such spies? No matter what, the demonic aura on his body is indisputable. How can we let a disciple like him stay? This time, Hai Chuan was determined to cause trouble for Su Yan, because this kind of power was really tempting. If he could directly control Su Yan's power, then he might be able to break through to a whole new level. At his current level of cultivation, it was extremely difficult for him to make any further progress. Moreover, although he was unwilling to admit it, he was very clear that his talent was not top-notch. Whether it was the powerful sect master or Xue Xingchuan, their talents were all above his own. Therefore, they could still improve even more. However, he couldn't do it. Therefore, after sensing Su Yan's strength, he almost couldn't hold himself back. He immediately made a move, wanting to take down Su Yan directly. However, at this time, Xue Xingchuan did not back down at all. Back then, the Xue family's ancestor didn't dare to behave like this in front of him. Instead, he was very polite to him. But Xue Xingchuan, this madman, had actually directly turned against him. This already made him very unhappy. Looking at the gloomy old man, Xue Xingchuan suddenly smiled and said, "Elder Hai Chuan, Su Yan's aura is very powerful. You say that he is of the devil path, but if I remember correctly, your Beast King sword is also one of the devil swords of ancient times." In ancient times, the Beast King sword was a sword path that was abandoned by many sword cultivators. This was because it was a path that fused the soul of a beast with one's body, changing one's body and obtaining a new and powerful sword chi. This could indeed make a cultivator's strength much stronger. However, in fact, this had already deviated from the true path. Almost half of the cultivators who practiced this sword began to become neither human nor ghost. Many people directly showed the characteristics of demonic beasts. It was because of this that the Beast King sword disappeared in the long river of history. Xue Xingchuan directly pointed out this point, which meant that he had already made up his mind to fight to the death with this grand elder. I remember very clearly that practicing the Beast King sword has a very high chance of turning into a beast, haha. The last 2 words were very provocative. Hai Chuan finally couldn't take it anymore and directly struck out with his palm. "Bastard, you're courting death." The palm landed like a thunderclap. The roaring power directly rushed toward Xue Xingchuan. Seeing such a blow, Xue Xingchuan smiled faintly and said, "Old man, are you finally going to fly into a rage out of humiliation?" He also raised his hand and struck out with his palm. The palm power of the two met across the air, and immediately created an extremely terrifying whirlwind. Under this whirlwind, Su Yan and Wu Ya were directly blown away. The surrounding disciples were even more shocked. To them, both Grand Elder Hai Chuan and Xue Xingchuan were first-class big shots. But now these 2 big shots actually directly attacked. Although in fact in the last time they had already set the stage. But this time was different. The last time could only be considered a private fight. But this time it was under the nose of the sect master. What was even more strange was that at this time the sect master, who should have come out to stop the 2 of them, was actually doing nothing. The battle between the 2 began directly. An extremely terrifying light immediately swept out. The appearance of this light caused many people to be unable to open their eyes. A true expert was like the scorching sun in the sky to them. If they looked directly at it, they would only be blinded. "Big brother Su Yan, are you okay?" At this time, Xue Xinyue and Feng Yueyu ran to Su Yan's side and helped Su Yan up. It had to be said that Su Yan's treatment directly made many animals feel envious. After all, to be able to gain the favor of the Taihang twin moons was something that many people did not dare to think of. Seeing Su Yan being hugged on both sides, they were naturally very envious. I'm fine, don't worry. Su Yan tried hard to suppress himself. At this time he was actually in incomparable pain. Ghost faces had become so strong. If not for the stimulation of the demonic beast's blood essence, the one standing in front of everyone right now might not be him, but Ghost Face. But at this time he was already much better. Now he was more focused on the battle between Shuexingchuan and Hai Chuan. He never thought that Shuexingchuan would offend Great Elder Hai Chuan to this extent. After all, even in his opinion, it was very necessary to have a good relationship with the Peak Master of Sword Forging Peak. However, he did so, and he did it so thoroughly. Therefore, Su Yan believed that Shuexingchuan must have his own motives at this time. Moreover, this motive was probably not small. Because there was one thing, and that was that the sect master did not make a move to stop it. The battle between the two powerhouses was getting more and more intense. At this time, Shuexingchuan suddenly laughed out loud and said directly, Hai Chuan, here in front of so many juniors, you can't let go of your hands and feet. Do you have the guts to go up to the sky with me? As he said that, his body was already heading toward the sky. At this time, Hai Chuan's expression was extremely gloomy. He glanced at Zhang Zei's incarnation. He saw that the incarnation was actually indifferent. He directly shouted angrily, arrogant and conceited. The two suns flew directly into the sky, and the fierce collision caused waves of energy turbulence. At this moment, endless light began to surge, and an indescribably powerful aura surged at this time. It was like a terrifying confrontation between two burning clouds. To the crowd, the moves and whatnot could no longer be seen clearly. No, they could not even see the shadows of these two people clearly. For most people in the Taihang sword faction, this kind of battle was not inferior to a battle between gods. The strength of the sword chi was already unimaginable. Even though the battle was taking place high in the sky, the majesty of the battle was still extremely awe-inspiring. Su Yan finally stood up. At this time he had already forgotten about his injuries. For him, this kind of battle was definitely on the level of an epic. He directly sent his divine sense into the sky. At this time it was impossible to see the battle clearly with the naked eye. With the support of his powerful divine sense, he could still see a little more clearly. A battle of this level was really rare. Only by devoting all of one's spirit into it could one possibly comprehend more things from it. Now what he needed was not fighting skills but the power of laws. Very well, Shuexingchuan, no wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Turns out that you have already touched the Tao of laws. If you are given more time, I'm afraid there will be another Tao master in the Taihang sword faction. Great Elder Hai Chuan gritted his teeth and said, he had worked so hard but could not get it. However, this guy in front of him was only one step away from the realm he yearned for. This made him feel very unbalanced. Shuexingchuan said directly, Elder, if you have succeeded in cultivating the Beast King sword, I'm afraid it will be soon. Haha, but now is also good. You and I have not become Tao masters, so we can fight to our heart's content. Shuexingchuan was definitely a battle maniac. When he was young, he had directly challenged many experts from the 10 great sections. It was precisely because of this that he was so famous. After so many years, many people had forgotten his nickname of Battle Maniac. This time, he came back strong and became the head of the Shui family, which made many people forget this matter. And today, Shuexingchuan had directly displayed this sort of madness. As the two of them fought, the powerful destructive aura became more and more terrifying. The power that could almost sweep away everything began to threaten the sword-forging peak. At this time, the ancestor of the Wang family, the ancestor of the Feng family, and other experts directly rushed into the sky. Since the sect master did not say anything, they naturally could not stop such a battle at this time. There was no doubt that both Shuexingchuan and Great Elder Hai Chuan were stronger than them. Although they were both venerables, their battle strength was far inferior to them. Chapter 801. Female Literature. At this time, if they rashly interfered in the battle between the two, there would only be one outcome, which was to be injured by this terrifying power. Even if they could come out unscathed, who would be willing to do such a thankless task? They rose to the sky at this time only to be able to block the aftermath of the battle between the two. After all, if this continued, the aftermath of their battle would become more and more terrifying. In the end, it would directly threaten the spectators. The battle arena was indeed protected by a special formation, but how could it be safe and sound under the impact of two super powerhouses? In the beginning, the two of them were still controlling their strength, but now the two of them were obviously fighting with fire. When a powerhouse really started a battle without caring about anything, no one knew what kind of terrible consequences it would cause. Therefore, at this time they could only act as coolies, flying into the sky and then using their own strength to fix the boundary. With the appearance of the boundary, the pressure on the spectators was greatly reduced. For everyone, this was of course a good thing. At this time, Su Yan realized that even with his divine sense, he could no longer follow the battle between the two of them. They were existences close to Tao masters. They were completely different from those who had just stepped into the venerable realm. Once they had Tao marks, it would be a completely different transformation. It could also be said that the level of life was different. The cultivation path of a cultivator was actually a path of continuous evolution. When one first stepped into the dragon realm, it was when the level of life began to change. At this time, the cultivator would have an essential transformation in both speed and power. As for the venerable realm, it was a more complete process. However, when one reached the Tao Master realm, when one's entire body began to be filled with Tao marks, it was a completely different time. Tao was an extremely ethereal word. Many people knew that Tao was different, but they did not know what Tao was because at this time, they had not reached this realm at all. Because they had not reached it, they did not know. Su Yan's power and life had undergone extremely powerful evolution. His evolution had exceeded the scope of the dragon realm, and even an ordinary venerable realm was only at this level. However, he was still too far away from obtaining Tao marks. As long as he did not condense his own Tao mark, his strength would not be able to contend against a Tao sovereign. For example, the current him couldn't even see clearly. That layer of mysterious power had already begun to interfere with the laws. To him, the two people fighting in the sky were like the great blazing sun, and they were just insignificant observers. Of course, even so, many people were still trying their best to look at the sky. After all, it was human nature to yearn for greater power. However, at this time, no one noticed that Wu Ya, who had been defeated, had quietly changed. This change did not appear on the surface of his body, and his aura was not much different from before. However, within his body, an unimaginable change began to unfold. Without making a single sound, Boundless opened his eyes. At this moment, his pupils seemed to have disappeared. Under his eyelids there were two bottomless black holes. Previously, he had received a fatal blow from Su Yan. Even with his strong body, he was unable to withstand it. At this time, he should have been weak and unconscious. However, at this time he stood up directly, without making a sound, as if he was a ghost. Senior brother Wu Ya. At this time, a sword-forging peak disciple saw Wu Ya stand up. After all, he was a sword-forging peak disciple, so he naturally did not treat his senior brother like other people. Moreover, he had received guidance from Wu Ya back then. Even if Wu Ya had become very strange in his heart, his senior brother was still his senior brother. The moment Wu Ya was defeated by Su Yan, he felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Therefore, he walked over, wanting to take care of Wu Ya. At this time, he saw Wu Ya stand up, so he thought that Wu Ya was actually fine. He walked in front of Wu Ya, wanting to ask Wu Ya what he needed him to do now. At this time, Wu Ya reached out his hand towards him. In fact, Wu Ya's hand was not very fast. However, for some reason, he did not think of dodging Wu Ya's hand at all. Boundless' hand landed on his shoulder, and he felt a numbing sensation. The disciple suddenly felt very uneasy. At this moment, all thoughts disappeared, and his only thought was to escape. However, his legs could not move, and in the next moment his consciousness began to weaken. Even now, he still couldn't figure out why he was in such a state. However, in the following short period of time, he still died. Plop! The corpse fell to the ground. It was so heavy. However, most of the people were focused on the fierce battle in the sky. Therefore, very few people could hear this voice. After all, that battle could not be seen with the naked eye, but with one's own divine consciousness and mind. If this was any other place, such an action would be very dangerous because it would give the enemy a chance to launch a sneak attack. However, this was the Taihang Sword faction's arena. In this place, who would have the guts to launch a sneak attack at this time? That disciple was not the first to fall, but the second and third. Su Yan's divine consciousness was definitely the strongest among all the disciples. Therefore, what he could see was naturally the clearest. Shuexing Chuan and Grand Elder Hai Chuan's attacks were simply breathtaking. He wasn't able to clearly see the movements of the two people. He only saw some afterimages. But even so, he still benefited a lot from it. He began to experience and comprehend that mysterious and unfathomable Tao. At this moment, a voice forced its way into his ears. It was Aya's voice. Aya was the artifact spirit of the square seal, and normally, she would not appear. However, this time the square seal was warning him. Master, danger. This was the thought that she had transmitted to him. At this moment, Su Yan did not think too much, and he immediately retracted his divine consciousness. Although the battle in the sky was addicting, he believed in the square seal's warning. When he retracted his divine consciousness, his sharp senses immediately sensed the arrival of danger, and the source of that danger was Wu Ya. At this moment, Wu Ya was approaching him, but his speed was not fast. This was because this guy was still reaping lives as he approached him. In just a short while, he had already killed 7 people. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly realized that something was wrong. Although the battle in the sky was indeed addicting. However, many people here, including himself, seemed to be a little too addicted. Wu Ya was currently approaching the 8th person. Logically speaking, the distance between Boundless and this person was already very close. The thick smell of blood flowing from his body should be enough to wake him up. However, this person still did not react. Careful! Su Yan directly used his divine consciousness to form a shock wave, and this shock wave suddenly bombarded this person's body. At this moment, this person suddenly came back to his senses. At this moment, he immediately saw Wu Ya's appearance. At this moment, Wu Ya had completely turned into a monster. On one side of his face, there was actually a blood-colored flame flowing with radiance. His body seemed to have grown a little taller in this short period of time, and his strength had also become more powerful. This disciple had already reacted, and his first thought was to immediately escape. However, Wu Ya's speed was really too fast this time. Almost immediately, Wu Ya had already grabbed his arm. At this moment, this disciple who was grabbed by the arm was completely powerless. At this moment, Su Yan had already moved. He directly flashed in front of Wu Ya. Get out of my way. Su Yan directly punched out. The fist hit Wu Ya's face. However, in the next moment he frowned. At this moment, Wu Ya actually did not move at all. After taking Su Yan's punch, his body only shook a little. Ah, save me, save me. At this moment, this disciple whose arm was grabbed by Wu Ya was simply in incomparable pain. That arm had already become withered, and this kind of citrus was starting to spread throughout his body. Despicable. At this moment, Su Yan did not hesitate at all. He directly formed a sword finger, and then directly chopped down. The sword chi fell, and this disciple's arm was directly cut off. Then, Su Yan directly pushed out with his palm, and this disciple was immediately sent flying. Almost at this moment, the Taiheng sword faction's formation was suddenly activated, and in an instant extremely powerful sword chi suddenly rushed into the sky. The Taiheng 9 Evolutions formation. This formation was a powerful formation that shocked the entire Jojo continent. At this moment, the sword chi that filled the sky directly rushed into the clouds, and the terrifying power of reincarnation seemed to have caused this world to begin to change. This sudden surge of sword chi immediately woke everyone up from their mysterious and unfathomable state of intoxication. What's going on? Why was the formation activated? This was the question on everyone's mind at this moment. Enemy attack. At this moment, this bad news was directly transmitted by the guarding disciple through the sound amplification formation. Enemy attack. Someone had actually attacked the Taiheng sword faction. This unforeseen event came too suddenly, and no one was mentally prepared for it. At this moment, the turbulent sky suddenly calmed down, and the Taiheng 9 Evolutions formation stopped operating. Chapter 802. Girls' Literature. When all these coincidences happened at the same time, it was definitely not a coincidence. At this moment, Su Yan was facing the extremely terrifying Wu Ya. Yet, at this very moment something like this had happened. This is definitely not a coincidence. Wu Ya did not look like a human at all. And this unforeseen event happened too suddenly. This kind of thing definitely wasn't a coincidence. Su Yan believed that this was a trap. Grand Elder Hai Chuan has betrayed the Taiheng sword faction. This was a bold thought, but it was not impossible. Grand Elder Hai Chuan must have known about Wu Ye's condition. Yet, he had allowed Wu Ye to do as he pleased. No, it could be said that he had not allowed Wu Ye to do as he pleased. Perhaps Grand Elder Hai Chuan had instructed him to do this. Back then it was impossible for Wu Ye to be in such a state. The reason he had become like this was probably because Elder Hai Chuan had been secretly nurturing him. He could not understand why Grand Elder Hai Chuan would do this. This was not something he could care less about. The most important thing for him now was to deal with the monster in front of him. This monster had become even more terrifying than before. Quick, let's go. Everyone go do your own thing, Su Yan said to the people around him. The Taiheng sword faction was undoubtedly powerful. Normally, no one would dare to offend the Taiheng sword faction. However, once someone decided to make a move, it meant that they had a certain level of confidence. This was not a good thing. The Taiheng 9 Evolutions formation was extremely terrifying. A formation that could be used as a protective formation by the Taiheng sword faction was naturally extremely powerful. However, the Great Protective Mountain Array had stopped working. It was obvious that the formation had been shut down. To be able to do this silently and directly, it must be someone from the Taixing Sword School. The Taiheng sword faction had already fallen into someone else's trap. As for who the Taiheng sword faction's opponent was, it wasn't hard to guess. In the nearby continents, it seemed that only the people of the Limitless Demon sect had such strength and motive. In that case, this Supreme Elder had clearly become a member of the Limitless Demon sect. There was probably nothing worse than this. Of course, it was a good thing that this Grand Elder was currently fighting with Xue Xingchuan. With Xue Xingchuan's special care, it would not be easy for Grand Elder Hai Chuan to do anything else. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly thought that perhaps Xue Xingchuan had already guessed something from the very beginning, which was why he was so overbearing, forcing this Grand Elder to exchange blows with him. But then again, this was a game between the big shots. Right now, he had to do his part, and that was to kill the monster in front of him. After Boundless revealed this side of himself, Su Yan felt that his soul aura had become even stranger. This aura was becoming more and more distant from that of a human. Clearly, this person who possessed great talent in swordsmithing had already embarked on an extreme path at this time. This time Su Yan took out his Scorching Sun sword. He deeply understood that this was not the time for Boundless to test himself. He had already degenerated into a terrifying murderous demon. If he couldn't be killed, then more people would die in his hands, and he would become even more terrifying. As for the others, Su Yan naturally told them to leave immediately, because they were no match for Boundless. They were all below the venerable level. Big brother Su Yan, be careful. Xue Xinyue and Feng Yueyu also left. At this moment, only Boundless and Su Yan were left in the arena. It seems that on this arena, we are not just going to decide a winner, but also a life and death battle. At this moment, the Scorching Sun sword released an incomparably terrifying aura. This was Su Yan's powerful battle intent. In the sky, Xue Xingchuan suddenly struck out with his palm. This was his newest move, the Setting Sun Godly Sword Palm. With the Scorching Sun as the intent and the palm as the shape, the most powerful sword chi could be unleashed. This was the core of this move. After this move landed, he directly said, "What a pity, Supreme Elder. You actually betrayed the Sublime Flow Sword sect. This really makes one feel bitter and hateful." Although the two of them were in a frenzied battle, he was not deaf or blind. How could he not hear such a huge commotion? Moreover, just as Su Yan had guessed, Xue Xingchuan had already guessed, which was why he was so aggressive. He directly dragged Hai Chuan into the sky because he didn't want this old man to work with others. After all, with his strength, if he really did that, it would be an even greater disaster for the Taiheng sword faction. At this moment, the Wang family's patriarch and the Feng family's patriarch were also in the sky. Compared to Xue Xingchuan, they were completely shocked. After hearing Xue Xingchuan's words, they were completely surprised. However, since these two patriarchs could become the patriarchs of their respective families, they were naturally not ordinary people. Previously, they would not interfere in the battle. But now, since they were sure that Hai Chuan had betrayed the Taiheng sword faction, they immediately made a choice, and that was to kill Hai Chuan together. "Senior Hai Chuan, why did you do this?" the Wang family's patriarch asked. Haichuan's status in the Taihang sword faction was extremely high. Even the patriarch had to treat him with respect. But he had made such a choice. This was of course a regrettable thing. However, at this moment Xue Xingchuan directly said, "He seniors, now is not the time to ask these questions. He has already shut down our Taihang 9 Evolution's great formation. If you continue to be long-winded with this old man, who knows how many people will die. So, you should go and block those guys who are attacking. As for this old man, let me deal with him," Xue Xingchuan said without restraint. His words were not polite at all. At this moment, the Wang family's patriarch and the Feng family's patriarch were speechless. This was because they knew very well that Xue Xingchuan was right. At this moment, the most important thing was not to find out the reason for his betrayal, but to save and kill. Okay. The two patriarchs directly walked out of the mountain gate. At this time, Haichuan looked at Xue Xingchuan and said directly, "Although you make this old man loathe you, this old man has to say that you really are an extraordinary person. Your cultivation has actually reached this level, but do you really think that you alone are enough to deal with me?" His words were direct, and his aura had become deeper. He was already very powerful, but now that he revealed his aura, it made him even more terrifying. On the surface of his body, rays of golden light appeared. The light was extremely sacred, as if it was the greatest power in the world. "Dao marks?" Xue Xingchuan asked directly. Haichuan chuckled and said, "As you can see, these are Dao marks. Although they are dim, I am about to succeed in condensing Dao marks. How can you be my opponent?" He looked at Xue Xingchuan, wanting to see a trace of seriousness in Xue Xingchuan's expression. Unfortunately, Xue Xingchuan's expression did not change at all. "Condensing Dao marks, is this your greatest reliance? If that's all, it's still not enough. I think the reason why you betrayed us is because you are about to die, right? You bunch of old things have clearly lived for so long, but why are you still so afraid of death? Back then old man Xue was like this and now you are the same. Annoying." The old man Xue he mentioned was naturally the ancestor of the Xue clan. More than 10 years ago, the ancestor of the Xue clan was tempted by greed and directly attacked him. In the end, he forced him to leave and enter the ruins. Xue Xian is just an idiot. He is always overcautious. I expected him to die, Great Elder Haichuan said directly. Xue Xingchuan squinted his eyes. Xue Xian was the name of the late ancestor of the Xue clan. Haichuan's words revealed one thing. The reason why the ancestor of the Xue clan attacked him back then was very likely because he was bewitched by this person in front of him. I was wondering why that old thing suddenly wanted to swallow me to prolong his life. So it was you, old man, who was playing tricks. No wonder I dislike you every time I see you. This was really a case of settling old and new grudges together. Xue Xingchuan, I don't want to waste my breath on you anymore. Today, the Taihang sword faction will definitely be destroyed by the limitless demon sect. So you can die for me too. At this moment, the marks of Dao entered his body, and his sword chi skyrocketed. Around him, terrifying beasts suddenly appeared. This was the result of the Beast King sword's cultivation reaching an extremely high level. Xue Xingchuan didn't care about this at all. An old dog like you doesn't seem to have anything else other than bragging. You want to kill me? Hehe, you don't have the ability to do that. Xue Xingchuan swung his sword and charged at the beast shadows. Such a violent power turned into a terrifying mark in the sky. It suddenly fell down. Kid of the Xue clan, I'll let you know what the dignity of a Dao sovereign is. Golden light spread and entered the beast shadows. The beast shadows expanded like the resurrection of the Beast King. Terrifying power filled the sky. In an instant, Xue Xingchuan's sword shadows were swallowed up. At the same time, Wu Ye's body rapidly changed again. His entire body was enveloped in flames. The crimson flames were so strange, and his body was so terrifying. The flames flowed as if they were a part of his body, and he could do whatever he wanted. Chapter 803. Girl Literature. The flame was like a long snake following his heart. A pair of eyes appeared on each of the fire snakes. Wu Ye was extremely strange at this moment. Wu Ye, who should have lost his mind, suddenly opened his mouth. Su Yan, you're standing in front of me again. Haha, maybe it's fate or maybe it's fate. Today I'm going to kill you. Wu Ye's voice was so calm. There was no overflowing hatred in his words. Instead, there was a faint sense of sorrow. Suyin asked directly, Wuya, what happened? Why did you become like this? The relationship between Suyin and Wuya was definitely not good. However, if one thought about it carefully, there was no hatred between the two of them. If one had to say that it was only hatred born from love. Now that Wuya had reached such a level, his strength was indeed extremely terrifying. However, Suyin could feel his pain. And obviously this was definitely not what he wanted. What happened? It doesn't make any sense. Suyin, I don't want to kill you. It's just that Master has taken a fancy to your fate. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for your bad luck. Wuya raised his hand and a flame shot towards the surroundings. The flame danced wildly in the air. Soon it turned into a domain. As soon as this flame domain appeared, it had already trapped Suyin here. Suyin, I'm no longer human. Wuya sighed. How sorrowful were these few words. His current appearance was neither human nor ghost. Naturally, he could no longer be called a human. What does Hai Chuan want to do? Suyin asked. Wuya smiled bitterly and said, What does he want to do? Master wants to become a Tao master. He wants to forge a divine sword. He wants to be immortal. Wuya's bitter smile set off Hai Chuan's madness. Immortal? Was there really anyone in this world who could be immortal? No, it was impossible. But now he wanted to do it. It was ridiculous. However, it was clear that Hai Chuan was stubbornly pursuing this ridiculous goal. I know you don't believe such a thing exists in this world, but Master does. As long as Master is willing, I can make sacrifices for him. At this moment, Wu Ye's emotions had calmed down. Suyin, do you know that in ancient times, there was a powerful race called the Flame Demons? Their strength was definitely not below that of the evil demons, and even surpassed them. And now I am a flame devil. The flames moved, directly crashing towards Suyin. Suyin controlled his sword qi and fought with it. The Balrog had disappeared for too long, and that was a history that predated the arrival of the demons. Even the Taihang sword faction did not have any records of this. But this elder Hai Chuan actually obtained a flame seed of the ancient flame devil, and planted it in Wu Ya's body. It was also because of this that Wu Ya's strength had suddenly increased, and his battle prowess had rapidly increased. In order to cover up, Hai Chuan had inserted the Beast King Sword qi into Wu Ya's body. So during the battle, the Beast King Sword's power would suddenly erupt. At this moment, the battle between Hai Chuan and Xuexing Chuan had reached a climax, and Hai Chuan could no longer control the power of the Beast King Sword qi. So without the suppression of the Beast King Sword, the power of the Flame Devil's seed began to awaken. Hai Chuan treated you like this and you still work for him? Suyin blocked another flame snake's attack, and then directly questioned. Wu Ya's body became more and more illusory, and his human features were becoming less and less. He controlled the power of the flame and then said, My life was given to me by Master. Since Master wants me to die, then I can only die. For Master, I am willing to sacrifice my life. So Suyin, I will do my best to kill you. Hearing his words, Suyin frowned. Then he asked, Why does Hai Chuan want to kill me? If it was Wu Ya who wanted to kill him, Suyin could understand that it was hatred born from love, and that Wu Ya wanted to kill him as soon as possible. However, this was not Wu Ya's own will, but Hai Chuan's. There seemed to be no enmity between him and Great Elder Hai Chuan. But why did he have to do this? It's because of your fate. Your fate is too special. Master can sense your special fate. Only by collecting your soul, and using your soul as the foundation can he forge an extremely powerful divine sword. Suyin, you shouldn't have helped Master forge the sword last time. Wu Ya said. At this moment Suyin finally understood. It turned out that when Hai Chuan forged the sword and he helped him with the wind and thunder box, Hai Chuan actually noticed his fate. Even though Suyin knew nothing about birth charts, he had no idea what birth charts were. However, he already understood that it was because of his help last time that he had planted the seed of disaster for himself. Master had originally given up on the idea of forging a divine sword. At that time he had obtained that piece of meteoric iron. However, he had long known that it was impossible for him to forge a divine sword with it. Even if it was a divine sword, it would only be a low-level divine sword. However, because of your fate, the essence of Master's holy sword was directly improved. From that moment on, Master already knew that his chance had come. Therefore, from that day on, he had already begun to prepare. If Wu Ya had not told him this, Su Yan would definitely not have expected this. It turned out that the root of the disaster was because of that time when he had helped forge the sword. I see. Wu Ya, to repay you I will kill you. Dancing fish dragon sword, cutting heaven and earth. 2 consecutive sword strikes burst out, and the terrifying sword chi directly rushed toward Wu Ya. Well, if you can, then kill me. I will repay you with gratitude. I hope you can do it. The battle between the 2 young experts began again. In this world of flames, the battle of life and death had begun. Outside the Taihang sword faction, the disciples of the Limitless Demon sect had already launched their attack. The ones at the forefront were merely the low-level cannon fodder of the Limitless Demon sect. Naturally, these people could not deal a heavy blow to the Taihang sword faction. However, they could bring great pressure and exhaustion to the Taihang sword faction. If the Taihang 9 Evolution's Great Formation had not been stopped, no matter how many cannon fodder there were, it would have been useless. The terrifying power of the Taihang 9 Evolution's Great Formation could kill all of these cannon fodder in a short period of time. However, since the Limitless Demon sect had already made their move, how could they have missed out on something as terrifying as the Taihang 9 Evolution's Great Formation? Therefore, from the very beginning, this Great Formation had been turned off. The pawns they had left in the Taihang sword faction had done this. The disciples of the Taihang sword faction were now rushing to meet the enemy head-on. In the first clash, they had indeed killed a large number of cannon fodder. However, they had also suffered casualties on their side. Right at this moment, a powerful force was already charging towards them from the horizon. It was the venerables of the Limitless Demon sect. Previously, the Limitless Demon sect had lost many venerables. How could the Limitless Demon sect let this matter rest so easily? Everyone knew that their revenge would be carried out. However, no one had expected that this revenge would be so arrogant and domineering. The Limitless Demon sect was actually attacking the Taihang sword faction directly. This was a prelude to the destruction of the Taihang sword faction. The Limitless Demon sect and the Taihang sword faction were both among the top 10 sects in the Jojo continent. Both of them were colossal existences. And now, the battle between these 2 colossal existences had begun. Moreover, it was so blatant. Everyone knew that the Limitless Demon sect was extremely powerful. Although they were both among the top 10 sects, the Limitless Demon sect's strength was above that of the Taihang sword faction. However, the Limitless Demon sect wanted to take down the Taihang sword faction in one go. Their appetite was too big. Before today, no one would have thought of this. Even now, there were still people who were unwilling to believe it. At this moment, a loud voice resounded in the sky above the Taihang sword faction. Taihang sword faction, you dared to scheme against my sage sect in the past. Today, I'm here to destroy your entire Taihang sword faction. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Jojo continent was alarmed. Moreover, this time the Taihang sword faction's Taihang 9 Evolutions formation was not activated. When the people of the Limitless Demon sect rushed over like a flood, it was a terrifying sight. The patriarchs of the Wang family and Feng family led their people to the front of the mountain gate. Everyone, those who dare to offend the Taihang sword faction will be killed without mercy. The 2 of them charged towards the venerables of the Limitless Demon sect. At the same time, Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan headed straight for the formation eye of the sect's Taihang 9 derivation Great Array. For the Taihang sword faction, today was definitely a huge calamity. As for whether or not they could survive this great calamity, the most crucial factor was whether or not they could activate the Grand Taixing 9 Evolution's Grand Formation. In the sky, Yan Xiao roared, "Humph Wang Badong Feng Haisheng, you 2 old things dare to jump out. Today I'll take care of you." Back then, Yan Xiao was ambushed by Xue Xingchuan and almost lost his life. This time he was here to take revenge. "Yan Xiao, you may be a Dao master, but aren't you afraid that our sect leader will kill you?" Wang Badong was the patriarch of the Wang family. His combat strength was also very strong. Although he could not reach the level of a Dao master, he and the patriarch of the Feng family could fight a Dao master for a while. He believed that the sect leader Zhang Zhe would appear soon. In front of the majesty of the Taihang godly sword, Yan Xiao was nothing. even if he was a Tao master. At this moment Yin Xiao burst out laughing. Ha ha, you two idiots, do you think that Zhang Zhe will have a chance to appear? Since our sage sect has taken action, we must have a plan. Today Zhang Zhe will die. Everyone in the Taihang sword faction will die. Chapter 804. Female Literature. At this moment, Yin Zhao's aura had reached its peak. After all, he was a Tao master. Xue Xingchuan was able to fight him head-on, and even forced him to retreat. That was because Xue Xingchuan himself was an anomaly. He had been sealed in Xiejian's small world of ice for 10 years, and his strength had improved tremendously. He was a classic example of someone whose combat strength had greatly exceeded his realm. Moreover, he had the help of Qiu Zifan from the Blazing Flame sect. At this moment the patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Badong, and the patriarch of the Feng family, Feng Haisheng, could only barely hold him back. Moreover, the situation was very different now. At this moment the Boundless Demon sect suddenly launched an attack, and directly displayed a terrifying oppressive force. Moreover, the sect leader Zhang Zhe did not make any moves, and the Taixing 9 Evolutions formation had been stopped. Therefore, even the two patriarchs were extremely shocked at this moment. Under such psychological pressure, Yin Zhao's aura seemed to have expanded again. Sons of the Boundless Demon sect, kill them all, and release your desires as you wish. Yin Zhao's voice was like a rolling tide, and directly spread to the entire Taihang sword faction. At this moment, the disciples of the Taihang sword faction began to fight with all their might, and a bloody battle had begun. At this moment, Yin Xiao was truly invincible. He directly crushed Wang Badong and Feng Haisheng, and his powerful strength swept over like a huge wave. Wang Badong and Feng Haisheng together could barely resist it. However, anyone could see that the two of them were not in good condition at this moment. Only when one truly fought with a Tao master expert, one would know how terrifying this kind of pressure was. The power of this Tao mark was simply innately suppressing their strength. The reason why Tao masters were so terrifying was because of the existence of this Tao mark. If it were not for the fact that the two of them had cultivated for a long time and had a strong foundation, if it were someone else, they would have been killed already. Damn it, what should we do now? At this moment, Wang Badong and Feng Haisheng were communicating in their minds. What do we do? What else can we do? We can only face them head-on. Don't tell me we can beg for mercy from these lunatics. We are the supreme elders of the Taihang sword faction, and have been respected by the disciples of the Taihang sword faction for so many years. Now that danger has come, we naturally have to bear this pressure. Even if we die, we have to bite off a piece of this dog's meat. Feng Haisheng shouted angrily. At this moment, after hearing Feng Haisheng's words, Wang Tong's heart was suddenly filled with a sense of heroism. Brother Feng, you're right. Anyway, the two of us have lived long enough. What are we still worried about? Kill. As soon as the word kill was uttered, his body abruptly charged forward. Under the support of a resolute will, the battle strength of both of them seemed to have increased. In a short period of time, the two of them actually resisted the pressure. Even the suppression of the Tao marks couldn't break through their joint attack in a short period of time. Taihang disciples, follow me and kill. At the foot of the mountain, many disciples were constantly charging forward. Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai had already rushed to the formation I. Repairing the Taihang 9 Evolution's great formation was the top priority. At this time, the ordinary disciples were charging forward under the leadership of the sect leader's disciple. Cui Hongfei had always kept a low profile. He was only ranked 5th in the Taihang 10 swords. However, at this moment he directly displayed his true strength. Around him 10 sword shadows flew horizontally. That was the Taihang 10 swords. This was an extremely unpopular sword technique of the Sublime Flow sword sect. However, it was an extremely powerful sword technique. Due to the fact that it was difficult to cultivate over the years, there was gradually no one who cultivated it. Who would have thought that this person would actually be able to cultivate it to the initial level? When this set of sword techniques was displayed at this time, it immediately displayed his powerful strength. The 10 sword shadows ran amok. In a short period of time, they had already killed dozens of powerful disciples of the Limitless Demon sect. Under the leadership of this person, the young experts of the Taihang sword faction launched a desperate attack. Of course, at this time Mu Tianxing also directly took action. After the last battle, He followed Su Yan to the Taihang sword faction. However, during that battle he had used a lot of power, so he had to go into seclusion to recuperate. At this time the Taihang sword faction was facing a great disaster. Naturally, he could not continue his seclusion. He directly launched a massacre. At this time he could not display the power of a Dao master. He could not even display the power of a three origin. However, the appearance of a venerable had a great impact on the battle. Then there was Fang Yueshan, who had also made a move. Of course, this guy's actions were more insidious. He did not look for strong opponents at all. He just quietly killed those who were not at the top of their cultivation but were already difficult to deal with. Fang Yueshan's eyes were very sharp. He clearly knew that the existence of these core forces was a huge threat. After all, the number of experts in the Boundless Demon sect was not very high. However, these core forces would cause great harm to the young disciples of the Taihang sword faction. In the two corners, Shuexingyue and Fengyueyu, the Taihang twin moons, also directly used their strongest power to kill the enemies. The beautiful Taihang twin moons were still as beautiful as ever even when they were killing their enemies. When the disciples of the Limitless Demon sect saw their beauty, they became greedy for them. However, it was a pity that the two of them weren't just flower vases. They had survived on the Divine Devil Island. Moreover, they were two of the Taihang tin swords. Naturally, they did not hesitate to kill the enemies. At this time, Su Yan was already in a difficult battle. He was completely trapped in Wu Ye's flame domain. Even if he used his sword qi, it was still difficult for him to break through. Wu Ye's aura had firmly locked him in place. This flame domain was like a cage, making it impossible for him to escape. What made him even more uncomfortable was that in this place, Wu Ye's every move seemed to be strengthened. After directly turning into a fiery demon, his strength was already very terrifying. In addition to this, it made him almost a true supremacy. At this time he directly said, "Su Yan, don't hold back anymore. Show me your true strength. It's the method you used to defeat me in one move. If you still choose to hide it at this time, then only death will await you." Su Yan was silent. Of course, he knew that Wu Ye was talking about his ghost face state. Under the ghost face state, Su Yan's strength would increase tremendously. However, Su Yan still resisted the appearance of ghost face Su Yan in his heart. This was because compared to Wu Ye, ghost face Su Yan was a more terrifying enemy. He did not know if he would be able to defeat Grimace again and regain control of his body after his appearance this time. Su Yan flipped his hand, and the deity vanquishing sword directly slashed out. The sharp and terrifying sword qi directly let out an explosion. However, Wu Ye only smiled coldly, then said, "It's useless. Are you still delusional that you can defeat me with this method?" Just as he spoke, a flame vortex directly appeared. The vortex tumbled, blocking all the power. Su Yan's sword qi was actually so easily consumed. He continued to look at Su Yan condescendingly. "Such sword qi would indeed be dangerous to me if it were any other time. However, in front of me right now, it is neither painful nor ticklish. You still don't want to use that power even now. Seems like you have deep concerns." Wu Ye waved his hand. At this time he was the master of the flames. Under his will, the flames turned into terrifying fire snakes and directly attacked. In an instant they turned into terrifying sword qi and directly slashed at Su Yan. No matter what form the power was in, it was extremely terrifying. Moreover, there was the addition of the incomparably hot flames. "Su Yan, you're not willing to use it, but I insist on watching. Then I'll force you again. Do you really think that with your current strength you'll be able to hold up against me? Previously I only wanted to be a cat." As his words fell, the power of the flames actually rose again. Then a face formed by flames directly appeared in front of Su Yan. It was a ferocious face. Su Yan could not describe how terrifying this face was, because at this time, an extremely terrifying power had already pressed down on him. It was also at this time that the face actually opened its huge mouth. It wanted to swallow Su Yan directly. What was even more terrifying was that at this time, Su Yan was actually unable to move, no matter how he circulated the power in his body. The sword qi of the Regal Sword Codex was already madly circulating. His body whistled around, but it was still useless. Just as Boundless said earlier, his power was really far from boundless at this moment. As Su Yan continued to resist, His body eventually floated up and was directly swallowed down. At this moment, darkness attacked, followed by intense pain. At this time, Su Yan's dragon scale armor began to peel off. The pain was as if he was being cut into pieces. Moreover, the power of the flames was directly attacking his body. The flames seemed to want to directly incinerate his internal organs. At this moment, Su Yan was completely standing on the edge of death. At this time, Su Yan's 3 hearts finally began to beat uncontrollably. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. The same sound at the same frequency began to ring. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying power exploded from his body. It was the terrifying power formed after the 3 hearts reached resonance. As soon as this power appeared, the power of the flames that was rushing into Su Yan's body actually dissipated, as if this terrifying power of the flames was directly swallowed up. In the endless flames, a terrifying and ferocious mask slowly appeared. Chapter 805. Female Literature. Boundless flames danced in the air, and an indescribably powerful force slowly spread out. At this moment, Su Yan was standing quietly in the flames. On his face, the terrifying 3-colored mask was so clear. It was as if it was not a mask but his own face. "Are you calling for me to come? Then I'm coming." After speaking calmly, he waved his hand gently. The powerful force directly turned into a ray of sword chi. That was the deity vanquishing sword. He was Su Yan and Su Yan was himself. Then whatever Su Yan mastered, he could also master. However, the deity vanquishing sword that Su Yan had to exert all his strength to display could appear at will in his hands. The power of this casual sword was so terrifying. Under this sword, the head of flames that he had swallowed was directly shattered. The rolling sword chi was simply incomparably terrifying. The head of flames dissipated, and ghost-faced Su Yan directly appeared in front of Boundless. "Looks like you're the one who called for me to come. Interesting." His calm words actually carried a great pressure. This terrifying pressure directly went towards Boundless, and a whirlwind appeared in front of Boundless without any reason. "Is this your true power?" Boundless looked at Su Yan, who had reappeared in front of him, and his whole body trembled slightly. This was not fear but excitement. After he directly displayed the power of the flame demon, Su Yan was no longer his opponent. But previously, he clearly felt an extremely terrifying power from Su Yan's body. It was also because of this that he had been suppressing Su Yan. He wanted to force out the powerful force in Su Yan's body. And when he really felt this power, he directly began to tremble. Powerful, terrifying, and profound. This was what he felt at this moment. "Su Yan, so there's actually such a thing hidden in your body. This really makes me excited. As my opponent, if you don't even have this kind of strength, then I'll be too disappointed. Only then can you truly fight with me." At this moment, his eyes were actually filled with expectation. He was looking forward to Su Yan, who could defeat him. Because after regaining his rationality, Boundless was actually very tired. He knew that he could no longer win Xue Xingyue's heart. Moreover, he had killed someone, and the person he killed was from the same sect as him. It was his junior brother who had loved and respected him greatly in the past. Moreover, he was already tired of being neither human nor a ghost. However, he had promised his master that he would help him fulfill his wish. So he would fight with all his strength, and all the pain he would suffer all the pain. But in his heart he didn't want that to happen. So he needed someone who could stop him. If Su Yan could kill him, it would be a relief for him. It was also because of this that he was looking forward to Ghostface Su Yan's appearance so much. Now this powerful Ghostface Su Yan had finally appeared in front of him. He felt an extremely terrifying aura directly oppressing him. "Are you disappointed? Ha ha ha, how could a person like you dare to say such big words? I should be the one saying that." Ghostface and Su Yan had completely different personalities. Ghostface Su Yan was incomparably domineering, and his words were almost the law. At this moment, after he finished speaking, he directly charged forward. At this moment, his speed directly broke through the limit. Su Yan's speed was already very fast, and perhaps even a powerhouse of the 9 Dragons realm could not compare to him. But at this moment, Ghostface's speed was at least 3 times that of Su Yan's. In almost a breath's time, he had already arrived in front of Boundless. "Fire demon? What an interesting species, but perhaps I can have more fun with such a species." As soon as Boundless heard Ghostface's voice, Intense pain exploded in his body. The pain was not something that could be endured by ordinary people. If the one who suffered the punch was not Boundless but someone else, that person would have probably died from the pain. Even Wang Baichuan or Feng Yuhai would not be able to get away with it. It was worth noting that Ghostface was an abnormally powerful being that had directly killed two venerable ones. His power was almost unimaginable. Being directly struck by his power, what kind of terrifying injury was this? The fire demon's powerful body allowed Boundless to withstand the punch's power, but he was still in extreme pain. At this moment his body began to spasm. Even so, he was still smiling at this moment. Oh? You can still smile at a time like this? Looks like the fire demon's body is indeed powerful. What about this time? Seeing that Boundless could still laugh after taking his attack, Ghostface snickered evilly as well. Then he launched a whip kick at Boundless. Boundless moved, and his entire body flew up into the sky. However, using this opportunity, he finally stabilized himself. His gaze landed on Ghostface. At this moment, Ghostface Suyen was also looking at him. Hee, come on. If that's all you've got, you can't kill me. Boundless transmitted his voice. You're courting death. At this moment, Ghostface suddenly rushed into the sky. The scorching sun sword in his hand let out a mournful cry. Then an extremely terrifying power suddenly erupted. At this moment it seemed like the entire world was about to be destroyed. It was the universe-severing sword. In the hands of Su Yan, the universe-severing single sword was displayed. Although it was extremely terrifying and could even affect the space, it was still not enough. However, at this moment Ghostface's sword actually completely tore through space. Tearing through space was a venerable one's domain. Previously, Su Yan was only barely able to use a little of it. However, at this moment Su Yan was only in the Six Dragons boundary, so he was still far from becoming a venerable one. At this moment he was already able to perform it smoothly. Under this sword, Boundless Flame Domain was directly torn apart. A terrifying pillar of fire suddenly rose in the sky above the battle arena. Just like that, it was like a volcanic eruption. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the disciples of the Taihang Sword faction or the Boundless Demon sect, after seeing this pillar of light, the only thought in their minds was shock. At this moment they were wondering where two venerable ones had suddenly appeared at this moment. This was because if they were not venerable ones, how could they possibly possess such terrifying and great power? At this moment, the people who were still nearby immediately began to flee. This was because they knew that if they did not leave at this time, there would only be one path waiting for them, which was death. Inside the pillar of fire, Ghostface Su Yan directly grabbed Boundless Face and directly rushed into the sky. At this moment Feng Yuhai, who was heading toward the formation eye, suddenly stopped. Did he appear again? He actually appeared again at this time. Wang Baichuan, who was at the side, heard his muttering, so he asked, "What are you talking about? Who appeared?" At this time the sect was already facing a huge crisis, and he and Feng Yuhai were shouldering such a heavy burden. At this moment Feng Yuhai was still in the mood to think about these things. Feng Yuhai looked at the sky, and the familiar figure entered his sight. He directly said, "Ghostface." As soon as these two words were uttered, Wang Baichuan also fell into silence. If it was anything else, even if a venerable one appeared, perhaps he would not be surprised at this time. However, these two words were able to shake his soul. Ghostface. He could not forget the terrifying scene of Su Yan directly wearing Ghostface and killing two venerable ones at that time. That scene had a huge impact on him and Feng Yuhai. He also finally understood why Feng Yuhai was so surprised. Ghostface. He actually appeared again? Phew, but now is not the time to care about this. You must understand what kind of crisis we're facing. If the Taihang 9 Evolution's grand formation can't be restored, many junior brothers will die in this battle. Feng Yuhai withdrew his gaze and said, "Of course I understand this. Forget it, let's not think about him anymore. We can't care about so many things anymore. The only thing we can do is to complete the current task. Let's go." The two of them went on their way again. On the other side of the sky, Xue Xingchuan was resisting Hai Chuan's attack with all his might. It had to be said that Hai Chuan was really a terrifying enemy at this time. At this time he was constantly urging his power, and even Xue Xingchuan could not resist it. Strictly speaking, although Hai Chuan had condensed Dao marks, He was only at the initial stage and was not a true Dao venerable. However, his battle strength was no less than Yin Zhao's that day, and in some aspects he was even superior. This old thing had lived for such a long time, and it was really beyond the imagination of ordinary people. There was a saying that was true, and that was that old people were shrewd. At this time, Shueshingchuan suddenly said, "Old thing, do you think I don't know your plan? You want your disciple to kill Su Yan, right? Although I don't know why you're paying attention to Su Yan, I'm sure that Su Yan must be very important to you." Shueshingchuan asked directly after dispersing Hai Chuan's sword qi. Hai Chuan did not hide it and just said, "Humph, you know a lot. But at this time, even if you know, what can you do? Su Yan will definitely be mine, and his soul will become the soul of my divine sword. This is his good fortune." At this time, Hai Chuan already felt that he was going to win, so he said it directly. At this time, Shueshingchuan smiled and said, "Is that so? Then take a look. What's the situation now? Your disciple's situation is not good." Chapter 806. Female Literature. At this moment, Hai Chuan's expression was definitely not good, because in his opinion, killing Su Yan should be a very fast thing, and then Wu Ye could come and help him. If it was the usual Wu Ye, he naturally wouldn't be qualified to participate in such a battle. However, when his flame demon body was fully unleashed, that kind of power was already incomparably strong. Although it was impossible for him to be Shueshingchuan's opponent, he could already cause some trouble for Shueshingchuan in a small area. In his battle with Shueshingchuan, even if Shueshingchuan was just a little bit more troublesome, the scales of victory would tilt towards him. However, he didn't expect that Wu Ye, who had unleashed his flame demon body, would still be suppressed by Su Yan. Damn it, why is this Su Yan's aura so strange and powerful? He kept thinking in his heart. Previously, when he caught a glimpse of Su Yan's power, he was already very shocked. Therefore, at that time he directly attacked and wanted to capture Su Yan. However, Shueshingchuan was already on guard against him, and when he attacked, he had already attacked. This caused his plan to deal with Su Yan to fail. However, he wasn't in a hurry, because he clearly knew that once the power of his Beast King sword was released, the power of Wu Ye's flame demon body would be completely released. He was very clear about the power of the flame demon. When he first discovered the power of the flame demon, he almost couldn't control himself, and wanted to directly transform himself into a flame demon. However, after all, he had lived for countless years and deeply understood the importance of it, so he gave up on this idea in the end. However, he, who was crazy, actually let his disciple inherit the power of the flame demon. It was also because of this that he clearly knew how powerful Wu Ye would be once the power of the flame demon was activated. In his calculations, if Wu Ye wanted to deal with Su Yan, it would be the easiest thing to do. However, something that should have been in the bag had gone awry at this point. Even after Wu Ye had displayed his true strength, he was still no match for Su Yan. Not only that, he also felt that Su Yan's gaze seemed to be looking at him at this time. That gaze was clearly filled with provocation and naked disdain. He didn't know why, but in the face of Su Yan's provocation, he actually felt exceptionally angry. Right now, he even had a thought, and that was to disregard everything and directly rush over to Su Yan to kill him first. Just this moment of hesitation was enough for Shueshingchuan to seize the opportunity. He directly approached Hai Chuan's body. Hai Chuan's Beast King sword was powerful, but he still chose to fight in close combat. As the sword fell, the sword light was as brilliant as the afterglow of the setting sun. But at this moment, Hai Chuan was definitely not radiant. This was because he felt a great sense of danger from the sword radiance of this sword. Unlike the previous attack, the power of this sword was much stronger than before. Wherever the sword radiance passed, the spatial fluctuations were so weak that they were almost invisible. But it was precisely this that was the most terrifying. This meant that Shueshingchuan's control of power had reached an extremely deep level. In other words, the power of this sword was already the power of a Dao master. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't believe that they could suddenly possess the power of a Dao master. But his opponent was Shueshingchuan, that former genius, that man who had endless glory but left in disappointment, and then returned in glory after more than 10 years. If he chose to ignore such a person, he would definitely die miserably. At this moment he was suddenly shocked. He had actually been directly affected by Su Yan and was directly distracted in such a battle. Was this a coincidence? No, it was absolutely impossible. Although he was a swordsmith, he didn't know how many battles he had to go through to get to where he was today. After such a long battle, his mind had long been as hard as steel. Not to mention facing a powerful opponent like Shueshingchuan, even if it was just an ordinary enemy, he wouldn't be careless at all. But today he was distracted at the most crucial moment. This must be Su Yan's doing. At this moment, his fear of Su Yan deepened. Of course, what he needed to do now was to deal with the power of this sword. Black Tortoise Sword turned sword into armor. Following his shout, the terrifying shadow of a black tortoise directly appeared. It was a gigantic tortoise, but it had the heads of two pythons. Although it was only a shadow, it still made people feel an enormous pressure. The moment the shadow of the black tortoise appeared, it turned into a shield and immediately blocked in front of him. This time he was already treating it with extreme seriousness. Such a sword radiance directly condensed in the sky, and then suddenly collided with Shueshingchuan's sword. The powerful sword chi directly turned into a whirlwind. As expected of the Supreme Elder, you're really powerful. But I still don't understand, why did you join the Limitless Demon Sect? I'm very curious, what exactly did the Limitless Demon Sect give you to make such a decision? Shueshingchuan had indeed used an extremely powerful force in this sword attack. However, he was not at all surprised that the sword was blocked. If Haichuan didn't even have that bit of power, there would be something wrong. You want to know? Then die, you'll know the answer after you're dead. Wuya once again endured Su Yan's sword attack. This time, however, he successfully blocked Su Yan's attack. Under the pressure of Su Yan's powerful aura, his fire demon body became even more powerful. However, at this moment, he was not at all happy about the changes in his fire demon body. The pressure that Ghostface gave him was still increasing at this moment. Compared to me, you're the real monster. He smiled bitterly. At first he thought that he could become very powerful, but later on, he realized that he was just a tool of his master. When he first found out that he was about to turn into a fire demon, his heart almost broke down. However, due to his kindness to his master, he accepted this fate in the end, and he struggled as if he had lost his rationality. At this moment, his rationality returned, and the sadness attacked him again. The conflicting feelings almost caused him to commit suicide. Therefore, he summoned Ghostface Su Yan. However, he felt even more helpless in the battle with Ghostface Su Yan. This was because his master had used all his means to turn him into this ghostly appearance, but he was still no match for Su Yan. The real monster was not him but Su Yan. His gaze fell on Ghostface, and the power of the strange mask seemed to have become even more profound. He had even begun to engulf his own mind. How amazing! Not only did his strength, speed, and spirit chi change, even his mental power has become more terrifying. How could he not see that his master had suddenly lost his composure, and almost suffered a blow from Shueshingchuan's sword? It was probably due to the interference of Su Yan's mental power. Oh, you actually found out? Looks like you're not completely useless after all. But actually it's nothing. I only magnified a little of that old thing's thoughts. After all, an old thing like that will always think more. Ghostface Su Yan's calm words were like a heavy hammer that struck Wu Ye's heart. Master, this is the last time your disciple will fight for you. At this moment he was very clear that if he fought Ghostface Su Yan while he was still rational, he would probably lose even more miserably. That strange mental power would greatly suppress him. Therefore, he had decided to repay his master for the last time. If he wanted to possess the greatest power, there was only one way, and that was to directly destroy his own rationality. As long as he destroyed his own mental will, Ghostface suppression would naturally disappear. However, if he really did that, he would completely disappear. Regardless of whether he won or lost this battle, it would have nothing to do with him. Even if he killed Su Yan in the end, Wu Ye would have disappeared. Only a flame demon would remain. At this time he suddenly took out a sword. This sword was very exquisite, and one could see the heart and focus of the sword maker. Although it was only a famed sword, and not as spiritual as a sacred sword, the flickering and flickering luster had already shown that this sword was extraordinary. This sword was called Muyu. It was a pity that Muyu did not end up in the hands of that beautiful moon. Forget it, forget it. At this point, if he still could not let go of this little obsession, it would be quite laughable. In the end, it was impossible for a person's life to be perfect. However, he really liked her. Since Muyu did not end up in his hands, then he would use it to end his life. At this moment, he directly flipped Muyu around and then unhesitatingly pierced his own body. The exquisite Muyu sword directly pierced through his body. Wu Ye's traces in this world began to slowly disappear. The famed sword was indeed powerful, but it could not withstand the horror of the flame demon's body. Therefore, the famed sword also began to melt. Ha ha ha, interesting, really interesting. In order to defeat me, you killed yourself, turned yourself into a monster, and then fought me to the death? Delightful, this is the most delightful. Wu Ye, I will remember your name. You are an interesting opponent, but you are already dead. Is the real flame demon about to descend? Let me see the strength of that flame demon. At this moment, Ghostface was facing the aura of the flame demon that was becoming stronger. Not only was he not afraid, but he was also endlessly happy. Chapter 807. Female Literature. Come, the real flame demon. Let me see how strong you are. Don't disappoint me. Boom! Just as he was muttering to himself, a total of 7 terrifying pillars of fire appeared between the heavens and the earth. At this moment, Sword Forging Peak was in an uproar. Sword Forging Peak was originally a huge volcano. However, this volcano had been dormant for countless years. After so many years, it had become the treasured land of the Taihang sword faction. The Taihang sword faction's swordsmiths would forge swords here. However, today this volcano had finally erupted. Terrifying streams of flames rushed into the sky. That terrifying power appeared directly. This kind of power was something that even a venerable, no, even a Tao master could not compare to. With such power surging, it was as if the entire world was about to be destroyed. At this moment, Xue Xingquan's expression changed. Damn it! At this moment, his killing intent became even more serious. Old thing, you did something to Sword Forging Peak. You're really ruthless. Sword Forging Peak was extremely important to the Taihang sword faction. If they lost Sword Forging Peak, the Taihang sword faction would suffer a huge loss. But now the Sword Forging Peak had erupted like a volcano. Everything on the mountain would be destroyed in an instant. At this moment, Haichuan shook his head and said, Haha, Xue Xingquan, you're wrong. I didn't destroy Sword Forging Peak. It was the flame demons. Did you know that under Sword Forging Peak of the Taihang sword faction is a flame demon's nest? Haha, how interesting. At this moment, even Xue Xingquan's heart skipped a beat. The flame demon's nest. Although this terrifying race of flame demons had already disappeared in the long river of history, experts like Xue Xingquan still knew about them. This was an extremely terrifying creature. Their power was simply unimaginable. Their incomparably terrifying power could almost bury everything in this world. In this world, there was nothing that could fight against their power. Their combat power was above the demon clan. Until now, the people of 9 regions still didn't know how the flame devil of that era disappeared. Of course, the existence of the flame demons was too distant, so too many people chose to forget about their existence. Even Xue Xingquan had only glanced at them when he first saw them. However, he never thought that the Balrog would actually exist, and that it would reappear in this world. What was even more unexpected was that the Balrog would actually appear in the Taihang sword faction, and that the Balrog's nest had actually appeared under Sword Forging Peak. By chance, I discovered the lair of the flame demons, and then you used this power to turn your disciple into a devil. Xue Xingquan interrupted him. Although I don't know what the limitless demon sect gave you, you're only doing this because you're afraid of death. For the sake of your own life, you're even willing to sacrifice the life of your disciple. At this moment, Xue Xingquan was even more furious. Haichuan shook his head and said, You're wrong. Wu Ye was willing to help me. He longed for great power, so I gave it to him. What did I do wrong? Obviously not. That's why people like you will never understand. Death, what kind of fear is it? Especially when you already know that death is coming but you can't change it. No one can bear watching it come. Xue Xingquan, unless you can keep getting stronger, you will also experience this kind of despair. So at this time, please don't be too full of yourself. Of course, now that the flame demon has descended, this old man doesn't want to fight with you anymore. You still have other opponents. Did you see that? That's Yan Xiao from the Limitless Demon Sect. Wang Badong and Feng Haixing can't stop him. If they can't stop him, who knows how many disciples of the Limitless Demon Sect will die. So, your opponent now shouldn't be me, and it can't be me. So I'm leaving. My disciple has already become a flame demon, but as your master, I will remember your contributions. At this time, Hai Chuan suddenly changed his mind. His original plan was to capture Su Yan alive. Of course, if there was no other way, he would obtain Su Yan's body and soul. But now he suddenly changed his plan. Shuexing Chuan didn't know what this flower was. And just as Hai Chuan said, he didn't have the time to think about it. The Sublime Flow Sword School had already fallen into an abyss of suffering. These disciples were fighting with all their might. But even so, the Limitless Demon Sect's sudden attack was still too strong. Hai Chuan's retreat was definitely a good thing for him. He had to find a new enemy. So, he watched Hai Chuan leave and didn't chase after him. Limitless Demon Sect, humph. At this time he directly charged towards Yan Xiao. Hai Chuan was right. Wang Badong and Feng Haixing couldn't stop Yan Xiao. After all, Yan Xiao was a true Dao sovereign. Although Feng Haixing and Wang Badong were both 5 origin sovereigns, their talents were limited. Their battle strength wasn't the deciding factor. Even if it was 2 against 1, they couldn't possibly be Yan Zhao's match. So they could only delay Yan Xiao for a while. Then let me do it. But before he moved, he first looked at the Balrog. That was the Boundless of the past. But now he was already a monster. Boundless could no longer return. For the sake of his master's ambition, a disciple had lost himself. It was really a pity. But Shuexing Chuan didn't feel sad because this was his own choice. Could even be said that this was his fate. Right now, Shuexing Chuan wanted to kill the flame devil that Boundless had transformed into as soon as possible. At this time a voice directly sounded. This is my prey, so I advise you not to interfere. This was Su Yan's voice. His voice didn't change, but Shuexing Chuan knew. Under the mask was another person. He didn't know why Su Yan had become like this. But he knew in his heart that this Su Yan in front of him was very dangerous. If Su Yan's cultivation was a bit higher, even he would feel threatened. Is this the monster hiding in your body? At this time, Shuexing Chuan was actually considering whether to kill Su Yan as well. This was because the aura that Ghostface was releasing was really strange and threatening. If Su Yan were to start a massacre right now, even an ordinary one origin venerable would be a threat to him. This was an extremely unstable factor. Since it was an unstable factor, he wanted to directly eliminate this unstable factor. At this time Ghostface raised his head, and the pair of eyes under the mask looked directly at Shuexing Chuan. He suddenly chuckled and said, "Haha. Shuexing Chuan, if you want to kill me as well, then go ahead and try. But once you do, don't blame me for becoming an enemy of the Taihang Sword faction." Shuexing Chuan's eyebrows immediately raised when he heard this, and he said in a deep voice, "So you're saying that you're not an enemy of the Taihang Sword faction right now?" Ghostface said, "Haha, how should I put it? It depends on my mood. At least for now, I have no intention of going against the Taihang Sword faction. Anyway, it's going to be a massacre. Aren't there a lot of people in the Boundless Demon Sect? Before I kill them all, I won't be bored. After all, if I have a choice, I'll still respect the will of the original body. Speaking of which, those 2 old things aren't going to make it. If they die, the Taihang Sword faction will be in a lot of trouble. Haha, as for the sect master, I believe you've already felt it. He won't be able to appear for a while." Ghostface's words made Shuexing Chuan's expression change again. He did not expect Ghostface to be so intelligent and rational despite his seemingly insane appearance. An existence like that was even more dangerous. However, just as Ghostface had said, his opponent had to change their choice. It was abnormal that the sect master Zhang Zhe had yet to make a move when such a crisis had arisen. Zhang Zhe must have been caught in a stalemate at the moment. Shuexing Chuan sensed a terrifying power. Zhang Zhe was currently fighting with that powerful existence. Therefore, they could not count on Zhang Zhe at this time. They could only count on themselves. Alright, for Su Yan's sake, please help the Taihang Sword faction this time. After he finished speaking, he finally turned around and left. Under such circumstances, He could only choose to believe in Ghost Face. He turned around and locked his gaze on Yan Xiao. Yan Xiao, I let you escape last time, but I didn't expect you to have the guts to appear in front of me again. You'll die this time. Xue Xingchuan immediately slapped with his sunset godly sword palm. At this time Yan Xiao was continuously moving around. Although Wang Badong and Feng Haisheng were giving it their all, they were getting more and more tired. It would not be long before they were killed by Yan Xiao. At this time Xue Xingchuan finally arrived. The power of the sunset godly sword palm whistled through the sky. At this time Yan Xiao, who was launching a fierce attack, had no choice but to stop. Xue Xingchuan. After a tiger's roar, an extremely intense light of hatred exploded from his eyes. At this time, Ghost Face's gaze finally landed on the flame demon. Seems to have completed its evolution. Haha, my prey, we can have a good fight now. I don't think anyone will disturb us at this time. Chapter 808. Female Literature. Before he could finish his words, a powerful pillar of lava had already soared into the sky. That powerful force instantly turned him into a flame demon. A huge flaming palm appeared and grabbed him directly, then directly fell into the crater of the sword-forging peak. At the same time, the terrifying flame power continued to attack him. At this moment, Su Yan was completely surrounded by flames. Layer after layer of flames covered his body as if he was wearing a layer of outer clothing. The extremely intense flames continued to burn his body. You really didn't disappoint me. After becoming a complete flame demon, your power can actually reach such a level. Good, this is worthy of a battle. Kill. At this moment, Ghostface's hand directly flickered with light. Around his body, an invisible force directly spread out. Under the impact of this invisible force, the terrifying flames were forcibly pushed away. Then, Ghostface directly condensed his palm into a blade and immediately slashed down heavily. At this moment, the powerful force suddenly turned into a sword and directly cut the pillar of fire. What a great power, but if you want to kill me, it's still not enough. After the pillar of fire was cut, Ghostface directly broke free from the flame demon's control. At the crater of the sword-forging peak, two existences directly looked at each other. At this time Wu Ye was already dead, and now only the flame demon was left. A flame demon with instincts. The reason why he did so was to make a final gamble with his life. He knew what his master wanted. Since that was the case, then he would use his life to do the final thing. His life was given to him by his master, so now was the time to return his life. The flame demon roared with terrifying flames and directly charged toward Ghostface. At this moment, Ghostface's sword suddenly flashed with a terrifying sword chi. Under the sword light was like a drill, and the powerful sword chi kept circling in the sky. This was the most direct confrontation between the flames and the sword chi, and at this time the power of both sides had reached an extremely powerful level. With such power, even an ordinary venerable one would not be able to contend against it. The two people who were fighting at this moment were real monsters. Ghostface's face became more and more ferocious. As the battle continued, his strength continued to increase. Ha, this feels great. An opponent like you is the kind of opponent I really want. You probably don't know that my power comes from the three hearts in my body. They are the source of endless power. Under the pressure of your powerful pressure, this power will become stronger and stronger. So what if he was a flame devil? They're just creatures that have been eliminated by history. In front of me they're nothing. At this moment Grimace was indeed extremely excited. His three hearts resonated with each other when they were under extreme pressure. At that moment, three completely different powers exploded with unimaginable power. This power had already exceeded the limits of what Su Yan could endure. Because of this strange and powerful force would awaken the other side of Su Yan. The other side was the ghost face. Grimace was different from Su Yan. Su Yan's true foundation was the regal sword mantra, which was the supreme existence that had brought him to this world. On the other hand, Grimace completely relied on the three hearts. Only when the three hearts beat in unison would he be able to exist forever. At this moment the fire demon was helping him. He and Su Yan existed in the same body, but because of this they were natural enemies. As the saying went, a mountain could not accommodate two tigers. In that case, how could a body accommodate two souls? At the moment, the time that he could appear was extremely limited. However, he was not resigned to this. Every time Su Yan encountered a danger that could not be solved, would he appear to clean up after Su Yan? No, that was definitely not the case. He wanted to become the master of this body. He wanted to directly devour Su Yan's real soul. Only by doing so could he reverse everything and become a real existence. And in order to achieve all of this, the first thing to do was to let him continue to exist. Just as he repelled the Balrog's first attack, the second one arrived. A shadow burst out from the deep crater of the volcano. It was a slender snake. As the snake twisted, its terrifying power swayed in the air. In just a moment there was a flash of flame and lightning. That was the power of thunder and fire. This power had already affected space. At this moment, Grimace became even more blissful. His belligerence was in his nature. At this moment, the strength of the opponent completely stimulated his ferocious nature. In fact, Boundless was right. Grimace was the real monster. At this moment, Grimace actually threw away the Scorching Sun sword. Although it's a sacred sword, it still belongs to Su Yan. Seems so out of place in my hands. In that case, it's better not to have it. He threw the sword away so straightforwardly. In the eyes of many, a sacred sword was a supreme treasure. However, in his eyes, since the sacred sword could not truly cooperate with him, it was a piece of trash. Since it was a piece of trash, what was the point of holding on to it? After throwing away the sacred sword, Grimace directly let out a carefree howl. You want to fight? Then come, let me see what kind of ability you have to fight me. At this moment he directly pounced. The two of them immediately engaged in a fierce battle in the air. In the boundless sky a streak of flowing light moved. The extremely terrifying and blazing brilliance had already shocked everyone at this moment. Such power, as well as the colors between heaven and earth, had been swallowed up by the terrifying flames. This was the battle between the fire demon and Grimace. Such a terrifying battle aura had already turned into endless waves at this moment. It was a power that surpassed everything. On the other side of the sky, Shueshingchuan noticed the changes. Damn it, that guy. Is he trying to destroy the entire Taihang sword faction? At this moment the flames surged and lava continued to spread. Such destruction could be said to be unprecedented. If this continued, not only would Sword Forging Peak be affected, but other places would also be affected. However, at this moment the one who was fighting was Grimace and not Su Yan. It was already very good that he did not directly attack the disciples of the Taihang sword faction. How could he go back and care about these things? At this moment he was already standing opposite Yan Xiao. At this moment, before he defeated Yan Xiao, he could not free himself to do anything. What a wonderful flame, as brilliant as fireworks. Shueshingchuan, you didn't expect that our next meeting would be like this, did you? Yan Xiao looked at Shueshingchuan standing in front of him with a cruel smile. Not long ago, he was ambushed by Shueshingchuan. At that time, Qiu Zifen of the Scorching Flame sect was watching him covetously. At that time he almost died at Shueshingchuan's hands. In the end, although he managed to escape safely, he left behind 5 venerable ones. To Yan Xiao, that battle was an unprecedented humiliation. It was also because of this that he directly came to attack the Taihang sword faction. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to take revenge for any grievances he had against him. At this moment, seeing how anxious Shueshingchuan was, he felt a sense of satisfaction from taking revenge. However, this was far from enough. Compared to the humiliation he suffered last time, this was nothing. He wanted revenge. He wanted to destroy the hope in Shueshingchuan's heart bit by bit. The best way to do that was to destroy his sect and let him feel how powerless he was in front of him. Humph, Yan Xiao, you're just a defeated opponent. Have you forgotten how you escaped like a dog last time? Shueshingchuan did not back down. At this moment he would not back down no matter what. Shueshingchuan, you're too presumptuous. If it wasn't for Qiu Zifen holding you back last time, I would have killed you directly. How could I have given you a chance to commit murder? Limitless Demon Path Annihilation. At this moment he directly attacked, and a terrifying energy vortex appeared. At this moment the space was stirred, as if a huge wave had suddenly appeared in the sea. At the side, Wang Badong and Feng Haixing looked extremely serious. Such a strike was much more powerful than what they had endured before. Previously, they had endured an extremely huge pressure with this attack. However, they did not expect that this was not the opponent's true strength. This Yan Xiao had been hiding his strength all this time. Of course, they knew the terrifying consequences of this. If Xue Xingchuan had not come, they would have died very quickly. At that time, Yan Xiao would have suddenly launched a fatal attack with absolute strength. There was no reason for the two of them to survive. Seniors, you should go and kill the other venerables of the limitless demon sect. As for this Yan Xiao, leave him to me. Xue Xingchuan's expression became extremely serious. The power of this attack was at the level of a Dao master. Even if Feng Haisheng and Wang Barong attacked with all their strength, they would not be able to block it. Therefore, Xue Xingchuan decided to use his own strength to take this attack directly. Humph, Yan Xiao, do you really think that I was able to defeat you last time because of Qiu Zifan? Now, I'll let you know that I was able to defeat you more than 10 years ago. Today, I'll definitely be able to make you like a dog. At this moment, a light flashed from Xue Xingchuan's body. It was a sacred light. Dao Master? Humph, do you think that you're the only Dao Master? Chapter 809. Female Literature. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan's body actually revealed such a strong aura. He was clearly not as strong as a Dao Master. Before Xue Xingchuan became a Dao Master, his battle strength was already extremely terrifying. At that time, in a one-on-one situation, he directly suppressed Yan Xiao to the point that he could only flee. Although at that time it was largely because Yan Xiao was apprehensive of Qiu Zifan, Xue Xingchuan's strength was still undeniable. If the one fighting Yan Xiao at that time was not Xue Xingchuan, but Feng Haisheng or Wang Butong, these two experts, they would have already been killed by Yan Xiao. Defeating a Dao Master as a 5 Essences Venerable. For Xue Xingchuan, it was naturally a great honor. But for Yan Xiao, it was a great humiliation. It was also because of this that he wanted to take revenge and kill Xue Xingchuan. But at this time, Xue Xingchuan actually wanted to break through to the Dao Master realm in front of him. At this moment, Yan Xiao immediately felt that something was wrong. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he knew very well that if Xue Xingchuan really reached the Dao Master realm, his battle strength would definitely increase to an extremely terrifying level. At that time, he would probably not be a match for Xue Xingchuan. Xue Xingchuan, do you want to become a Dao Master? Dream on, I'll kill you directly. The fierce battle between Ghostface and the Flame Demon directly reached Sword Forging Peak. This was what the Flame Demon wanted. Although the Flame Demon had lost his rationality, it was precisely because of this that he was truly terrifying. Without rationality, only the most direct source of battle was left. The Flame Demon's source of battle was extremely terrifying. Without the restraint of rationality, his battle instincts were his greatest reliance. Now that he was fighting with Ghostface intentionally or unintentionally, he dragged Ghostface into the volcano. Ghostface obviously knew his opponent's intention, but he intentionally let the Flame Demon lead him into the volcano. He just wanted to make the pressure on himself even stronger. Ghostface's ambition was enormous. He wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of Su Yan. Come, show me your full strength, you idiot. Didn't you want to kill me? Come on then. Roar. At this time, Boundless Body had completely disappeared. He had completely transformed into the body of a Flame Demon. After becoming a Flame Demon, his height had reached 2.5 meters. Both of his legs had disappeared, and his entire body was suspended in the void. He kept waving his hands and countless streams of magma began to dance wildly. Under the amplification of the magma, his strength became even more terrifying. At this moment, Grimace's body even pressed downwards. How powerful was he? Yet he was still in such a sorry state. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the power of the Flame Devil was. However, Ghostface wasn't afraid at all. Not only that, but he also charged forward. One word was written all over his face. Excitement. At this moment, he could feel the 3 hearts in his body beating more and more harmoniously and powerfully. Such a change made him even happier. As long as the heartbeats of these 3 subjects became eternal, Su Yan, as the primordial being, would no longer appear in this world. Grimace would be the real leader. Just as he was looking forward to it, the terrifying power of flames had already descended. Grimace also began to roar, and his power continued to riot at this moment. The power that was like a thundercloud was filled with great destructive power. At this moment the underground began to shake. Heh, you're quite powerful indeed. Unfortunately, you can't defeat me at all. You're nothing in front of me. At this moment he became even more violent. His entire body kept trembling. Jump, jump, my source of power, awaken. Grimace was really excited to the extreme. This battle was more painful than the last time he appeared to fight the two venerables. However, the more it was so, the more excited he became. Only under the threat of death, only under great pressure, would his fighting spirit become even more fervent. It had to be said that he and Su Yan were cut from the same cloth in this aspect. However, the two of them were of the same origin. Although they were two different sides, it was natural for there to be similarities. Ha ha ha. Let me see what you're relying on. The incomparably powerful power turned into a terrifying majesty at this moment. This incomparably violent power made the aura here even more oppressive. Under the beating of the three hearts, his power became even more powerful and terrifying. It was also at this moment that Darkness Holy Man and Bingju woke up in his body once again. The last time Grimace appeared, he had already awakened the two of them and reached an agreement with them. However, after Grimace disappeared, the two of them fell into a deep sleep again. This time, after Grimace woke up, the two of them gradually woke up as well. Such a terrifying power, he's much stronger than last time. Darkness Holy Man and Bingju began to secretly communicate with each other. After all, they came from the same origin, so they naturally had their own way of communicating. Bingju also said, "Yes, it's not just Grimace. It's the same for Su Yan too. Since we've already woken up this time, we can't fall into a deep sleep. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll never be able to wake up in the future." At this point, the two of them were incomparably solemn. This was definitely not a joke, it was something that was very likely to happen. The two of them were indeed very powerful, but at this time, they were directly suppressed into a deep sleep by Su Yan's seal in his body. Under such circumstances, they would not be able to make any progress. However, Su Yan was growing rapidly. Just as they felt, Grimace's strength was much more terrifying than last time. And so was Su Yan's strength. If this continued, they would never have the chance to do so. Although Grimace had awakened them last time, they knew very well that it was only because Grimace needed their power. He was just planting chess pieces for himself, to become cavalry at the most critical time and directly kill Su Yan. However, if Grimace's strength was too far away from theirs, then why would he need them? At that time it would be time for them to die. According to my guess, Grimace definitely doesn't want to disappear this time. I don't think he wants to experience the feeling of being imprisoned in the darkness again, so this is our chance. Bingju, at this time, you'd better not be a hindrance. Darkness Holy Man warned Bingju directly. After all, he knew that Bingju had always wanted to devour him. The two of them were born from the same origin. If one of them could devour the other, then the successful one would immediately become an extremely powerful existence. Although it would not immediately restore the terrifying power of the demon god of extreme ice, it would be enough for him to establish himself in this world. As long as he was given a chance to breathe and slowly accumulate, a second Bingju might be born. Don't worry, I know how powerful he is. You, on the other hand, you need to give up on your thoughts. Otherwise, both of us might die here. At this moment, the two of them were communicating rapidly in their minds. Soon they had reached an agreement. Now they were waiting for an opportunity that belonged to them. The Balrog's power was still increasing. However, Grimace's heart was also continuously providing power. Under such circumstances, the two of them were still evenly matched. However, at this time the Balrog's power suddenly increased. This change was too sudden. The two of them were originally evenly matched, but at this time there was a sudden difference in power. The other party's power had actually increased to such a level at this time, and this strange increase made him feel uneasy. Initially, Grimace had thought that everything was in his control at the moment. However, at this time he suddenly realized that he seemed to have lost control of the situation. This flame demon strength has actually increased so much. What is going on? At this moment he was naturally curious in his heart. He knew that if he did not figure everything out at this time, he would be depressed to death. At this time a shadow suddenly appeared. The shadow's speed was too fast. If not for Grimace's unusually strong mental strength, he would not have been able to see it clearly. What the hell is this? An ominous and uneasy feeling arose. That's a Balrog, a real Balrog. At this time a voice suddenly sounded. It was the voice of Darkness Holy Man. Grimace was stunned at first, but at this time, he did not dare to take this extremely powerful and terrifying power head-on. He did not waste any time and chose to dodge directly. A real Balrog? Darkness Holy Man transmitted his voice. That's right, this is the shadow of the soul of the powerful Balrog King. My master, you seem to be in big trouble. Darkness Holy Man's voice was very heavy. If there was an existence in this world that understood the Balrog the most, it was probably the evil demon clan. Haha, that's right. It is indeed the soul of the Flame Demon Emperor. You should know that the destruction of the flame demons back then was closely related to our demon clan. Furthermore, I have inherited the memories of the great demon god Bingju. Therefore, I will definitely not remember it wrongly. Chapter 810. Female Literature. In human records, there were very few mentions of the flame demons. However, Darkness Holy Man, who had inherited Bingju's memories, and the new Bingju knew how terrifying and powerful the flame demons were. A long time ago, the demon race and the flame demon race had a war that lasted for countless years. In the end, the demon race relied on their terrifying reproductive ability that was even more terrifying than that of humans to finally win this war. The flame demons also had their own world and civilization. Moreover, their individual strength was very powerful. Even the demon clan was slightly inferior to them. In the beginning, as space predators, the demon clan did not set their greedy eyes on the flame continent. Unfortunately, the flame continent was invaded by an extremely terrifying void behemoth in the end. In order to deal with the powerful void behemoth, the flame imps lost too many flame monarchs. After the void beast was finally destroyed, the demon clan finally launched their invasion. After a long and arduous battle, the demon clan finally emerged victorious. At that time, the great demon god of the demon clan thought that the flame demon clan had been completely wiped out. However, when they invaded the Nine States continent, they actually found the flame demon clan, and even the existence of the flame demon king. From the great demon god Bingju's memories, the flame demon clan also appeared in the war with the humans of the Nine States continent and successfully restrained the great demon god, allowing the humans to directly reverse the situation. He did not expect that after so many years, he could still feel the aura of the Flame Demon King. The Flame Demon King. Ghostface felt that he had been enveloped by a high and mighty aura. Only a king could have such an aura, and only a king could have such a terrifying aura. Run, my master. You are no match for him. Even if he is only a soul of the dead now, you are still no match for him. Bingju also said at this time. The title Master was naturally used to address Ghostface. After all, their hope of seeing the light of day was placed on Ghostface. Run? Haha, the Flame Demon King's soul of the Flame Demon King seems to be very powerful. However, it is precisely because of this that this is interesting. After sensing such a terrifying aura, Ghostface still did not want to escape. The thought in his mind was to face the challenge head-on. Master, this is not good. Although your strength is very strong and terrifying, you are still not a match for this soul. Why don't you leave now? The next time you wake up, you will definitely. Bingju shouted. Grimace bellowed and immediately cut him off. You lowly things, shut your mouths. If you dare to be presumptuous again, I'll annihilate you completely. Humph, how can a mere undead be my opponent? He's perfect to become my tonic to celebrate my rebirth. My heart beat for me. Currently, Grimace had activated all of his power. He knew that Su Yan's body was a huge treasure trove that contained unimaginable wealth. When all the wealth was excavated, it was time for Su Yan to amaze the world. As long as he could control this body and make these three hearts truly become his source of power, he would definitely become the strongest person in this world. Since he wanted to become a strong person, how could he shrink back at this time? At this time he should rush forward bravely and fight directly. Only under the constant pressure and baptism of pressure could he transform. Regarding this point, whether it was Su Yan or him, it was the same. Therefore, at this time he actually resisted the pressure and went against the flow. Flame Devil Emperor? Then come. Let me see your strength. As he roared, he had already sent out a punch. At this time, the three hearts were providing him with full power. As soon as he punched out, there were immediately three terrifying fist forces. These fist forces rotated. The power within could be described as terrifying as an explosion. This power, like a long river, fell directly from the sky. The incomparably violent power directly hung up countless whirlwinds at this time. At this time, the flame devil that Boundless had transformed into suddenly flashed, and immediately appeared in front of the flame devil emperor. At this time, he was like a loyal and devoted guardian, protecting his king at this time. A thing like you wants to stop me? If that's the case, then die. Ghostface suddenly roared, and his power came crashing down like a thunderbolt. A person like you actually dares to stop me, you're simply courting death. This was Ghostface's control. He could feel that the power of this attack was stronger than ever before. The flame devil that Boundless had transformed into was indeed powerful, but how could it compare to him? This was his belief that he was invincible. Roar! The flame devil that Boundless had transformed into let out a roar. In front of his flame devil body, a terrifying flame light directly appeared. This light turned, and immediately a stream of flame light appeared at this time, finally turning into a terrifying shield. The powerful and sturdy flame shield appeared, wanting to block Ghostface's fist force that gathered three types of power. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. Under this violent power, the flame demon that Boundless had transformed into was immediately sent flying backwards. With the support of three hearts, Grimace was more powerful than ever before. You're too much of a hindrance. Then I'll kill you first. After defeating the flame devil that Boundless had transformed into with one blow, Ghostface's murderous intent was completely aroused. At this moment, his only thought was to directly kill this guy who dared to stop him. However, at this moment, the Flame Devil King suddenly shone brightly. An extremely unfamiliar and dry thought was transmitted from his soul. The great demon god? Although this thought seemed very calm, in reality it contained boundless anger. Back then, the Flame Devil clan was directly destroyed because of the invasion of the demons. Although this Flame Devil King survived, how could he forget this hatred? Previously he had not sensed it, but now Ghostface directly activated the power of the three hearts. Among the three hearts, one of them contained the power of the great demon god's heart. At this moment, the flames of anger in his heart burst out. A flame suddenly flashed. Then this flame directly turned into a tetrahedron. The appearance of this tetrahedron immediately imprisoned Ghostface. At this moment, Ghostface frowned. He did not like to be stopped when he was about to kill. Flame Devil King, you actually dare to stop me? Are you courting death? As he spoke, his power directly spread out at this moment. It was the same punch again. However, the power of this punch seemed to be much stronger than before. This was the terrifying part of Ghostface. The power of the three hearts was continuously developed, so his strength would become even more terrifying. And this kind of development was almost without limit. Ha ha ha, how satisfying. Kill for me, kill for me. I want to see how powerful this Flame Devil King is. If one had to use a word to describe Ghostface at this time, then the word Mad Dog was actually very appropriate. At this time, no matter who it was, as long as they came to provoke him, he would immediately bite them until they were covered in wounds. Unfortunately, he had underestimated this Flame Devil King in the end. Just as he was feeling proud of himself, this tetrahedron directly changed, and then an unimaginable pressure directly appeared at this time. At this moment, his body was actually directly imprisoned. In the next moment, the Flame Devil King's soul suddenly approached Ghostface. At this time, even though Ghostface was so crazy, his heart trembled violently. Damn it, you bastard, what are you trying to do? At this moment, his heart trembled. Naturally, the Flame Devil King would not speak. Instead, he used his own actions to tell Ghostface his purpose. At this time, one of the Flame Devil King's palms directly covered Ghostface's mask. The mask was locked. At this time, Ghostface was indescribably uncomfortable. At this time, the Flame Devil King's soul power directly invaded Ghostface's body. Damn it, your soul wants to break into my body. At this time, he immediately understood the other party's intention. You're courting death. Although he was now controlled by the other party, he still wanted to turn the tables. Oh, my source of power. Show me how powerful you are. Grimace kept shouting. However, A scene that made him despair appeared. At this time the three hearts were there, and their operation had slowed down. It was as if the three hearts had fallen into a deep sleep at this time. Damn it, how is this possible? Such a situation was really too strange. However, before he could react, the Flame Devil King's soul had already appeared in Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness. Ghostface's thoughts flashed. You actually entered the Sea of Consciousness. You're courting death. Su Yan, that guy, the Green Lotus Bright Moon in his Sea of Consciousness is so powerful. A soul like you who dares to intrude is courting death. Naturally, Ghostface had his own calculations. He knew very well how powerful the strange phenomenon in Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness was. Many enemies had entered Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness because they wanted to seize his body, but in the end, they died under his strange phenomenon. If it were not for the fact that he and Su Yan were born from the same source, and that Su Yan's Green Lotus Bright Moon would not have any effect on him, he would be very afraid. Chapter 8:11. Female Literature. Die. Die under this green lotus. Ghostface screamed viciously in his heart. At this moment, the green lotus in his Sea of Consciousness shook. The bright moon above his Sea of Consciousness emitted endless brilliance, as powerful and terrifying as the blazing sun. Ha ha ha, I want to know if a dead soul like you can withstand Su Yan's power. At this moment his heart was blazing. However, Ghostface's laughter came to a halt in the next scene. Because at this moment he realized that Su Yan's power didn't move at all. Su Yan didn't attack the Flame Demon Emperor's soul. Damn it, why is this happening? This power didn't counterattack directly. What's the meaning of this? Ghostface really couldn't understand. He knew that once the power invaded the Sea of Consciousness, Su Yan's vision would definitely counterattack. This was a kind of instinct to protect oneself. However, he soon realized that it wasn't that Su Yan's power didn't move, but that the powerful Flame Demon Emperor had directly frozen Su Yan's power. Such a powerful Flame Demon Emperor. Ghostface was furious. He immediately said, Bingju, Darkness Holy Man, I'll completely release you now. Kill this Flame Demon Emperor for me. Humph, according to what you said, you should be mortal enemies with him. This guy is now entangled with Su Yan's vision in the Sea of Consciousness. It's a good opportunity for you to attack. At this moment, he activated his power and immediately released the power that was suppressing Bingju and Darkness Holy Man. At this moment, Darkness Holy Man and Bingju were immediately overjoyed. Aha, our chance has come. We've waited for so long for this moment. Humph, we can finally escape. Next, it's time for us to live together. These two were the last existences left in this world by the great demon god Bingju. At this moment they finally obtained their freedom. At this moment their ambitions began to swell. One had to know that they weren't weak. Although Darkness Holy Man's power had been weakened, he still had the power of a holy man in the past. Su Yan, you've trapped us for so long. Do you really think you've become our master? Today is the day of your complete annihilation due to internal and external troubles. After they escaped, they were originally attached to Su Yan's body. The two wheels slowly moved and finally occupied Su Yan's body. However, they did not expect the Godslayer sword to enter Su Yan's body directly. Under the pressure of the Godslayer sword, they were unable to use their powers. So, Su Yan immediately seized the opportunity and suppressed the two people. To them, this was an unimaginable hatred. At this moment, not only did they want to kill Su Yan but Grimace as well. After all, these two people were the same person, and they were not kind people. Of course, this Balrog also had to be killed. This was the soul of the Balrog overlord. If they could devour it, their strength would definitely increase tremendously. Grimace actually wanted to use them to achieve his own goals. Humph, this guy who was born out of nowhere was really too ignorant. His actions were simply asking a tiger for its skin. Since he wanted to die, then he should die now. Bingju. First destroy Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness. Darkness Holy Man said directly. After all, Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness was everything. If his Sea of Consciousness still existed, then they would be in danger once the Balrog overlord was killed. There was naturally no mistake in such a strategy. Alright then, I'll go and slash the Green Lotus. You go and destroy the Bright Moon. This way, Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness will immediately be severely damaged. The two people directly went towards the Green Lotus and the Bright Moon. At this moment, Grimace also realized that something was wrong with these two guys. He immediately shouted, "You two are really despicable. Are you actually trying to betray me?" These two guys were released by Grimace, but at this time they actually chose to betray him. This made Grimace extremely angry. His consciousness also wanted to break in, but unfortunately, the Balrog Overlord was directly suppressing it, making it impossible for him to move at all. "Ha ha ha, betrayal? You stupid thing, are you trying to make me laugh my head off? Who do you think you are? You actually want us to be loyal to you. Since you've already released our restraints, then it's time for us to kill you directly. No matter what, you're actually Su Yan. As long as it's related to Su Yan, then it will all be destroyed." Bing Ju's voice was so arrogant at this time. He believed that under the restraint of the Balrog Overlord, it would not be difficult for him to destroy the Green Lotus. At this time, Darkness Holy Man had already rushed to the bright moon. "Bing Ju, do it!" Darkness Holy Man and Bing Ju were telepathically connected. At this time, the two of them felt that the time was right. They did not hesitate and immediately attacked. For this moment, Darkness Holy Man shared his strength with Bing Ju. They wanted to directly take down Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness with a single attack. Unfortunately, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. "No wonder I kept feeling that something was wrong last time. It turns out that Grimace woke the two of you up. Humph, if you had continued to lie dormant and waited for the next opportunity, there might have been a chance for you to turn the tables. But to jump out at this time, you're just a bunch of clowns. Since you've appeared at this time, I'll refine you in one fell swoop." This was Su Yan's voice. It was so cold and filled with endless killing intent. Su Yan. When they heard this voice, both Darkness Holy Man and Bing Ju were shocked. Then Bing Ju directly shouted, "Don't hesitate, he's just putting on an act." At this moment there was no way out. If they could not directly defeat and kill Su Yan, they would be the ones to die after giving Su Yan a chance to breathe. Perhaps because he had thought this through, Bing Ju directly threw away all his worries. "Then let's do it." The two of them directly released their strength at almost the same time. The extremely terrifying pressure directly fell, causing both the Green Lotus and the bright moon to tremble at the same time. But at this time a cold angry shout directly sounded. "Humph, how stubborn. Do you think that I, Su Yan, am an empty fort? Then I'll let you know how powerful I am. You're the malignant tumor in my body. Normally, I can't do anything about it when you're hiding. But now that you've jumped out at this time, you can die." In an instant, the vision that should have been annihilated by the two of them suddenly erupted with an extremely powerful power. The terrifying power directly attacked Darkness Holy Man and Bing Ju. Darkness Holy Man and Bing Ju's expression changed immediately. "Damn it, you're putting on an act. You're not suppressed by the ghost face at all." They thought that Su Yan was at the end of his rope, so they directly jumped out at this time to beat him while he was down. However, they did not expect that Su Yan was completely unscathed at this time. If they did not jump out at this time, it would have been fine. But now that they stood out at this time, they immediately faced a counterattack. However, these two people were born from the body of great demon god Bing Ju. So they naturally integrated the boundless ferocity of great demon god Bing Ju. At this time, an extremely blazing power directly rolled up. "Humph, Su Yan, don't be too careless. Even if you're just putting on an act, so what? Do you really think that I can't do anything to you? Even if my cultivation realm has been reduced, I'm at least once a Tao master. You can't imagine the means of a Tao master." As he spoke, a change happened to Darkness Holy Man, and an extremely complicated mark began to appear. This mark seemed to contain extremely profound principles, and was the most mysterious thing in this world. It was a Tao mark. It was Darkness Holy Man's Tao mark. Tao marks could be said to be the evolution of laws, and their power was incomparably powerful. At this time of crisis, he directly evolved the Tao mark, which played the role of deciding the outcome of the battle. He wanted to defeat Su Yan directly with this blow. "Darkness Holy Man, you're really good at hiding. Last time you actually had a counterattack, but you hid it and only used it now. But do you really think that you have victory in your hands by using the Tao mark? No, you're simply too naive." At this time, the dead soul of the Flame Demon Emperor in Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness suddenly moved. That body suddenly split into several streams of light, and then smashed into Darkness Holy Man's body. Darkness Holy Man was immediately horrified. How is this possible? Why would the dead soul of the flame demon emperor choose to help you? Even at this time he still couldn't understand. Shouldn't the flame demon emperor and Su Yan be opposing each other? But at this time the flame demon emperor actually helped Su Yan. At this time he was actually unable to fully activate his Dao mark. After all, he was no longer the Dao master of the past. The reason why he didn't use it when the Godslayer sword suppressed him last time was because he couldn't use it freely at that time. Of course, he also wanted to use a fatal blow at the most critical time. After all, he expected that the moment the Dao mark appeared, it would be the time to reverse the situation. However, he didn't expect that Su Yan actually had the strength to fight back at this time. What was even more unexpected was that the flame demon would actually cooperate with Su Yan and launch a direct attack on him. At this time he almost didn't even have the strength to resist. The flame of the flame demon emperor was really terrifying. It was a flame that was even more terrifying than the fire dragon. Su Yan's scarlet spirit fire was transmitted from the blazing flame world back then. Chapter 812. Female Literature. Until now, they still did not understand why Su Yan and the Balrog King could reach an agreement and even join forces in the end. The most important thing was actually the scarlet spirit fire. Back then, the blazing inferno world could be called the home of flames. There were countless powerful flames gathered there. In the 9 states, many powerful flames were actually spread from the blazing inferno world. However, there were too many people who did not know about this. The Balrog King not only felt the aura of the great demon god on Su Yan, but also the aura of the scarlet spirit fire. Therefore, he started to communicate with Su Yan. This communication was a turning point of fate for Su Yan. It turned out that he was indeed in danger. If things continued to develop according to the script, he would very likely be devoured by these two guys. This was a huge disaster for Su Yan. Fortunately, after the Balrog King felt the aura of the scarlet spirit fire, he actually took the initiative to communicate with Su Yan. His power directly suppressed the powerful Ghost Face. In this way, Ghost Face could not detect that Su Yan's own consciousness had been awakened. He still thought that he had a firm grasp of victory at this time. As long as he acted according to his plan, Su Yan's final fate could already be imagined. Unfortunately, although Ghost Face was powerful, his intelligence was not as good as Su Yan's. Another point was that he was too arrogant and overconfident. He took it for granted that he had everything under control. However, he did not know that even Darkness Lord and Bingju had their own ideas. These were all internal and external troubles. At this time these things were directly exposed and he was immediately caught unprepared. Su Yan's power was so strong and so domineering at this moment. If one had to use a word to describe him at this time, it would be the return of the king. Darkness Lord Bingju, today is the time of your complete death. When you entered my body because of the situation, you already had your own plans. People like you are just evil guests. Now that you've bared your fangs, don't blame me for being merciless. Die. When this word fell, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. His entire sea of consciousness began to churn. At this time, the Darkness Holy Man was already restrained by the power of the Flame Demon Emperor's soul. At this time Su Yan directly launched an attack. Right now, Darkness Holy Man was standing in front of the moon. Such behavior was simply courting death. In Su Yan's sea of consciousness, the two most powerful places were the bright moon and the green lotus. Therefore, Darkness Holy Man and Ice Jew's first plan was to destroy this thing directly. However, it was a pity that their plan fell through. Su Yan took advantage of this opportunity to launch a counterattack. The situation took a turn for the worse. The power that erupted from the sea of knowledge hit his body directly. Such a violent power almost tore his pitiful soul apart. At this moment he didn't feel the slightest bit of regret. The only thing left was endless resentment. This time he was still one step behind. However, he was really unwilling to accept this. Impossible, I won't lose. I am the successor of the great demon god, Ice Jew. How can I be defeated here? No, don't. At this moment he began to roar crazily. Ice Jew, you trash. Give me back my power. Previously, in order to destroy Su Yan's Green Lotus and Bright Moon at the same time, he had lent almost half of his power to Ice Jew. If he had concentrated all his power on himself, he definitely wouldn't have been so passive at this time. Unfortunately, Ice Jew was in the same situation as him. He was also in a dead end. At this time he had the power of darkness holy man and could still hold on for a while. However, if he lost the support of this power, he would probably be torn apart in the next moment. In the face of death, almost all life was selfish, let alone an existence like Ice Jew. Even if it was just a minute of life, it was still very precious to him. At this moment Su Yan said directly, "Humph, you don't have to struggle at this time. Today's outcome is already decided. You will definitely die." At this moment the square seal and the Buddha seal suddenly descended. The appearance of these two treasures of the Buddha sect was the final nail in the coffin. Under such a powerful force, the last traces left behind by the two great demon gods in this world were finally torn apart. At the same time, Su Yan's figure directly took shape. He reached out and grabbed Darkness Holy Man and Ice Jew's spiritual imprint in his hand. These two wretched fellows finally died. "Now, it's time to settle the grudge between you and me." Su Yan's gaze shifted, and a strange face appeared in his sea of consciousness. Naturally, this was Grimace. Initially, Grimace already had the upper hand. Under his suppression, Su Yan had already fallen into a deep sleep. And this time, the battle between him and the Flame Demon Emperor directly stimulated the power of the three hearts to circulate. If this continued, as long as he circulated his power to the extreme, he would be able to make Su Yan's consciousness fall into an eternal deep sleep. He could even refine Su Yan's consciousness directly. From then on, Su Yan would still exist in this world, but he would no longer be the original Su Yan. Instead, he would be replaced by Grimace. However, he did not expect that this time, he would be caught in his own trap. He originally thought that he had everything under control, but at this critical moment the tables were turned. He lost so thoroughly that he did not even have the slightest chance to turn the tables. "Damn it, Su Yan, you actually colluded with the Flame Demon Emperor." "Good, very good." Su Yan ignored him and only said, "Grimace, you and I are one. So after you appeared last time, I've been thinking for a long time. Your power is indeed powerful. I'm no match for you now. So when you were about to appear, I didn't fall into a deep sleep like last time. Instead, I hid myself." Grimace's expression became extremely vicious. If it was possible, he would have swallowed Su Yan whole at this time. As it turned out, ever since Grimace first descended, Su Yan knew that this was only the beginning. He clearly knew that his power was no match for Grimace. So when the conditions were met and Grimace appeared, the control of this body would most likely fall into Grimace's hands. However, he was absolutely unwilling to lose control of himself just like that. He did not even want to lose his consciousness. So, even though he clearly knew that it was an extremely difficult thing, he still wanted to do his best to fight for it. He hid his consciousness in the regal sword soul. Whether it was the four-corner seal or the Buddha seal, they were both extremely powerful soul treasures. However, they did not give Su Yan any confidence because he knew very well that Grimace's appearance was a contribution from the Buddha's heart. However, the Taishang sword soul was different. It was his greatest reliance in this world. According to Su Yan's thoughts at that time, even if he could not avoid the fate of being obliterated in the end. However, he also wanted to see how he died. Fortunately, this action of his really gave him a chance to turn the tables. He did not expect that the Flame Demon Emperor would actually take the initiative to contact him. The communication time between the two of them was extremely short. However, Su Yan immediately agreed to the Flame Devil Emperor's request and cooperated with him. After all, the Flame Demon Emperor was an existence that was revered and feared. However, Su Yan was so decisive. Grimace wanted to catch the Flame Demon Emperor and achieve his goal of eternal existence. Su Yan wanted to rely on the Flame Demon Emperor to turn the tables. They were the same person. They were both gambling. In the end, Su Yan still won. That mask was now imprisoned by the power of Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Grimace began to struggle. Just like how Su Yan did not want to die, he naturally did not want to die either. However, it was a pity that he did not have much strength to resist at this time. Powerful flames turned into countless chains, directly imprisoning him. Under such power, he did not even have a chance to turn the tables. Roar! Su Yan, you can't kill me unless you can destroy your three hearts. Otherwise, you won't be able to kill me. At this moment, he was constantly howling. At this time, Su Yan was silent for a moment because Su Yan knew that this guy was right. This guy was the crystallization of three hearts. If he wanted to kill him, he would have to directly shatter the 3 hearts. At the very least, he would be able to break the resonance of these 3 hearts. However, only a moment later Suyin said, "No, you're wrong. Why do you need to destroy the hearts? As long as my power grows to the point where I can control these hearts, it will be enough. I think that by that time your appearance will no longer have any meaning, right? Ha ha ha, you want to control the power of these 3 hearts? You have to know that the owners of these 3 hearts are all sacred venerables. They are the greatest beings in this world." Grimace kept laughing. He was mocking Suyin and mocking him for overestimating himself. "You and I are one. Don't tell me that you can't sense what my heart is like? Therefore you are just a failure in the end. You are so weak and pitiful in front of me. However, it doesn't matter. Whether you believe it or not, it has nothing to do with me. I just have to work hard. The rest is up to time. As for you, you should sink into the darkness. At least for the time being, don't think about appearing." Chapter 8:13. Female Literature. At this moment, Su Yan's regal sword soul appeared. At this moment, the regal sword soul had become even more complete and mysterious. On his side, the terrifying Godslayer sword stood there quietly. Su Yan's gaze fell on the Godslayer sword. At least at this moment, he was still in the scabbard of the Godslayer sword. Although he had successfully sealed Ghostface, his crisis was far from over. However, what did Su Yan have to fear? No matter what, he would continue to walk. Either he died or he would break out of this world. The power of the regal sword soul operated quietly. The 3-colored mask was immediately suppressed. Just as he said, at least for a short period of time, he did not need to worry about Ghostface appearing. This was very important to him. After all, if Ghostface's threat was still there, he would have some scruples when fighting. "Flame Demon Sr., I'm counting on you this time," Su Yan said sincerely. This time, if the Flame Demon Emperor had not taken action and suppressed Ghostface directly, giving Su Yan the time and ability to regain control of his sea of consciousness, the person who would have lost this time would have been him. Of course, he chose to believe the Flame Demon directly. This was also a kind of courage. After all, the Flame Demon Emperor was a different kind. There was a saying among humans that was, "Those who are not of our kind must have a different heart." Ordinary people would be full of vigilance in front of the Flame Demon Emperor. However, Su Yan dared to cooperate with him. This was also a kind of courage. "Senior, don't worry. One day, I will definitely send you back to your hometown." In fact, Su Yan had profited greatly this time. All he had to give was a promise. Of course, the Flame Demon Emperor's soul was not easy to deceive. If Su Yan had just said it casually at that time, the Flame Demon Emperor's soul would have sensed it immediately. At this time, the Flame Demon Emperor left a thought. "I believe you. Also, protect my descendant." At this moment, his soul directly withdrew from Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Su Yan knew that the descendant he spoke of was actually referring to Boundless. Perhaps Boundless was the last flame devil in this world. Alright. Although they were once enemies, Wuya was already dead. His soul had already disappeared from this world. Since that was the case, then with his death, let all of this vanish into thin air. Su Yan silently thought in his heart. Su Yan regained control of his sea of consciousness. To him, this was a huge gain. Now that he had suppressed Ghostface, he would no longer have to hold back in battle. Of course, this was only one aspect. The pleasant surprise this time was Dao Master Darkness and Bing Ju. This was the most unexpected gain. Especially Dao Master Darkness, his Dao marks were actually controlled by Su Yan in his sea of consciousness. If he could directly refine these Dao marks, no, he did not need to refine them. Even if he could grasp some of the laws within, then his Dao of Darkness would become extremely powerful. Of course, refining the Dao marks of darkness was not something that could be done overnight. The road he had to walk was still very long. And now, since his own crisis had been resolved, then it was time to deal with other things. Su Yan regained control of his body. At this time, Boundless Flame Devil Incarnation was already standing in front of him. Su Yan said to him, "Although Boundless is already dead, you were born with his body after all. Then I will still call you Boundless." The Flame Devil did not speak. In fact, he did not have the ability to do so at this time. He had just transformed into a Flame Devil. His strength needed to continuously increase before his consciousness could reappear. However, at this time, Su Yan had already reached an agreement with the Flame Devil Emperor, so he would listen to Su Yan's words. I am going to participate in a big battle, but at this time it is definitely not suitable for you to participate in it, so you should stay here quietly. After this battle is over, I will definitely come and take you away. Boundless nodded and then jumped into the magma. An ordinary person would naturally not be able to withstand such a terrifying temperature. But at this time he was different. He was already a true flame devil. Moreover, the previous incident had already caused all the disciples of the Taihang sword faction to hate him. If he still appeared at this time, he would probably be targeted by the angry disciples of the Taihang sword faction. After he jumped into the magma, Su Yan directly left Sword Forging Peak. At this time the Taihang sword faction's battle situation became even more serious. The Taihang sword faction suffered such a blow. This was the first time in history that the Taihang sword faction had suffered such a blow. However, Sect Master Zhang Zhe still did not appear under such serious circumstances. Regardless of the reason, at this time everyone was in a state of panic. Everyone felt uneasy, as if the end of the world was coming. And such emotions would only become heavier and heavier as time passed. In the end it would become a fatal point. At this time, Xue Xingchuan showed his prowess and actually started to condense Dao marks in front of everyone. At this time what he needed to do was to establish his authority. Xue Xingchuan knew very well that at this time, what he needed the most was to establish his authority. Then he would defeat Yan Xiao with a thunderous might and take the lead. Only then would he have the hope of raising his spirits. Xue Xingchuan, are you thinking of breaking through to the Dao sovereign realm at this time? Humph, do you think I am dead? Yan Xiao roared furiously. At this time, if Xue Xingchuan succeeded in breaking through, it would naturally boost the morale of the Taihang sword faction disciples and awaken their fighting spirit. However, if he failed to break through now, it would be terrible. The disciples of the Taihang sword faction who witnessed this scene would probably have a mental breakdown. Dao mark, boundless wind and fire. At this time his Dao mark started to condense again. A wind and fire seal appeared. The power of the Dao mark descended and immediately urged countless powerful airflows to condense. If Xue Xingchuan wanted to succeed in this battle, then he also wanted to beat Xue Xingchuan to the bottom of the valley. Now was the time for both sides to compete. It was the crucial moment to show the strength of each of their methods. Xue Xingchuan, I would like to see if you can withstand my power and still condense Dao marks under such power. The wind and fire seal struck out and rushed toward Xue Xingchuan. At this time, no one could help Xue Xingchuan. Only the sword is the limit. The sword dominates the 9 heavens. Xue Xingchuan suddenly spat out a few words coldly. As soon as these words appeared, a shocking sword qi suddenly appeared. The appearance of this sword qi made even Yan Zhao's expression change. How is this possible? How can you still display such a powerful sword qi at this time? He could not believe it. At this time Xue Xingchuan was still able to display such a terrifying sword qi. This sword qi had already surpassed the power of a Dao sovereign. The power of the evil sword. At this time a cold voice sounded. This voice was accompanied by boundless majesty. This terrifying power directly pressed down, and a hole immediately appeared in the vast sky. The appearance of this voice made Xue Xingchuan tremble. This was because this person could recognize this sword qi. He was right. This was the power of the evil sword Cold Jade. Back then, when Xue Xingchuan was suppressed by the evil sword Cold Jade and wanted to use him as a scabbard, it had even injected a sword qi into Xue Xingchuan's body. However, it did not expect Xue Xingchuan to be so tenacious. After more than 10 years, he did not let the sword qi refine him. Instead, he subdued the sword qi. This allowed his combat strength to increase by another level. Back then, the evil sword Cold Jade chased after Xue Xingchuan because it wanted to take back this sword qi. However, Xue Xingchuan managed to escape in the end. This streak of sword qi had become his greatest killing weapon. This time he dared to directly break through to the next level in front of Yan Xiao because of this sword qi. He clearly knew how terrifying this sword qi was. Although Yan Xiao was a Dao sovereign, Xue Xingchuan was very sure that if he took this sword qi head-on, he would only end up dead. However, he did not expect such an unforeseen event to happen at this time. Such an expert suddenly appeared. After this person revealed the secret of this sword qi, Xue Xingchuan knew that his plan was very likely to fail. As soon as he thought about it, a terrifying shadow appeared in the sky. It was a terrifying shadow, as if a mountain was descending upon them. The Limitless Nine Demon Seal of the Limitless Demon Sect. At this time his heart suddenly trembled, and he felt very unwell. The Limitless Nine Demon Seal was the absolute #1 divine weapon of the Limitless Demon Sect. Its power even surpassed the Limitless Saint Demon Sword of the Limitless Demon Sect. Among the known divine weapons, it was definitely in the top 3. Zhangze did not appear at this time, and he had already guessed that Zhangze had been attacked. However, he did not expect that the opponent would bring such a terrifying thing. What he did not expect was that the opponent would use this to deal with him. The Limitless Nine Demon Seal descended from the sky and directly bombarded the sword qi of the evil sword Cold Jade. For a moment, everything was swallowed up by this terrifying roar. There was no power that could be compared to this. Xue Xingchuan even began to vomit blood. The winds and clouds in this world were changing constantly, and it was terrifying to the extreme. At this time the voice sounded again. I did not expect that in addition to Zhangze, the Taihang sword faction also has someone like you, Xue Xingchuan. If I let you live today, I am afraid that you will become a great enemy of the Limitless Sacred Sect. Therefore you will die today. Chapter 8:14. Girls' Literature. A terrifying palm print appeared behind the endless wind and clouds. Then a powerful force suddenly came crashing down. This was a force that surpassed the Tao Master level. Yin Zhao's strength was nothing in front of it. Xue Xingchuan might be able to withstand Yin Zhao's attack, but under this power he would definitely be in a dead end. At this point, not to mention breaking through to the Tao Master level, even surviving had become a problem. Guard your mind and continue to break through to the Tao Master level. Just when he was hesitating, Zhangze's voice suddenly sounded. Although it was just a short sentence, Xue Xingchuan's heart immediately calmed down. Although Zhangze's voice was a little unstable, but if he could say these words, then Xue Xingchuan would feel that he believed him. At this point he simply closed his eyes. Then, he began to focus on breaking through to the next level. Almost at the same time, a terrifying sword light rushed into the sky. This power, which could almost tear apart the wind and clouds, made the hearts of all the Taihang sword faction's disciples burn with passion. Sect Master, it's the Sect Master. Such a radiance was the power of the Taihang swords. As long as the swords were not destroyed, Taihang would exist forever. Originally, when Zhangze did not appear, all the Taihang sword faction's disciples were anxious. Zhangze was the pillar that held up the sky in their hearts. If this pillar collapsed, then everything would be destroyed. But now it was different. This pillar that held up the sky appeared at this time. His appearance made everyone feel hopeful. At this moment they raised their swords and fought with a belief. How dare the Limitless Demon Sect defend the Taihang sword faction? Kill! With the sword in my hand, I'll soak it in the blood of the enemy. Kill! This was a fire. After being ignited, the Taihang sword faction's strength naturally became stronger. Zhangze, you seem to be resisting stubbornly at this point. Do you really think you can turn the tables around? The person said directly. Ha ha ha, Xing Tianrua. If you hadn't been too greedy and used the Everlasting Nine Demon Seal to break the Cold Jade Sword Qi, you might have been able to continue suppressing me. But now the Everlasting Nine Demon Seal has already loosened. You still want to continue suppressing me? Are you dreaming? Taking Godly Sword Xingjian. As these two words fell, the sword qi directly soared into the sky. The incomparably dense sword qi continued to hover in the sky. The terrifying power was directly changing unpredictably. In the end, it actually turned into the shadow of a mountain range. The shadow of the mountain in the sky corresponded to Taihang Mountain. Vaguely, a mysterious power appeared. At this moment, Xing Tianrua directly said, Zhangze, don't think that you have already turned the tables. The victor has not been decided yet. He shouted again, Yan Xiao, kill Xue Xingchuan. After today, I want the Taihang sword faction to be erased from existence. This Xing Tianrua was also the vice-sect leader of the Limitless Demon Sect. The Limitless Demon Sect had a total of 7 vice-sect leaders, and Yin Xiao was ranked last. As for this Xing Tianrua, he could be ranked 3rd. Good. Yan Xiao was indeed shocked by the evil sword Qi. At that time, if Xing Tianrua had not directly used the everlasting 9 demon seal to disperse the sword Qi, he might have been directly killed this time. Thinking of this terrifying sword Qi, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. If Xue Xingchuan had used this sword Qi in the previous battle at sea, he would have been dead then. But he did not know that Xue Xingchuan had been suppressing this sword Qi all this time. This sword Qi was his trump card. At the same time, before this sword Qi was used, he had been nurturing this sword Qi. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in a dangerous situation, he wouldn't have been willing to use such a sword Qi to kill Yan Xiao. Yan Xiao was still afraid of this sword Qi. Although the sword Qi had been neutralized in the end, it had still injured him. However, at this time he already knew that he had survived a great disaster. Since he had survived this calamity, then it was time for him to make his move. At this very moment, his strength continued to rise. The power of the Dao marks began to condense again. Although Zhang Zhe had appeared, he could not break through Xing Tianrua's defense in a short period of time. Therefore, he had to take advantage of this plan to kill Xue Xingchuan directly. Even if this operation failed, it would be enough as long as he could kill Xing Tianrua. A hurricane appeared on the horizon. This hurricane appeared at an inopportune time, because at this time Yan Xiao was about to make a move. At this time he wanted to kill Xue Xingchuan. Zhang Zhe asked Xue Xingchuan to cultivate in peace, but he wanted to know how Xue Xingchuan could cultivate in peace. Zhang Zhe and the Taihang Divine Sword were restrained, so at this time who could stop him? He was the strongest person here. As a Dao sovereign, no one could stop him, so he directly made a move. However, at this time, a hurricane appeared in front of him. The hurricane directly swept towards him. The power of that hurricane was very strong. The dense hurricane was so oppressive that it made it hard for people to breathe. Who dares to disturb me? You're courting death. He was really afraid of Xue Xingchuan to the extreme. At this time it was time for him to directly kill Xue Xingchuan. However, at such a juncture, someone actually interrupted his action. At this time he was extremely angry, and the current time was not easy for him. If Xue Xingchuan directly attacked at this time, then he would definitely not be able to block Xue Xingchuan's power. At that time he was afraid that his life would be in danger. Therefore, this was the critical moment to decide whether he lived or died. However, at this time someone actually came to stop him. At this time he finally realized who was blocking him. It was an Oriole. There was a person standing on top of the Oriole. This person was naturally Su Yan. He still had some impression of Su Yan. At that time during the battle in the sea, Su Yan's role was very important. At this time, Su Yan was already on the limitless demon sex bounty list. However, Su Yan's actions were too strange. Before he appeared in the Taihang Sword faction this time, he seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth, making it difficult for people to know where he really was. How dare a brat like you act so presumptuously in front of me? Forget it, if you hide you might be able to survive today. However, at this time you actually dared to jump around in front of me. You're courting death. Now, I'll send you to the Western Paradise. At this time he brazenly attacked. This was the power of condensed Dao marks. At this moment, Su Yan only felt that everything around him was being stripped away. In front of such a powerful force, he seemed so insignificant, as if he could be torn apart at any time. However, at this time he still stood there without hesitation. He knew that at this time he had to buy time for Xue Xingchuan. Through his powerful and unique divine consciousness, he knew that Xue Xingchuan had reached an extremely critical point. If he could pass this point, he would immediately reach the heavens in a single step and become an absolute powerhouse. However, if he couldn't pass this point, then he could only die and then quietly withdraw from the stage of history. Yan Xiao, a Dao Master expert. I'd like to see how strong you are. Facing Yan Xiao, Su Yan naturally didn't have any confidence in his heart. However, he was very clear that at this time was of the essence. He didn't think that he could defeat the person in front of him, because he clearly knew how big the gap between them was. However, there were many things that had to be tried regardless of whether he could defeat or not. After all, if he tried he might not succeed, but if he didn't try, he would definitely fail. Of course, the powerful hurricane from before was the power of an Oriole. Very good kid, I admire your courage. However, since you are standing in front of me today, Then I'll just kill you while I'm at it. Although it was very disdainful, Su Yan knew that what the other party said was true. If this person wanted to kill him, it would only be a matter of convenience. Of course, such a feeling would make him feel unreconciled. After all, his life was actually not worth mentioning in the eyes of the other party. However, he had long passed the time of his youth. All his unwillingness could only be supported by strength. If he wasn't strong enough, then he could only hide this unwillingness in his heart. At this time, Su Yan kept saying to himself in his heart, "It's good that I'm not dead." At this time, Yan Zhao's power was already whistling towards him. The Oriole immediately flapped its wings and flew away. The Oriole's speed was very fast, but Yan Zhao's attack was even more terrifying. Moreover, the distance between them was so close that it was very difficult for the Oriole to dodge even if it wanted to. "Haha, foolish and naive brat, I know your intentions. You just want to stall for time, but do you think you have the qualifications to stall for time in front of me?" The Oriole let out a painful cry. After all, it was not a sacred beast. It couldn't even defeat Lai Haichuan, so how could it compete with a Dao master? If it wasn't for the unusually strong body of a demonic beast, it would have started to die under this attack. However, even if it was still alive, its situation was not optimistic. Whether I can stop it or not, I still have to try. At this time, Yan Zhao suddenly frowned. Without any hesitation, he counterattacked, and a strong wind and fire power directly rushed out. However, it turned out that at this time, an extremely terrifying aura appeared behind him. This aura was so strong that even someone as strong as him could not underestimate it. Chapter 8:15. Female Literature. He was a Dao sovereign, and this power that he couldn't underestimate was naturally very terrifying. Then, he immediately discovered the origin of this power. It was a double-winged sky tiger, but he couldn't understand why a double-winged sky tiger would appear here. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Su Yan. "This double-winged sky tiger is also your demonic beast?" he asked calmly, but his killing intent was even stronger. This kid deserves to die. Not to mention his powerful talent and current strength. Just these demonic beasts alone were enough to cause trouble for the limitless demon sect. Previously, he said that he would take care of it today. But now, it seemed that he would have to spend a lot of effort to deal with it directly. "Kid, I won't play with you for now. Once I get close to Yan Zhao, I'll kill you." Unknowingly, he had already wasted a few breaths of time. He never dared to underestimate Yan Zhao in the slightest. Therefore, the most important thing now was to kill Yan Zhao. As for Su Yan, even if he had powerful demonic beasts to protect him, Su Yan wouldn't be able to survive if he wanted to kill him. This was his confidence. His body directly moved toward Yan Zhao, a terrifying flowing light shuttling back and forth. This simple attack was very troublesome for Su Yan. This guy was indeed a troublesome person. The Oriole was already rushing toward him. Su Yan hoped to buy as much time as possible. However, although the Oriole was fast in terms of instantaneous explosive power, he couldn't compare to a Dao sovereign. When Yan Zhao directly ignored Su Yan couldn't do anything. "Xue Xingchuan, give me your life." At this time, he realized that his killing intent toward Xue Xingchuan was very heavy. For so many years, he had been suppressed by Xue Xingchuan. Xue Xingchuan was like a mountain. Even after he disappeared for more than 10 years, he still couldn't do anything to him. This was something that infuriated him greatly. However, this time he could directly kill him. It was ridiculous that a Dao master would have such a mentality when he was going to kill someone who was not a Dao master. However, he didn't care at all because he clearly knew how terrifying the man in front of him was. Dao marks had already condensed in his palm. This strike, he was going to use all of his strength to smash down and kill him directly. At this time, Xue Xingchuan still had not opened his eyes. He seemed to have forgotten that he was in a very dangerous situation at this time. A Tao master was standing in front of him. "Die, you idiot!" "Senior Xue!" Su Yan shouted anxiously. However, even now, he was still indifferent. At this moment, the Yan Zhao Dao mark was already in front of his face. The distance between them was less than half a meter. But this time Yan Zhao was stunned. At this moment he actually felt uneasy in his heart. Impossible, it must be an illusion. That guy has already used up his sword qi. At this point, how could there be a second sword qi? He kept telling himself that this was an illusion. Right at this moment, a beam of sword chi suddenly appeared. At this moment his heart skipped a beat. This sword chi actually caused him to not have the slightest bit of hope. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the shadow of Taihang Mountain in the sky was directly suppressing him. Taihang sword chi, he exclaimed in his heart. At this moment, he immediately remembered Zhang Zai's words. Damn it, it's Zhang Zai's sword chi. Zhang Zai has set up a trap around him. Damn it. Zhang Zai's cultivation was much stronger than his. In the entire Jiuzhou continent, Zhang Zai was a first-class expert. This time the Boundless Demon Sect had invested a lot in dealing with Zhang Zai. The third Vice Sect Master personally made a move, and the Boundless Nine Demon Seal also directly descended. He even borrowed the power of the Boundless Saint Demon Sword. Such a lineup was already very terrifying. But even so, Zhang Zai still managed to break through the suppression of power. His previous attack made Yan Xiao feel very afraid. At this moment he finally stopped persisting and chose to retreat. Almost at the same time Xue Xingchuan opened his eyes. At this moment the two of them were not far away. Yan Xiao could clearly see the mockery in Xue Xingchuan's eyes. Idiot! At this moment, Xue Xingchuan's aura began to go berserk. Streaks of rainbow light appeared one after another. Dao marks. Those were Dao marks, marks condensed after comprehending the Dao. Right at that moment, the sword aura actually dissipated. Damn it, how dare you trick me? At this moment, if he still didn't understand, then he was really too stupid. It turned out that the sword chi from before was just a facade. If he had staked everything at that time, then perhaps he would have already killed Xue Xingchuan by now. Die! He roared angrily again, and then attacked angrily. It's too late, Yan Xiao. You're still so cowardly and incompetent. At this moment, is there any meaning in your attack? If I were you, I would have run away by now. Xue Xingchuan raised his fingertip, and the sword chi rushed out. Yin Zhao's power and Xue Xingchuan's power suddenly collided. At this moment, Yin Zhao's expression changed. What a powerful force. At this moment, both of them were Dao sovereigns, but under this attack, not only did he not gain any advantage, he even vaguely suffered some minor injuries. Xue Xingchuan's strength was terrifying to this extent. Su Yan, go to the Sword Lake Sacred Land. That's the core of the Taihang 9 Expansion's Great Formation. Help Baichuan and Feng Yuhai. Xue Xingchuan said. At this moment, since he had succeeded in breaking through, Su Yan was no longer needed here. Now the real key was not Yan Xiao. It was the Taihang 9 Expansion's Great Formation. If the Taihang 9 Expansion's Great Formation was not activated, then the disciples of the Taihang Sword faction would be doomed. However, once this sword formation was activated, it would be time for a fierce counterattack, and this group of invaders would know how stupid their actions were. Okay. Su Yan did not have the slightest reluctance. Tianhu, kill the venerable experts of the Limitless Demon Sect. Su Yan directly said to the double-winged Tianhu. He would not show any mercy to the people of the Limitless Demon Sect. Since the double-winged Tianhu was already here, then it was time to start the Feast of Slaughter. Under the protection of the Oriole, he directly went to the Sword Lake Sacred Land. The Sword Lake Sacred Land was the core of the Taihang Sword faction. It was also the place where the sword was buried, and it was quite similar to the sword well of the Sword Burial sect. Of course, the strength of the two sects was different, so everything was naturally different. The defensive strength of the Taihang Sword faction's Sword Lake Sacred Land was much stronger than that of the Taihang Sword faction. However, this time, since the Limitless Demon Sect started to attack this place together, it meant that they were prepared and had enough strength to challenge the Taihang Sword faction. Su Yan directly went to the Sword Lake. The situation of the battle here was very fierce, and there were more corpses here than outside. The corpses of the disciples of the Taihang Sword faction and the disciples of the Limitless Demon Sect were everywhere. This was an extremely difficult battle. Su Yan directly went forward. The closer he was to the Sword Lake Sacred Land, the fiercer the battle became. However, the battle in front of him was not over yet. Ha ha ha, the cowards of the Taihang Sword faction, huh? Today is your doomsday. Hurry up and surrender, and I can still be merciful and let you go, especially delicate girls like you. We'll take good care of you. This time, the Sword Lake Sacred Land was their most important target. There was no doubt that there must be a traitor among the disciples of the Taihang Sword faction, or that the traitor was a spy that they had set up in ambush. Although the disciples of the Taihang Sword faction tried their best to defend at this time, the enemy came prepared, and they had too many people. Su Yan directly went to the Sword Lake Sacred Land, and Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai were not there. Su Yan guessed that Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai had already entered the Sword Lake. What a bunch of demons. But since you're here, then stay here. Su Yan's voice was like a gust of chilly wind that permeated the air. This kind of terrifying aura was simply terrifying. At this time, only then did everyone realize that there was a terrifying shadow above their heads. What is this? It's a monster. Quick run. Feeling the terrifying aura of the Oriole, these motley crew no longer had their previous arrogance. They were more like cannon fodder characters. Before they met a true powerhouse, they relied on their advantage in numbers and could naturally do whatever they wanted. However, at this time they were not much better than some ants. Su Yan was not in the mood to pay attention to these guys. Kill them. After he gave the order to the Oriole, he directly jumped down and then headed towards the Sword Lake. At this time, this motley crew was simply a bunch of chickens and pottery dogs in front of Su Yan. At this time, the disciples of the Taihang Sword faction were almost in despair. However, at this time they realized that this group of people from the Limitless Demon sect had suddenly started to become chaotic, and large numbers of lives were being taken. Suddenly, someone shouted a name. It's Su Yan. Senior brother Su Yan is here. If it was during normal times, some people might not care about this name. However, at this time, Su Yan's appearance was tantamount to a savior to them. Senior brother Su Yan, kill them. Kill them. The silk threads of countless fellow disciples had caused them to hate the Limitless Demon sect to the extreme. Unfortunately, the attack of the Limitless Demon sect this time was so sudden that they were caught off guard. Kill! Su Yan's figure directly swept over, and everywhere he passed, there was an endless amount of blood. Soon he arrived in front of the Sword Lake. Senior brother Su Yan, quickly go into the Sword Lake. The son of the demon of the Limitless Demon sect is inside. They want to completely destroy the Taihang 9 Evolution's Great Formation. A disciple said directly. Chapter 8:16. Female Literature. Return to the Taihang 9 Evolution's formation. The people from the Limitless Demon sect were truly vicious. The Taihang 9 Evolution's formation had been passed down by the Taihang Sword faction for countless years. If the formation was destroyed, the Taihang Sword faction would suffer a huge blow. Even if the Taihang Sword faction managed to survive the Limitless Demon sect's attack, they would still suffer a huge loss. Without the protection of the Taihang 9 Evolution's formation, the Taihang Sword faction would become extremely dangerous. Although the Taihang Sword faction was powerful, they had just experienced a huge disaster. And at this time, without the protection of the Great Formation, it was hard to guarantee that no one would want to take the risk. The formation was the foundation of the Taihang Sword faction. No matter what, they could not allow anything to happen to it. Of course, in the eyes of the Limitless Demon sect, the formation had to be destroyed no matter what. The Taihang 9 Evolution's formation was the protective formation of the Taihang Sword faction. Naturally, it would not be easy to destroy it. This time, the formation was only temporarily stopped. With the passage of time, the Grand Formation was about to resume its operation. It was precisely because of this that the Limitless Demon sect was so determined to attack this place. Where are Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai? Su Yan asked directly. My two senior brothers have already gone inside. However, the situation is not optimistic. There are venerable experts inside. Hearing this, even Su Yan's expression turned serious. He was not surprised that a venerable expert would make a move. However, encountering a venerable expert at a time like this was even more troublesome. However, don't worry, senior brother Su Yan. This place is the holy land of the Taihang Sword faction. There will be strong sword chi inside, and the venerable experts will not be able to use their full strength inside. Even so, their combat strength is still extremely terrifying. Therefore, senior brother Su Yan, I'm counting on you. He had been in the Taihang Sword faction for a long time. According to seniority, Su Yan should address him as martial uncle. It was just that in the Taihang Sword faction, those who were more powerful would always be the first. Su Yan's battle prowess was obvious to all. Therefore, when he addressed Su Yan as senior brother, he was sincerely convinced. At the moment, Su Yan did not want to care about this. At the moment, he was worried about the venerables inside. Be careful and protect your own lives. With the Oriole helping you, there should be no need to worry about guarding this place for the time being. However, if more powerful enemies come in, there is no need to defend to the death. There weren't many people here who were in good condition. If they continued to defend, not a single person would be able to survive. In the end, Su Yan couldn't bear to watch them die. After saying that, Su Yan had already charged into the sword pool. The Taihang sword faction's sword pool was indeed worthy of its reputation. As soon as he entered, he immediately felt the extremely heavy sword qi. The sword qi here seemed to be in a deep sleep. If all the sword qi here were to wake up and condense, how terrifying would that be? The deeper he went, the greater the pressure became. At this moment, Su Yan's figure came to a halt. His expression did not change at all, but he did not take another step forward. At this moment, a pair of eyes were looking at Su Yan in the darkness. Did this guy notice me? What sharp intuition! This thought flashed through his mind, but at this moment, he tried his best to conceal his aura, afraid that Su Yan would notice him. He was a disciple of the limitless demon sect, and he was best at setting up traps. Of course, he also knew his own limitations. His trap was indeed exquisite, but his own strength was not strong enough. As a result, his trap was not strong enough to kill high-level experts. Therefore, when Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai came in earlier, he hit himself just like he did now. If it was any other disciple who came, then they would only have a dead end. Since he was able to set up exquisite traps, his concealment skills were naturally extremely powerful. Therefore, he was confident that he could hunt down his prey. The disciples of the Taihang sword faction who were worried about the sword pool would definitely become bloodflowers in his hands. However, at this moment Su Yan suddenly stopped. His intuition was very accurate. He felt an extremely terrifying aura from Su Yan's body. Although this feeling was very faint, he believed in his intuition, so this time he didn't think of making a move at all. At this time, the trap that he had set up was completely hidden by him. However, he did not expect Su Yan to suddenly stop at this moment. He sealed all of his senses. Not to mention breathing, he did not even dare to reveal his gaze. However, at this moment Su Yan spoke. What an exquisite concealment skill. Even I almost overlooked it. At this moment the person was suddenly alarmed. He's discovered me. How is this possible? My concealment was almost perfect. He must be deceiving me. Su Yan gently turned around, then continued. Why? Do you think I'm deceiving you? You're indeed powerful. At this moment you're almost silent, but you overlooked the most important problem. When I passed by here, your aura disappeared too completely. This change happened to be discovered by me, so this is your tragedy. While he was talking, Su Yan's sword was already directly aimed at him. At this moment he was finally sure that Su Yan was not deceiving him. He had really discovered his location. The feeling of being locked on by Su Yan's will was too terrifying. He didn't even think about it and directly chose to leave. Unfortunately, at this moment there was no way he could escape. Su Yan's power had been directly suppressed. A ray of sword light directly opened the gate of hell. I think your hands are already stained with the blood of many disciples of the Taihang sword faction. No matter what, at this moment, I'm also considered a member of the Taihang sword faction. Therefore you must die. At this moment, Su Yan's sword burst out with all his strength. How could such a person block it? Su Yan's sword pierced through the mountain wall, directly taking away the person's life. One had to admit that this guy was really powerful. If Su Yan's mind was not exceptionally sensitive, he might really have been deceived by him. Not only was he good at concealing himself, but he was also good at making arrangements. The corpses of the disciples he killed had been directly destroyed by him. Even the smell of blood had disappeared. This was a terrifying person. Unfortunately, he met Su Yan this time. It seems that the situation is indeed not good. I need to be faster. Su Yan's body moved forward again. The entire sword pool Holy Land was destined to be unstable today. The tunnel was filled with the smell of fresh blood. In the sword pool, Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai had already fallen into a bitter battle. Their opponent was not the son of the demon, but the two subordinates of the son of the demon. Logically speaking, the three sons of the demon were the core of the limitless demon sect, and the two of them were the core disciples of the Taihang sword faction. Their status should be relative. However, at this moment they did not even see the face of the son of the demon. The two subordinates actually blocked the two of them. No, not only did they block it, but they also fell into a bitter battle. If they were not careful, their lives would be in danger. Haha, is this the Taihang Tin swords of the Taihang swords? This is really disappointing. You only have such strength. Do you still want to compete with our young master with such strength? This is simply too funny. The one who spoke was an extremely seductive woman wearing a red robe. The slender broken saber in her hand looked particularly ferocious. She was actually able to force Feng Yuhai to retreat step by step. The other one was also a woman. Her clothes were a little revealing, and the expression on her face was a little wild. At this moment, she looked at Wang Baichuan and gently rolled her tongue, which was filled with an indescribable sense of beauty. Of course, it was a perverted sense of beauty. Soon this Taihang 9 Evolutions formation will be completely destroyed by the young master. As for the two of you, you'd better stay here and play with us. Of course, now it seems that you're not strong enough. I really can't bear to kill you. What a pity. Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai both panted. They would never have thought that the strength of these two maids would actually be so strong. At this moment, the two of them were already suppressed. Damn it, what should we do now? If this continues... Wang Baichuan, Feng Yuhai, I'm here. At this moment, Su Yan's voice sounded. Along the way, Su Yan had already killed 13 people who tried to stop him. At this moment, he looked rather ferocious. At this moment, the two women looked at each other and said, "There's actually someone who can break in? But it's good that he's here. If that's all, it would be too boring. We'll just kill whoever comes." The two sword leaders of the Taihang sword faction were so weak in front of her, so she naturally did not take the others seriously. However, the woman next to her said, "Don't be careless. You need to know that this guy can break in here, so he's definitely not simple. This matter is important, so don't make any mistakes." All right. You're always like this. Since you're so serious, let me get rid of him first. The woman in red laughed disdainfully. At this moment, she directly leaped up. A red light flashed, bringing with it an almost indiscernible smell of blood. "You're actually a handsome guy. Unfortunately, I'm in a bad mood now, so you can die." The long and narrow blade erupted with endless power at this moment. Her eyes flickered with a scarlet radiance. She was called Hong Yi, and she had always been extremely cruel when she killed people. She loved to torture and kill her opponents. Chapter 817. Female Literature. Of course, if she saw a man who made her heart flutter, she might choose to go easy on him. However, it was a pity that she had a stomach full of anger just now. However, Su Yan's appearance at this time was simply a ready-made punching bag for her to vent her anger. Since they had come to invade this time, they naturally knew that Feng Yuhai and Wang Baichuan were the top figures in the Taihang sword faction. She did not believe that there was anyone in the Taihang sword faction who could defeat them. Unfortunately, she had miscalculated in the end. If it had been someone else, they might have been killed by her sneak attack. However, her opponent was Su Yan. For Su Yan, this was not a problem at all. After experiencing life and death, Su Yan's combat strength was rapidly increasing. This opponent was indeed powerful, but in front of him, she was not enough. He had never been a soft-hearted person, let alone someone who was protective of the fairer sex. He clearly knew how dangerous the current situation was. Regardless of whether it was for the sake of clashing with the limitless demon sect in the future, or for the sake of repaying the Taixing sword sect for recognizing his worth, he had to go all out and display his true strength. Then, he would help the Taixing sword sect protect the Taixing 9 derivations grand formation. Sword Dance of the Fish Dragon. Su Yan's sword was extremely fast. As soon as the sword slashed out, a rainbow light immediately appeared. After the sword chi appeared, it turned into an earth-shattering rainbow. In the next moment, the rainbow turned into an extremely ferocious fish dragon. Bai Yi looked at Hong Yi. She suddenly felt that Hong Yi would suffer a great loss this time. However, she did not make a move at this time. This was because she knew Hong Yi's character. Hong Yi was very competitive just like herself. If she helped Hong Yi at this time, she would only be jealous. If she were in Hong Yi's shoes, she would do the same. Therefore, she did not have the heart to help Hong Yi at this time. Of course, she also believed in Redcoat's strength. Although the two of them were only maids, they were the maids of the Devil's Son. Even the leader of the Taihang sword faction was so weak in front of them. Therefore, she was not worried that she would not be a match for Redcoat. At this moment, the power of the Redcoat was fully displayed. Her blade transformed into a bloody ghost at this moment. The blood ghost was ferocious, but it also had the power to steal one's soul. Even if it was an opponent of the same level, they would definitely die under this attack. But at this moment, Wang Baichuan's calm voice sounded. If I were you, I would have taken action immediately. Unfortunately, even if you want to take action now, it's already too late. There was a hint of mockery in those words. This stunned White Robe for a moment. How did he have the courage to say such words? He should have experienced Redcoat's strength firsthand. But in the next moment, her expression froze. She was shocked to find that the sword chi turned and strangled it directly. The red-robed blood ghost was directly cut in half without any room to struggle. Such power was so overbearing. However, even Feng Yuhai was no match for Redcoat, and could only bitterly hold on. Ah, who are you? Who are you? I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Su Yan's sword chi directly cut into Redcoat's body, causing her to spit out blood and tremble all over. That sword was so terrifying that it directly caused her to be severely injured. I'm Su Yan. Su Yan raised his long sword and was about to cut her down. Although this woman was extremely beautiful, Su Yan understood that this woman was definitely a lunatic who would kill without batting an eyelid. He had shown mercy to her, but he had brought trouble to himself. Now that he had enough troubles, it was better to deal with them directly. Alright, I don't have time to play with you. Su Yan's sword chi was about to fall at this moment. At this moment, White Coat was dumbfounded. She had already calculated that Su Yan was very powerful, and had predicted that Redcoat would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, she wanted to make a move when Redcoat was at a disadvantage, so that she would remember her lesson and understand that she owed her a favor. But she definitely did not expect that Redcoat would be so weak in front of Su Yan. She did not even have the chance to make a move. Su Yan's power swept past her and she was defeated. This man is really terrifyingly powerful. At this moment she was still shocked. Earlier that sword light appeared in her mind. The power of that sword was really terrifying to the extreme. Redcoat could not block that sword and she could not block it either. Su Yan wanted to kill Redcoat, so she should have stopped him, but at this moment she did not even have the courage to do so. Because at this moment she was already very scared. She was afraid that once she made a move, she would immediately die. However, Redcoat did not die in the end. This was because the shadow of an old man rushed out from the sword pool. What a powerful child. It's a pity that Redcoat cannot die in your hands. As soon as this old man appeared, the sword chi in the area immediately tumbled. The invisible pressure became even stronger. Fortunately, this sword chi was not targeted at everyone. It was only directed at this old man. Venerable Skeleton May. Redcoat, who was originally in despair, immediately became excited when she saw this old man appear. Lingering on the edge of death was a very scary thing. At this moment, Venerable Skeleton May's appearance meant that she did not need to face death anymore. In front of a venerable, what could this kid do no matter how powerful he was? Would he dare to kill him in front of the Martial Highness? Even if he had the guts, he would not be able to do it. However, just as she was thinking about Fei, a sword had already pierced through her throat. Whether you can die in my hands or not, it's not up to you. Su's voice was very calm. This old man was very domineering, and he seemed to be in control of everything. Of course, he was not naive. As he spoke, his power had already swept towards Su Yan. The power of a venerable was enough to make a powerhouse in the dragon realm helpless. Unfortunately, he had encountered Su Yan. The natural suppression that a venerable had on a powerhouse in the dragon realm did not exist on Su Yan. Su Yan had already killed too many people. Every time he killed someone, his heart would harden a bit. His heart had hardened, but it did not mean that he had become ruthless. Instead, he was fearless and moved forward with indomitable will. Moreover, he had killed a venerable before. Therefore, a venerable was naturally not scary. His gaze slowly fell on the old man. Humph, how dare you? At this moment he was naturally very angry. The person he wanted to protect had been killed in front of him. He was a venerable, but he was ignored by a kid. Naturally he could not tolerate this. It was just a pity that although he was angry, Suyen did not take him seriously. However, it was precisely because of this that he was even more filled with killing intent towards Suyen. Hong Yi and Bai Yi were the maids that the young master thought highly of. Now that they had died in front of him, no matter what, he was duty-bound. Therefore Suyen deserved to die even more. Senior Brother Wang, Senior Brother Feng? Suyen asked. At this moment Feng Yuhai said directly, Suyen, if it's possible, hurry up. Since this old man has come out, it means that Wang Shishu is probably done for. Feng Yuhai's voice was not good. He had clearly been injured in the battle with Hong Yi earlier. Wang Baichuan did not say anything, but his expression was also not good. Compared to Suyen, they were born and raised as disciples of the Taihang sword faction. However, when faced with such a crisis, they could only pin their hopes on Suyen. Suyen said, Senior brothers, don't worry. I'll do my best. His words were said very calmly. They were obviously arrogant words, but they gave people a sense of conviction. Venerable Skeleton Mei was already very angry, and at this moment it was even more so. His withered skin wrinkled slightly, and he laughed out of anger. Do your best? Haha. I'd like to see how you'll do your best. I'd like to know where your confidence comes from. How dare you say that you don't have to worry? At this moment, he did not delay any longer. When his palm landed, the world was turned upside down. Unfortunately, he was suppressed by the aura here. If that wasn't the case, his palm strike would be even more powerful. Suyen would definitely not be able to block it. However, it did not matter much at this moment because this palm was already powerful enough. After all, even though it was suppressed, it did not seem difficult to kill a Dragon Realm powerhouse. You want to kill me? You're too naive. Su Yan's sword directly rose against the sky. In this place his power would also be suppressed. However, compared to a venerable, his suppression was naturally much smaller. Moreover, he was a disciple of the Taihang sword faction, so this suppression was even smaller. If it was before, he would still have some scruples and fear in his heart. However, at this moment his own crisis had been resolved. Therefore, he no longer had any scruples about all of this. At least for a short period of time, Ghostface would not be able to appear. At this moment, his 3 hearts began to beat directly. As his heart beat, his power began to increase. When this sword was slashed out, the power that swept up was actually not the slightest bit weaker. The power that surged like a great river gave Venerable Skinmei a fright. Old bastard, I'll kill you first. After that sword strike, Su Yan lightly caressed his face, the places where his hand had passed by. A mask slowly appeared. The appearance of the 3-colored mask directly caused his aura to burn to the extreme. His entire aura had become incomparably terrifying. Chapter 818. Female Literature. Su Yan's power became extremely strong at this moment. What kind of change is this? Your power actually increased so much in an instant. Venerable Skeleton was shocked. At this moment, Bai Yi was even more shocked. One had to know that Su Yan's power had already become very terrifying. Bai Yi couldn't even block a single attack from him. At this moment, after the mask appeared, his aura increased explosively. He was really a terrifying person. She had already made up her mind. If Su Yan didn't die today, she would leave immediately if she met him in the future. This man was so powerful. More importantly, he didn't show any mercy when he killed people. She originally thought that all the heroes in the world were just SOSO. Apart from her young master, she didn't care about anyone else. However, Su Yan's power was directly imprinted in her heart. After the mask appeared, Su Yan's aura became even more awe-inspiring. However, at this time he didn't lose his mind like before. This was because Ghostface had been imprisoned by him. At least for a while he wouldn't appear again. Senior Brother Feng, Senior Brother Wang, I'll make a move first. After saying this, Su Yan directly charged towards Venerable Skeleton. At this moment, Venerable Skeleton was naturally furious. Su Yan didn't put him in his eyes at all. A dignified venerable was actually being ignored by a junior. This was intolerable. However, at this moment, Su Yan's sword slashed towards him. Venerable Skeleton couldn't see anything clearly in his heart. The power of this sword simply had the power of a venerable. However, Su Yan was so majestic at such a young age. This was simply unbelievable. Venerable Skeleton once again retreated with his palm. Skeleton Plum Extinction Palm. As his palm fell, a power that controlled life and death began to circulate. The Skeleton Plum Extinction Palm was a palm technique comprehended by sensing the withered plum extinction intent. Under the urging of boundless power, it had an unfathomable will. As this palm fell, countless plum blossoms appeared. In an instant it was incomparably beautiful. However, the more beautiful it was, the more dangerous it was. When it was at its most beautiful and dazzling, the plum blossom suddenly erupted with a boundless aura of death. An awe-inspiring aura swept out, and vaguely visible skeletons appeared. This was the origin of Venerable Skeleton May's name. The fragrance of plum blossoms came from the skeleton. Kill. Su Yan's response was very simple. It was just a simple slash of his sword. A crescent sword chi appeared. It wasn't shocking, nor was it eye-catching. However, such a sword was able to shatter everything in an instant. If it was an ordinary attack, it would have been fine, but the other party was a venerable one. Even if his power was temporarily suppressed by Jean, a venerable was still a venerable. His power still far surpassed that of the 9 dragons. And Su Yan was only in the realm of 6 dragons. Such a battle record was truly terrifying. Wang Baichuan and Feng Yuhai looked at each other. They knew that they had no chance of defeating Su Yan. Su Yan was flying too fast, so fast that they could not catch up. At such a juncture, they could not do anything to help. They could only hope that Su Yan could deal with this venerable one alone. At this moment, Su Yan had already gathered all his power together. Although he had killed a venerable one before, he did not dare to underestimate a venerable one. He knew very well that those who could become a venerable one were all very powerful people. When he fought with them, he was the weak defeating the strong. If he still thought that he was lucky at this moment, he would be courting death. Moreover, at such a time he could not afford to make any mistakes. The crescent sword chi that Su Yan slashed out continued to dance in the air. In the end it turned into a huge scythe-like sword chi. The countless plum blossoms were directly destroyed by this move. It was as if there was nothing in this world that could not block such power. This was the first time Su Yan had controlled Ghostface's power consciously. Such a terrifying power simply caused one's mind to tremble. All of a sudden, the scene of Ghostface tearing apart 2 venerables appeared in his mind again. It was an indescribable pleasure. Although Su Yan had never enjoyed the pleasure of killing people, he had to admit that it felt really good to kill people this time. At this moment, Venerable Ku Mei's eyes were filled with fear. He had never thought that Su Yan would be so fierce at this moment. The power of this sword had a strange change that made his soul begin to tremble. Damn it, am I going to be killed by a junior today? Before he made his move, he had never thought that he would be defeated by Su Yan. At that time he was thinking about how to torture Su Yan to death. However, at this moment, there was only fear left in his heart. Damn it, if my power was not suppressed at this time, this kid would definitely not be my opponent. I would definitely kill him. At this moment, he already knew that he could not defeat Su Yan. Because he did not want to continue thinking about it. At this moment, hundreds of thoughts ran through his mind. In the end, he directly withdrew his power. At this moment, he chose to escape. However, it was a pity that Su Yan would not allow him to escape even if he wanted to. Old thing, you still want to escape at this time? You're too naive. At this point, if he were to let him escape, then all his efforts would have been in vain. At this moment, he used Ghostface's power to increase his strength to an extremely terrifying level. At this moment, Ghostface had been directly imprisoned or even suppressed by him. However, this was only temporarily out of danger. This definitely did not mean that he could sit back and relax at this time. After all, Ghostface had only been suppressed and not directly destroyed. This was the most fatal point. In other words, as time passed, it was very likely that he would return again. When he returned, he would probably be even more powerful than he was now. However, sometimes some things had to be done. For example, now was the time for him to step forward bravely. Of course, since he had already paid such a price, It would not be a good deal if the other party was defeated and retreated in exchange. When Su Yan made his move, he had already made up his mind. Since he had used Ghostface's power, he had to kill. Therefore, he did not hold back at all against Redcoat from before. At this moment this was even more so. If he let Ghostface escape after paying such a price, then this was really not a good deal. Therefore, when he made his move, he had already made up his mind to kill without mercy. Whether it was Feng Yuhai, Wang Baichuan or Bai Yi, they had all seen through Su Yan's thoughts. However, being able to see it was one thing, but being able to accept it was another. Su Yan's strength was simply terrifying. They really could not figure out how Su Yan had done it. Elder, be careful. Bai Yi was anxious and immediately reminded him. He did not want to see Venerable Skeleton may die like this. Unfortunately, Su Yan was too fast. He was faster than his voice and divine thought. If it was anywhere else, it would not be easy to kill you. However, here, no matter where you are, I'll slash the universe with one sword. Su Yan made his move directly. Just as he had said, if it was anywhere else, it would not be easy for him to kill a venerable. Back then, Ghostface had been able to succeed because of his fearless ferocity. In an instant, he had directly pounced on him. Then, with his strength, he had directly killed him. To put it bluntly, Ghostface had killed a venerable twice. It was because of his strength, but it was also because of luck. At this time, Su Yan was different. It could be said that he had completely surpassed Ghostface at that time. This was because if Su Yan had not controlled his body, many of his methods would not have been able to be used. Su Yan's body was very powerful, but his most powerful method was his sword. Ghostface could not activate the Supreme Sword Soul, and he could not even use the Scorching Sun Sword freely. Therefore, at that time he had directly abandoned the Scorching Sun Sword. Fortunately, after Su Yan had set things right, the Sacred Sword had returned. Otherwise, the loss would have been huge. At this time, Su Yan was full of spirit. He had grasped two kinds of power at the same time. With his strong body, he had activated the terrifying sword principle. How terrifying was this power? At this time, the sword slashed the universe. It really had a terrifying aura that could cut the universe. At this time, the incomparably powerful sword chi had risen to the extreme. This made Venerable Skeleton may feel something. However, by the time he felt it, it was already too late. The sword chi arrived in an instant. Under the powerful sword chi, he could not even move. What kind of domineering power was this? What kind of terrifying aura was this? At this time, Su Yan was simply the epitome of domineering to the extreme. Kill. This word was like a death sentence. A dignified venerable had been directly killed. Bai Yi was stunned, Feng Yuhai smiled bitterly, and Wang Baichuan clenched his fists. They had seen too many deaths, but it was the first time that a venerable one had his head chopped off right in front of them. At this moment, Bai Yi's entire body was trembling. If the death of Redcoat had only made her a little afraid, then she was truly afraid now. Her heart had been directly shattered by Su Yan. If Su Yan wanted to kill her at this time, it would be a piece of cake. However, at this time, Su Yan was not in the mood to care about her. He directly rushed toward the core of the sword pool. That was the core of the large formation, the most important place. If this place was destroyed, it would be a disaster for the sect. Senior brothers, leave the inside to me, but please don't let more people break in. At such a juncture, if someone broke in, it would be very fatal. The three demon sons of the limitless demon sect were extremely difficult to deal with. At that time, Hua Yunfei had left a deep impression on him. If he hadn't been so crazy, perhaps everyone in the secret realm would have died in his scheme. But this time, what was the origin of this son of devil? Chapter 819. Female Literature. Su Yan entered the sword pool. At this moment, he was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. Sword pool? How could this place be described as a sword pool? If he had to describe it, then this place was a sea of swords, a real sea of swords. At that time, when Su Yan was in the burial sword pavilion, he was already shocked when he saw Thousand Swords Kenjing. However, at this moment he realized that he was really a frog at the bottom of a well. The swords here were densely packed. The sword chi here rose boundlessly. This was the world of swords. After entering this place, the revered sword soul in Su Yan's body actually reacted. Not only that, but the Godslayer sword also softly hummed at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan did not continue to move forward, because there was someone waiting for him in front of him. It was a woman with a sweet appearance and an indescribable ethereal aura. "Cousin, it's been a long time." A voice sounded. Su Yan smiled bitterly. This woman was none other than his cousin, Su Tian. At that time she was taken away by Shangguan Sheng. Su Yan wanted to keep her, but at that time he was not capable enough. Moreover, Su Tian did not seem to resist, so in the end, he did not make a move. Su Yan came to the Jojo continent to look for Lu Lan and Chu Linger the most. Although the woman in front of him was his cousin, he had lost his parents when he was young. Therefore, most of the cousins in the clan did not treat him well. However, the woman in front of him was still good to him. Therefore, if he could, he would naturally choose to save her. However, he never thought that he would meet his cousin under such circumstances. "Yes, it's really been a long time. I just didn't expect that we would meet under such circumstances." She appeared at this time, so the two of them were naturally not friends. "Cousin, the young master is doing something inside. Can you come back later?" Her voice was very weak, but of course it was also very pleasant to hear. Su Yan said, "Sister, get out of the way. This is between me and Shangguan Sheng. You don't have to interfere." Su Yan didn't want to attack his family. However, if Su Tian really wanted to stop him, then she couldn't blame him for doing something he didn't want to do. If it were someone else blocking him at this time, Su Yan would probably not even speak nonsense and directly kill over. It was because she was Su Tian that he was willing to say a few words. But now he really didn't have the time. "Cousin, I won't let you go." Her voice was as soft and weak as before. However, within this weakness there was a firmness that was unique to her. This cousin of his had always been soft on the outside but tough on the inside. Since she had made a decision, she would definitely do it. Su Yan smiled. "Cousin, it seems that you don't want to go back?" After saying this, he didn't say anything else. Everyone had their own choice. Since Su Tian had chosen this way, then she had to pay the price for her choice. He continued to move forward. "Cousin, you need to know that although I care about old feelings, these feelings will definitely not restrict me. So you can't stop me." Su Yan's words were like flames as he directly moved forward. Su Tian's weak body suddenly released an aura. This aura was definitely not weak. Such an aura was at least not inferior to the two women outside. Although Su Tian had a little reputation in the family back then, that was all. However, at this time her cultivation was actually so strong. Shangguan Sheng was a powerful person. Unfortunately, this was not enough. Su Yan's speed was too fast. In just a moment he had already arrived in front of Su Tian. Su Tian's aura was tumbling, but to Su Yan it existed in vain. At this moment, Su Tian's heart was filled with shock. "Since you've thought it through, then go on. Whether it's right or wrong, there has to be a result. Otherwise, wouldn't a person's life be too boring?" After saying this, Su Yan directly turned and walked away. At this time, Su Tian still did not move. Back then, to her, Su Yan was an insurmountable mountain. However, in these days of following Shangguan Sheng, her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. She had already reached the dragon realm. With such a realm, not to mention the Su family, even in the entire 5 counties she was already the top. Therefore, she thought that she could stop her cousin's footsteps. This way, she could prevent her cousin from meeting Shangguan Sheng. In this way, her cousin would be able to save his own life. Only at this time did she realize that she was wrong, and so wrong that it was ridiculous. Time passed and she, Su Tian, was constantly improving. However, her cousin would not stay in the same place. Cousin is indeed a genius. I should have thought of this long ago. At this time her heart was filled with bitterness. Of course, she was not sighing about her own cultivation. She was sighing about the two of them meeting. She did not want the two of them to meet. One was the person she loved and the other was her cousin. However, at this time it seemed that the two of them were bound to fight. Thinking of this, she sighed in her heart. "I hope that everyone will be safe." Just as she sighed, Su Yan had already entered the core area. The moment he stepped in, he almost couldn't suppress his inner feelings. This was because he felt a shocking sword aura here. Of course, it was a sword treasure that could condense such a sword aura. At this time a gentle voice sounded. "Su Yan, you really did not disappoint me. We really met so soon." Su Yan naturally remembered this voice. Shang Guansheng. Su Yan and Shang Guansheng had only fought once, but Su Yan had a deep impression of this person. Not to mention other things, just his identity as the son of a devil was enough to make people afraid. Su Yan said, "Fast horse?" "Not necessarily, it's been a long time. It's just that back then I was still sitting in a cave looking at the sky." At that time, he thought that he could fight with Shang Guansheng. However, it seemed that he was still too naive back then. Shang Guansheng's aura was surging like the sea. It was too vast. At that time his realm was limited, so his strength was limited. If Shang Guansheng had already made up his mind to kill him at that time, then he wouldn't even have the slightest chance at this time. Shang Guansheng turned his head and said, "That's not entirely true. Back then I was indeed better than you, but that's all. Su Yan, you're a dragon among men. It's just that the environment of the 5 prefectures is dangerous, so it's like a cage that imprisons you. However, you were able to advance by leaps and bounds in such a short period of time. This is already very admirable." Su Yan did not comment. There was no point in saying this. His gaze fell on the center, where there was a small pond. However, what was flowing in the pond was not water, but sword aura. The endless sword aura was compressed and turned into a flowing water. This was the true sacred ground of the Taihang sword faction. The energy source of the Taihang 9 evolutions formation was here. The energy here was really terrifying. If the energy here could be directly extracted, it would be terrifying to the extreme. At this time, there was a dark light between the formation and the sword pond. Presumably, the dark light was the method of the limitless demon sect. It caused the Taihang 9 evolutions formation to lose its power and stop operating. Of course, this was only a temporary measure. With the passage of time, this pitch-black light would definitely be dispersed by the supreme sword qi. At that time, this great formation would be reactivated. Shang Guansheng had come here to prevent the formation from being reactivated. Of course, with his methods it would not be so simple. At least at this time, Su Yan could see that he was still devouring the sword aura here. As expected, someone who could become the son of a demon of the limitless demon sect could not be a mediocre person. Su Yan was already impressed by his ambition. "Brother Su, are you going to stop me?" he asked. Su Yan smiled. This was a natural thing. Since he was already here, there was no reason for him to continue doing whatever he wanted. Su Yan used his actions to answer. At this time he slashed down with the sword light, directly towards Shang Guansheng. The one who led all of this was Shang Guansheng. As long as Shang Guansheng was not in charge, the power barrier should be destroyed. Shang Guansheng obviously knew what Su Yan was thinking. He gently shook his head and said, "Su Yan, do you think I'm controlling this power to isolate the formation? Unfortunately, you're wrong. At this time, the demonic shadow-devouring cloud no longer needs my control." As he spoke, he struck out with his palm. The power of the two sides suddenly collided. The powerful force constantly rushed in all directions, causing endless sword cries. This place was baptized by the supreme sword aura all year round and had become incomparably hard. If not, this place would have collapsed long ago. Su Yan's expression changed. The situation was worse than he thought. "Su Yan, since you're here, why don't you have a fight with me? If you win, you may have a chance to stop the demonic shadow-devouring cloud. If you lose, then even if you're Tianer's cousin, I won't hold back." These words were already in the hope that Su Yan would retreat in the face of difficulties. He really had feelings for Su Tian. He knew Su Yan's personality. There were many things that she did not like to say, but when it really happened she would know how sad she was. However, Su Yan had already made his move, so this battle could not be stopped. In this world there were many things that one could not do. One could only blame fate. At this time the two young powerhouses finally began to fight for real.